Hello, 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 people. Hello, hello. For some reason, and I'm not really understanding why, we have a fun show today. But for some reason, my streaming for X is not working. It's a big bright thing. It won't connect. I don't understand what is happening and why it will not stream on X. Like what be going on up in this bitch? What? You know what? Let me try this. For some reason, okay. What is happening? Oh, I think I know what happened. Please hold for 1 second. I was trying to figure this out ahead of time, and I'm like, why isn't it working? Like, what is the big major malfunction today? Also, as I predicted, Judge Gilday is not super happy with the sewer turtle. Duh. Why would he be? Right? Why would he be? Y'all are, look at all y'all on time. Capybara, look at you, new member. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any and all support is definitely. Also, I got a $15 Venmo yesterday and I didn't see it. It was at like 7 o'clock, so I might have already been not live anymore. But I just want to thank that person. Their real name popped up, so I don't want to, say what their real name is. But I just want to thank that person. That actually that was a super help. My little is sick, and so we got her some soup with that. Some chicken nudie soup. The chicken nudie soup. Okay, I think I figured out why my X is not working. It really made no sense to me when it wouldn't connect. I'm like, why won't it connect? It's connected to Facebook, it's connected to YouTube. Like, why won't it connect on X? Especially because a bulk of my viewers come from X. So I'm like, why? Why? Like, what is your problem today? Almighty computer and software and whatnot. Like, can we get our fucking shit together today? God damn it, Elisa, get your shit together. You bought it at the shit store, you didn't put it together. Sorry. I apologize, folks. I do want to try to, quite figure this out. Ah, Peggy, there you are. Okay, so yesterday I said I was going to do a $10 gift card, e-gift card giveaway to Amazon. But you had to comment and like on the video when it wasn't live anymore. Only a handful of you liked and commented. Only a handful of you did. So I put that in the software, and since it was only a handful of you, it spit out a name. Obviously, it spit out a screen name. So Miss Peggy, I'm gonna need your email so I can send this $10 e-gift card because you're the lucky winner of that one. I mean, you guys, Dark Side usually, there's a lot of people, quite a few of you that just put a heart as a comment. Like, that's acceptable, right? That's acceptable. And there was only a few of you. So, like, the software picked up the few of you who commented and liked and spit out, I like doing it that way because it's like, it's fair, right? It's the fairest way you can do it. It's just put everyone's name in there and let it randomize it and spit out a name. So Miss Peggy there was the lucky puller of that. You can email me, doll. I'll put my email right here in chat there. And then I can email you back the e-gift card, the $10 Amazon gift card. Why? See, what is computer? Can we get your shit together today, computer? Get your actual shit together. Are you sure, girl? Are you sure? You don't do email. All right, I can give it to someone else. All right, well, I'll have to redo a. All right, now let's see if it reconnects to X. Hold on. Let's see. Is it doing it? Did we fix it? Did we fix it? No. No, I don't want to do that. What? God, technology today is just not. No, do not do. I don't want it. For the for fuck's sake. Okay. I think we fixed it. We fixed it. We're now live on X. Thank God we fixed it. Wait, why can't I see it on here though? Oh, I see it. Okay. I fixed it. Look at that. I did fix it. Okay. So Peggy said she's passing it along to someone else because she doesn't do email. That's okay. We can give it to someone else. I'm just going to re-up the software here and it's going to spit out her name of all of you that commented. All right. Let's see. There's not many of you. All right. What do we got? Ruthie Robles. Miss Ruthie. Miss Ruthie. Okay, hold on. You know what? I can write under a little comment here on the thing. Email. Oh. Love these randomizers. All right. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay. So, yeah, so the sewer turtle's in trouble with the judge. Okay. Judge Gilday did not find it funny that he skipped his deposition. He did not find it cute in any capacity. I know, right? Yay, Ruthie. I mean, it would have been happy for any of you guys to win because there was only a few of you. It's Ruthie, Miss Capybara, Old Enough, Looky, and Darkside. I would have been happy for any of y'all to win, and all of you, actually. If I had it like that, I would just send all of you one, but I am a poor person. So, oh, you go, girl. I have one game on my phone that I play. One game, but it's more like it's an ongoing story too. So, I mean, I like those like interactive ones, you know, those interactive ones. Okay, so this is what we're doing. I got to pull up the hearing because y'all got to see. Y'all have to see. We got to show y'all. What is Nightbot doing? Nightbot, what are you doing there? Stop that. Why are you talking to my friend like that, Nightbot? Don't mind Nightbot. It is one of those like automatic bots for me that can drop in like the links to donate to the channel and remind people to like and subscribe. And so I don't have to constantly remember to do it. And so Nightbot's supposed to help me with that. But why is it calling my friends out, man? Stop. Don't do that, Nightbot. We don't need you to do all that. We just need you to function the way we need you to function, Nightbot. Knock it off. Knock it off. Get your shit together, Nightbot. Did it delete your message? You mother. Nightbot, don't be deleting my messages. Stop that. There's no spam, Nightbot. Get your shit together. It hid your damn comment, Shepherds. What the Nightbot? Listen, I know that you have to be a managing moderator to like put shit in there, but can we not? Like, can you like get your shit together, Nightbot? That's not spam. Those are emojis, Nightbot. Emojis, and I like those emojis. Get your shit together, sir, ma'am, Nightbot, whatever you are, ma'am, sir, computer thing, computer thing. God damn it! Listen, it's my first day with Nightbot, so give it a minute, all right? Because I might have to adjust some settings that I don't know about, and so on and so forth. So just like, don't judge me, guys, okay? Like I'm working on trying to make things a little easier for myself sometimes. And Nightbot is the first step of doing that. And it, sometimes just it gets shit wrong. Hey, BB. So excuse Nightbot if it talks shit, right? We got a human mod, Nightbot. It has gone rogue. Rogue Nightbot. Really, all I want it to do is drop in every so often. Hey guys, if you support the channel, this is how you can do it, right? Like that's it. That's all I want Nightbot to do. I don't need it to do any other managing activities. I just need it to do just that one thing. You know what I mean? Like that's it. Just one thing. But you have to add it as like a moderator on your channel. Like Nightbot, get your shit together. All right. I like you, but you're pushing the limits here. All right. Don't be pushing it with my peoples. These are my peoples. These are my peoples. You're the newbie, Nightbot. You're the newbie. All right, let me get the hearing because, yeah, you got to see this. Like, duh. Duh. Okay. You ready here? Okay. Judge not happy. Just by the way. Judge not super happy. So here we go. We gonna get it on the screen. Sir, I didn't tell you to play yet, okay? Jeez, I'm just having one of those fucking days, okay? I'm just having one of those goddamn fucking days. I mean, it's 1:30 and my brain already wants to go. My brain wants to take a nappy. It's like, hey, Elise. Oh, thank you. You know what? Here's a fun fact before I play this real quick. Guess what? I just wanted to match the butterflies on my shirt. Okay. My shirt says grateful every day. It says every day underneath the butterflies down here. And you know, here's the thing. I don't always wear makeup because like sometimes I just don't have fucking time and I'm a mom, right? But this morning I was feeling a little froggy. Also I saw a fun comment last night, but I commented on it today. And it was like someone took like a screenshot of, I don't even know if it was yesterday's live or day before. And it was like a screenshot of me on the screen. It was like, no filter, ah ha ha, or something like that. And I was like, is that like supposed to hurt my fifis? It was like a troll commenting a picture of me on one of Kate's posts. Like, is that supposed to be, am I supposed to be offended by that? Hold on, I gotta fix my rug here because my chair is rolling and the rug helps it not roll. Like, is that supposed to be like, am I supposed to be offended? Am I supposed to take offense to the fact that I wasn't using a filter? I mean, is that supposed to be offensive in any way, shape, or form? Right? Like, I'm just saying, like, is that supposed to be a thing? Because A, not offended. B, the only person I care who cares about my looks is my husband, and actually he prefers me without makeup, which is a fun fact. But like, oh no, a random troll on the interwebs said I wasn't using a filter. Whatever shall I do? I guess I might be so upset I should cry in my Cheerios. Like, I'm sorry, what? What? Like, you know what? If you have a problem with the fact that I didn't use a filter that day, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I'm perfectly happy with the way I look. And I don't give a fuck about anybody's opinion on the way I look other than my husband. And that's it. So I don't care what a random on the interwebs thinks about me not wearing a filter. Will you tell that to Filter Little? Tell Felony Little about her filter? So my response to that person was twofold. It was, haha, you're a fucking clown and I don't care what you think, basically. And B, can you ask your cult leader, if you're not the cult leader himself, which I suspect, why he is such a scary ass bitch who won't answer my phone calls. Okay? Asking for a friend. Ask your cult leader why he will not answer my phone calls or questions. Just asking for a friend here. Asking for a friend. And I might not have a lot, right? But this shirt, I've had it for a long time. Grateful every day. I am grateful for what I do have, for what my audience gives. You know, I don't have to be a multi-millionaire. And I was listening to Brian and Mike last night after Brian was here. And Brian said something and Mike said something that I have always thought, which is like, I don't need 5 million subscribers. I don't need to be the richest person, the person with the most, followers. I just want to be comfortable. That's it. I just want my family to be comfortable. That's it. I don't need anything above that, right? I just want to be at a point where I'm not worried about this bill, that bill, these groceries, none of that. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to be comfortable. I don't need to be the one with the biggest numbers and the most subscribers. And I don't need any of that. I don't need it. Cordial. Cordial? Is that cordial? Cordial. That's how you say it. Cordial, right? I mean, I am from Boston, so sometimes things sound very different when I say them versus when someone from like down south says it. Cordial. Be cordial. Yeah, cordial. Cordial. That's how I would say it. I mean, listen, TB poll said 87% don't believe TB will change. He won't. And I read those polls. Brian's disappeared before he was able to read it, but his was heavily in the Aidan won't change atmosphere, right? So, all right. So let's watch this hearing because, Sewer Turtle is getting in trouble. The judge is not too happy. So I'm guessing what happened here is he also didn't show up for the deposition this week. Because now they're asking the judge for a motion to compel. And the judge himself wants to put sanctions. He was very clear about that. So, and then he kind of gave it to Karen's attorney, Rosenberg, when he asked all the attorneys, like, hey, does anybody, have a problem with me putting out this motion to compel? All the attorneys are like, no, we don't have a problem with that. Cool. See, that's what I want you to do, Nightbot. Thank you. Thank you, Nightbot. That's what I want you to do. Appreciate that, Nightbot. So then when the judge said, okay, well, do any of the attorneys have an objection if I sanction him? And Karen Reed's attorney, Rosenberg, was like, well, maybe. And the judge kind of let him have it at that point. The judge was like, well, why would you have a problem with me sanctioning a non-party that you have nothing to do with? Ooh, good point, Judge. Good point. Good point, Judge. Good freaking point. His new deposition was this week. So last week he missed it and claimed he was with the kids, which we know he probably wasn't. We didn't hear any kids. He's got 2 kids. Listen, my kid interrupts my live stream at least 5 times a day, if not more, when she's home. Okay? My husband's home today, so he can take care of all the things that I usually have to get up to do, obviously. But yes, you're practicing your Massachusetts accent. But yes, his second deposition was this week, this week. And so what this tells me is he clearly missed it. Hi, Marsha. How are you, darling? Missed you. Am I buffering? Every day I'm buffering. All right, I'm going to stop saying. Okay, hold on. I am going to bounce out and come back in because I should not be buffering. I literally am hardwired into the back of the computer, so I don't know why. And everyone says I'm buffering. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go out and be right back. I'm so confused here. I'm trying to see. Am I okay now, guys? Or, because I'm not buffering on my end, so only you guys can see it, I guess. So am I okay, or am I still buffering here? I'm going to need you guys to tell me because I'm not buffering on my own end. Usually I can see it if I'm glitching or freezing, and there's no freezing or glitching here. So I just want to make sure that we're good. I'm good now. Okay, good. All right. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. You know what? I think I might have figured out the problem, maybe. Hold on. I think I might have fed enough. Okay, I'm going to play the hearing. If it starts buffering again, I think I might have figured out one of the problems. So tell me if it starts buffering again. It's like pausing every second. It was like, okay. Well, if it starts doing it again when I play the hearing, tell me immediately. And I think I figured out what the problem is. I'm going to work on it while I'm listening. But just let me know, okay?
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, everyone. The matter is for the Court of Civil Action 2483 CV 00692. Paul O'Keefe, individually and personal representative of the estate of John Joseph O'Keefe III et al. Versus CNC Hospitality LLC, doing business as C&F McCarthy's et al. Your Honor, for the plaintiffs, we have attorneys Daniel Buck and Mark Diller present by way of Zoom. For the defendant C&F McCarthy's, we have attorneys Tamara Holstag and Lincoln Rose. For defendant Waterfall, we have attorney John Dealey and Asset, I believe. And for defendant Reed, we have attorney Sarah Shipley and Aaron Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, excuse me. So, Attorney Dillard, do you want me to tell me your perspective of discovery at this point?
Sure, Your Honor. 25 depositions have occurred. There are still another 21 that are outstanding. A number of depositions had been noticed to occur that everybody was prepared to occur, and they were canceled at the 11th hour. I believe mostly by witnesses, but they're still on the docket to be occurring. There were several substantive depositions that are pretty significant to the parties in this case that ended up being canceled at the 11th hour that still need to happen. And I expect that from those depositions, there will be follow-up questions that require further discovery.
When you say substantive depositions, tell me which depositions you're referring to.
Well, notably, Aidan Kearney, Your Honor, failed to attend his deposition, which was scheduled on the 30th. We're preparing a motion to compel for sanctions. He then went on his live stream that evening and said that
I don't need to hear all the details. Just
all right.
Get your motion filed.
Yeah, so that hasn't happened yet. Miss Reed's suspended deposition has not finalized. It was supposed to have occurred, and for logistics reasons between all the parties, that was moved to another future date, so it hasn't occurred yet. There's also, I know that we're still have a 30B6 of one of the bars that is outstanding.
Is it scheduled?
Well, it was scheduled and it's come off the calendar, but is being rescheduled based on availability, and that's being discussed between the parties.
Okay. Do you want to offer anything else?
I'm sure I could offer a lot, but for now, that's probably a good stopping point.
I'm not gonna give you
Okay.
Your Honor.
Attorney Rosenberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. So from our perspective, we've taken 13 depositions. We have 3 more that are scheduled for dates certain before or including the 17th. We then have only 6 depositions that have yet to be scheduled because of witness issues. One of those obviously is Colin Albert, as you're aware. The others are just logistics with witness availability. Just to kind of get ahead of what I think we're going to be discussing, our proposal is that we're close, and we think we're going to get almost all the way there by the 17th. We would not object to parties doing some cleanup depositions, obviously, in the week or 2 that follow the 17th by agreement. And I doubt that anyone would object to that. We've spoken with the other defendants about that, and my understanding is they're okay with that. So I don't think we need an extension of your deadline. We've worked hard to get there, and I think we've gotten, at least from my perspective, close enough. I'm sure you wish we'd gotten fully there, but I think we're very close. So I would ask we stick with the deadline. We set expert deadlines thereafter, and we continue to move the case forward.
Okay. On behalf of McCarthy's.
Good morning, Your Honor. I would agree that the parties have made a ton of progress. As has been discussed, over 24 depositions have occurred in a short period of time. There are several more to go. I count 17 left to go. Of those, only 3 of them are noticed depositions on behalf of CF McCarthy's, one of which is scheduled to take place on August 11th within the current timeline and tracking order deadline. The other 2 are 2 folks that were scheduled to go forward, and then there was a sudden family emergency, which we of course accommodated, and that just needs to be rescheduled with our counsel, and we're actively doing that. I also echo Mr. Rosenberg's comments and Mark's. The parties have been working and talking amongst each other about whether there needs to be any extension of the discovery deadline. We're fine if other people in the court are okay with us completing discovery that's already been pending shortly after the discovery deadline and trying to wrap everything up. I do note that some of that does seem to depend, though, on third parties, some of which haven't been as necessarily compliant, so I'm not sure how that is going to all track. I can't predict the future there. For CF McCarthy's, I also agree with Mr. Rosenberg that we need some firm deadlines after the close of discovery for staggered plaintiff's expert disclosures and also then defendant's expert disclosures, probably 45 days after the plaintiff's. And then we'd also request, Your Honor, that after all that has occurred, that the court set down a reasonable date for Rule 56 motions in the event that we need to bring such a motion to the court's attention.
Okay, on behalf of Waterfall?
Good morning, Your Honor. A lot of what I was going to say was already been said, Your Honor. On behalf of Waterfall, we have 3 more depositions scheduled for us to be principal people taking them. They're scheduled for today, for Monday, and for the following Monday. But obviously, we are participating and want to be involved and participate in the depositions that are still outstanding. So it seems pretty clear there's going to need to be some more time, and we're trying to work it out between us to get this stuff accomplished. We also agree with regard to McCarthy's indication that we would like to have or see the court amend the deadlines or add deadlines for expert disclosures, staggered disclosures, as well as push out the Rule 56 deadline beyond those expert disclosures so that we get the events in the right order so we can bring motions as necessary before the court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did all parties propound interrogatories?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
assume there were expert interrogatories?
I actually don't believe there were expert interrogatories from the plaintiff. We, for Ms. Reed, certainly served expert interrogatories.
Okay, so if there are expert interrogatories propounded, presumably the answers would have identified some experts. Am I correct?
Well, I can respond as to the plaintiff's answer to ours. They objected that it was premature when it was served, and I believe indicated that they would amend that, but have not done so yet.
Okay. All right.
I know we have.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, we also propounded expert interrogatories, and I believe the response is similar to what Attorney Rosenberg just had said from the plaintiff.
Okay. Well, I mean, the tracking order doesn't talk about expert disclosures. Tracking order talks about discovery, and discovery of experts, the identity, et cetera, is not only allowed, but it's required responses.
Yeah,
Well,
and Your Honor, if that from our perspective, from Ms. Reed's perspective, if your direction is that supplementation to an already served interrogatory should happen by the close of discovery, that's fine with us.
For CF McCarthy's,
Okay.
Your Honor, I would say that decisions relative to experts on our part may go hand in hand with the defendants, but also need to go hand in hand with the completion of discovery. So I would say that we're more than happy to, of course, timely disclose and, expert interrogatories to all parties, and certainly intend to. But that is still in process for us.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, I said that because, as I said, the plaintiffs have not served an expert interrogatory on the defendants. So the defendants don't have an interrogatory answer to supplement. Only the plaintiffs do, and they have multiple ones.
We'll serve additional interrogatories.
Well, Your Honor, that it's too late to serve additional interrogatories in accordance with the current discovery deadline.
I believe that the current discovery deadline is the 17th of August.
Right, but that's not to serve discovery. That's for discovery to be completed.
I'll let you folks debate all that offline, okay?
Okay.
Anyone else want to
The-
offer anything else relative to discovery?
As it relates to discovery, Your Honor, we had requested and have reached out to the defendants to do an inspection of the vehicle with our experts. So as it relates to disclosure of experts, there are a lot of experts that will be disclosed ultimately in this case, though there is also a lot of data that's still being acquired through the discovery process that we are in need of before we can get to expert disclosures, though we are well aware of the need to do expert disclosures.
Well, Your Honor, I would just reiterate on Ms. Reed's behalf that we've had a discovery deadline that was more than a year after the case was filed by the plaintiffs, more than a year after the stay of discovery of Ms. Reed.
Can't get a public.
What has
defender for
expired,
civil, but maybe for
and
criminal.
everyone's known there need to be experts,
agree.
obviously.
You girl.
And so I think that work needed to have been done. If there's going to be a motion about this, I agree with you. I don't need to take your time to argue it right now. We can argue it if it comes to pass.
But Your Honor, may I respond briefly to that?
Sure.
The plaintiffs, though, when the criminal trial ended, we served discovery within 30 days upon the defendants. The plaintiffs did not obtain any of the documents, which were well over 1 million pages in digital and have continued to accrue since then, as you know, until sometime in or around January, and had difficulty accessing those documents. To suggest that we were able to procure experts and start working up the case before we had access to the very materials that the Reed team had access to since the criminal matters were going on. We didn't have that luxury. We were not the Commonwealth. Nobody would release to us all of that data while the criminal matter was pending, and then motion practice ensued, or there was discovery practice. And so this court is aware that initially there was a motion to dismiss filed that was heard and presided over last October. At that hearing, there was an announcement that we were going to be adding 10 new parties to this case, and that was to be briefed. That period of briefing occurred over the next 2 months, at which time, after the briefing, that was withdrawn. And it was plaintiff's position at that time that if there were going to add 10 new parties, it wasn't prudent for us to start engaging and and start pushing the parties to turn over the discovery if we're adding 10 new parties. Then when that came off the table, those other parties were added to separate lawsuits. We then started to receive discovery, but we had difficulty accessing that discovery. So I do appreciate the amount of time that this case has been pending,
They still
but to suggest that we were in the driver's seat
didn't get
since
sold.
last July, that's not the
Yeah.
case. We've been trying
The
to
police kept it.
catch up and get access to all the materials, and they were significant. In
Just
fact,
moved the car to the dealership, but
I can also share with you, Your Honor, that The bars didn't.
So even if they, here's the thing, even if they sold the car and like the place that bought it was going to give it back to her. So they would fix it, give it back to her. They were going to auction it. Then they were going to auction it, right? Then they tried to auction it. Nobody wanted it. Then it was, a private seller was going to buy it, right? Even if a private seller bought it and that person now owns it, the court has a right to say, hold on, we need someone to inspect this vehicle or a vehicle of the same kind for whatever purposes. Now, they didn't explain what the purposes of inspecting were going to be. So they're not really being clear about whether they want her specific car or a same make, model, year to be looked at by an expert. Either way, the court can order the current owner of the car to allow them to. They wouldn't be able to like take it apart though, because it's been put back together and all that. But anything that also came out of the car, for instance, like that the court had, like systems and things that they already had, can be inspected as well. If the state still retains those things, the court can say, okay, you can go in and look at those things. They're not going to be able to like take it apart again. You know what I mean? So my volume is at maximum. It is literally at, I mean, I can put my microphone volume high, but I actually put the court's volume. I had to put my extender on that. I put a 600% extender on the audio for the court that I had to download like an extender because a lot of the court hearings are very, very low and we can't control the volume of them. So I put a 600% volume extender on my browser. And so I cranked that all the way. It's all the way up. So yeah, it didn't get sold at the auction because I don't know, I think only a few people showed up. And so then they cut that off and then said that a private person offered money for it. So it kind of was left there. But even if she sold it, yeah, he'd have to be considered indigent to get a public defender. So he'd have to qualify for one. So if he has income coming in like $10,000 a month, like he's not going to be able to get a public defender. You know what I mean? Like he's not indigent. There are questions that they ask of you to check and see if you qualify for a public defender. But you don't get a public defender for civil cases. Civil cases, no matter who you are, you have to hire your own attorney or you represent yourself. That's it. And they're very expensive. Very, very. I mean, even if they stopped funding him, I don't think he'd be indigent because the money he makes from his website alone and memberships and merch, that would put him over the line of being indigent. So that's, I'm buffering again. Motherfucker. Why am I buffering? I fixed all of the things. It has to be StreamYard. It can't be, or YouTube, because it's not even showing me that I'm buffering. Oh, my microphone. Yes, I can up my microphone level. Is it low? I had lowered it a while back because it was very low. Is this good or is this too high? How about this? Is this too high, Rose? I upped it a little, but if I up it more, it's going to be super loud. Well, we don't know that. We don't know exactly what they're looking for. If I knew what they were looking for in the car, then I would be able to tell you whether there's a value in that or not. But they're not saying what they're looking specifically for in the car. So I don't know. I can't even, it's doing the pause. Okay, hold on. I'm going back out and coming back in. Please. When it fucking rains, it pours, I guess, guys. I don't know. This is my life. I can't. Like, I can't stand shit like this that I can't control because, like, no one wants to watch a stream that's fucking buffering. You know what I mean? No one wants to watch that shit, bro. No one, and I mean no one, wants to watch that. Like, why? Why? I just don't understand. All right. Well, back to the hearing. Here we go.
Have access to their own videos until we were able to get them through this discovery practice. And so there, in deference to the bars, it wasn't fair for us to force them into discovery when they didn't have access as well to all of the materials that had been outstanding because of the criminal case and were not being disclosed. So I do appreciate Attorney Rosenberg's position and understand that the Reed team feels as if they could be super diligent because they've had this case for 4 years. We've only had it in earnest since the end of 2025 into the beginning of 2026 with regard to access to all the data that needs to be digested and organize experts for.
Your Honor, I missed Attorney Diller, I think, disagrees with me, but I still don't feel the need to go back and forth when there's no motion before you unless you want me to address anything.
I'm all set.
Okay.
Attorney Diller, when are you going to file the motion relative to the witness that didn't show up?
It'll be done today, Your Honor. In full transparency, that witness has disclosed that he is willing to show up, but I will tell you I would prefer to have an order of the court so that if it's skipped again, that there is something that puts him, forces him to actually go forward with the deposition. So
You say it's going to be prepared today, so it hasn't been sent out?
It hasn't been served 9A.
Any of the other parties object to the motion?
Well,
Here it is. Pay attention to this part.
I don't know what the motion's going to say, Your Honor. I'm happy
The motion is probably going to seek compelling the witness to appear. Anyone object to that?
If that's the entirety of the motion, then no.
Your Honor, on behalf of
Let's say the
Waterfall, we would not object.
On behalf of CF McCarthy's, we would not object either, Your Honor.
All right. So let's assume the motion also seeks sanctions. Are any of the other parties going to object to that?
I would say it depends what the sanctions are.
That's so stupid of him.
There's a possibility we
to say
might not
that.
take a position on it. I can't really answer that without knowing what they're asking for.
Why would you possibly oppose a request to sanction a non-party that you have nothing to do with?
But I didn't say that I necessarily would, Your Honor. I said I don't know what the sanctions that they are seeking are. And so sanctions can obviously be a lot of things. And there may be an argument that the sanctions that are sought are not appropriate. I don't know. I'm in a vacuum.
What?
I can't tell you that.
You're not his attorney.
I would agree to whatever sanctions they ask for.
Okay, so everyone agrees that a witness that didn't appear, it would be appropriate for an order to issue compelling that witness to appear. Is that correct?
Correct.
Attorney Diller, did you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rosenberg, do you?
Yes.
Okay. You're having a little screen problem here, so I lost it. Here we go. Attorney Holstad, do you agree to that?
I do, Your Honor.
Attorney Daly, do you agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how about I issue an order compelling the witness to appear? When do the parties want the witness to appear for deposition?
It's Mr. Diller's witness, so.
He's currently under subpoena for a rescheduled deposition to occur on the 17th. I will share with you that he has reached out and say that he's not available on the 17th and has given other dates. The only dates that
I'll tell you what, Attorney Diller, you can file your motion to compel the witness to appear outside of 9A, given that all of the parties don't object to that.
Okay.
You can serve your motion for sanctions or whatever else you're looking for under 9A, and we'll wait to hear Attorney Rosenberg's perspective on potential sanctions. So file your motion today.
I will, Your
relative
Honor.
to compelling the witness.
And
All right.
as it relates to discovery, taking the deposition, if it has to occur outside of the discovery deadline, given our current situation, I just want to make sure that nobody's going to object to that.
from Ms. Reed's
But
standpoint.
yeah, we don't need to do that here.
Okay.
I'll tell you, the court's never going to object to attorneys working together to get things done that are supposed to be done.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Too.
Just
Bye.
gonna
Thank you, Your
run
Honor.
Thank you.
that part back real quick, because what the judge is saying here is, and Rosenberg's a fucking idiot for this. Like, buddy, you're not his attorney. Why on planet Earth, and this was the judge's point, why on planet Earth would you, someone else's attorney, have any objection to sanctions on a non-party witness when they're not showing up for their depot? You're not his attorney. So no matter what the sanctions would be, why the fuck would you have a problem with it? Weird, right? And so that sort of not only piqued the judge's interest, but for the judge, it was a dumb thing for Rosenberg to do, because Rosenberg is Karen's attorney. So if you're saying to the judge, hey, I might have a problem with his sanctions, like, why would you have a problem with his fucking sanctions? Right? Unless your clients have anything to do with one another, which you're saying they don't, which, I mean, I know Karen doesn't even talk to him, but the point is in the court's eyes, you're trying to say they didn't work together to do anything wrong, right? To defame or anything. But you'd have a problem with the sanctions on him? Like, why would you have it? Like, that was such a fucking stupid thing for Rosenberg to say. He should have said, no, I have no problem with sanctions. He's not showing up for his deposition. Because let's be real, if anyone else skipped it and then skipped it again and just didn't show up, like, they'd be asking for the same thing, right? It's not the same as rescheduling because one of the attorneys couldn't make it, or rescheduling because the person is in the hospital, or rescheduling because, like, they have an event they have to go to, or something like that. Like, this was Aidan being like the night before, there's a family emergency, I'm gonna have my kids. Although there's no kids in sight, you can't hear any kids. He does an entire live stream. He goes to the courthouse in fucking Leominster. Like, why on planet Earth, Rosenberg, would you even put your hand up and be like, well, maybe it depends on what the sanctions are? Do you think the sanctions are going to have anything to do with Karen? The sanctions wouldn't have anything to do with Karen. The sanctions would be, you have to pay money if you skip it, or you're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z, right? Like, the sanctions aren't going to have anything to do with your fucking client. So why the fuck on planet Earth would you be like, well, it depends on what the sanctions are? What you're telling the court is like, well, maybe they're working together or worked together, and so maybe it could affect her. Like, are you a fucking idiot? Like, and that's why the judge raises the question, like, why would you have a problem with a non-party being sanctioned? That, I'm running that back for everybody to hear it. And yeah, I mean, well, usually the ads, hey, Martin, the ads are supposed to, like, when you get an ad, the ad is supposed to, like, once it's over, it's supposed to pick up at the same point after the ad. I have no control over the ads. That's all YouTube. I have no control over how many they give you or what you even see. I ask people sometimes, like, what's the ad that you see when they stick an ad in? Because I have premium. I don't have any ads. So, but, like, I always ask people, like, does everybody get the same ad? Does people get different ads? Like, I'd like to know. I need to know these things. So mundane, but I am just curious, you know, like, what how does that work exactly? But so I'm going to run it back anyway, so you guys can hear the whole thing. But an ad is supposed to pick up, like, when the ad ends, it's still supposed to pick up exactly where it left off when the ad popped in. So if it's not doing that, you know, it's shitty. So nice to see you. It was weird. Why? That's like, why would you say that? You're just, like, tipping off the judge, basically. Like, oh, hey, Your Honor, like, I might have a problem if it's sanctions we don't like against the guy that we might like a little for helping us do X, Y, and Z. Like, bro, are you an idiot? Like, lawyering 101, not smart. Not fucking, like, what are they paying this guy is what I want to know. There's been a couple fumbles here lately that I'm like, what in your attorney brain made you do that? You know? Like, what? Well, if he skips it, there will be. If he skips it, they will issue sanctions. You know? Well, that's the thing, though. If it's your client, if this is a non-party party client. Rosenberg is not Aidan's attorney. The only person who should be objecting to those sanctions are an attorney representing Aidan. If he has no attorney, he can object himself. But like the other attorneys representing other clients, there's no reason for them to be objecting to a sanction on a non-party witness. They're not representing him. That would be on him or his representation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not his attorney. If it was his attorney, that would make sense that he would say, I might object depending on what the sanctions would be. But it's not his attorney. You know what I mean? Like, it's not his attorney. It's not his attorney. So that doesn't make any sense at all. You know what I mean? No, I know you don't. I know you don't. But Rosenberg isn't his attorney. The sanctions have nothing to do with Karen. The reason the judge asked is because it's fucking stupid to, like, what? Like, what? Well, that's the thing, right? And he's not Aidan's attorney. So that's why the judge is like, what? Like, what? That would be up to his attorney. It would be up to Aidan's attorney or himself to say, I don't agree, right? Like, I object. I file this paper and I object to that, you know? Well, that's a part of it, right? That's definitely a part of it. But Rosenberg is essentially tipping off the judge that he, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're tipping off the court that, like, there's something not right there. You know what I mean? Like, that is just fucking stupid. Yeah, they're supposed to pick up. Oh, they can pick up during replays. Okay, so yeah, all right. I don't know. Good question, you know? Good question. Of course he is. He loves to waste people's money, although he does not like when anyone else makes any money at all. You know, that's a problem for him. He can't stand that. Listen, if it weren't for Ashley, I wouldn't have premium. Ashley, I'm on her family plan for premium. So I am very grateful to her for paying for premium so that you guys don't get ads or anything. Otherwise, I'd have ads that you guys would have to see. It's annoying, you know? It's related to your own internet. So people get different ones. So like everyone, when an ad pops up, it's like different for everyone. It's not the same. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, it's a bad look, dude. You don't do that. Rosenberg looks like he communicates via Signal. I wouldn't be surprised if they all use Signal now, you know? Oh my God, my cat watches the birds and the mice. My daughter will put on like mice and birds and my cat will just sit there. It's so cute. You know? Yeah, no, Diller's made a couple fumbles too. And I usually, you know, say like, ooh, ouch, what are you doing? Like, what? No, bro, no. But he is not his attorney. Like, the reason the judge asked is because it's weird for an attorney for someone else who isn't a party, and it's a third party to this suit, who's just a witness, that you would have a problem while you're representing someone else with sanctions on that person. You know what I mean? Like, that's a bad look. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why? Like, it's a bad look. I mean, listen, I think he's still getting advice from his own attorneys on this, but if they're telling him not to show up, that's fucking stupid because you still have to show up. Hello, SMJC. Long time no see. Just kidding. I saw you last night. I saw you last night on Brian's channel. It's nice to see you though. Thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate that very, very much. You know, who knows with Aidan? I think he just calls him names because he's, you know, attorney representing, you know, something against him, you know? Well, that's the other thing. He manufactures dirt. So the sanctions could be anything. It could be money, right? They could say you're going to have to pay time, this amount per hour per all the attorneys. Sanctions could be a lot of money for skipping it. So I would guess, my guess would be, it would be money because most of the time they like to hit people with sanctions that are money related, right? So that you don't do it again, right? So that you don't think you're going to do it again. That would be my guess. But sanctions can really be anything. Like they can pick from a whole bag full of tricks on sanctions. But in this scenario, it's just because he's not showing up for a deposition. He's a third party. He's not the person in this specific suit. They could be a lot of things. That's why I'm not even listing off all the possibilities. But usually it's money. Usually it's fees. It's money. Because ads are according to your internet. That's interesting too. I get different ads on my phone, 2 on my, oh, that's weird. But they're usually at the same time. Interesting. See, I'm learning things. Oh my God, she does, dude. She does. And I have a stool. I have this stool. And sometimes when I'm feeling froggy, I just put this stool like up near the TV and she'll like reach up. She'll reach up. I think she can get the mice. Hey girl. Oh my God, imagine. Listen, my cat does watch TV. We put the mice on. This was when my daughter put the mice on for it. But it could be one of a million different things. Like, hold on, let me see. I'll list off some of them. Let me get the list that I have here. Usually it's money, like, because that's the easiest way, you know? That's the easiest way. They can't dismiss anything or strike. Like, usually it's money. They could hold him in contempt. That's an option too. Without a serious excuse and proof of that excuse, that you have to obey a subpoena, dude. Like, that could be contempt, right? That one of the sanctions can be contempt or money, right? Or they could issue a capias, which is technically like a civil warrant. It's not a criminal warrant. It doesn't carry like jail time or anything like that, like ongoing jail time, but they can give you a civil arrest warrant, which is called the capias. It's like if a third party deponent ignores a motion to compel, right? So if they put the motion to compel in and he still doesn't show up, or they issue a contempt hearing and he still doesn't show up, they can arrest him at his house and then physically bring him into the court. So that would be what a capias is for. Usually the motion to compel happens and then they can hold you in contempt there if you choose to just not show up after that. You know what I mean? So they basically, a motion to compel is basically ordering them to appear, or they're going to be held in contempt anyway. Like, you are going to appear or you're going to be held in contempt of this court. And then from there, they can say the sanctions will be contempt, financial. They can pay for time, reasonable expenses, travel for everyone who had to go there and do this deposition and you didn't show up, the wasted hours you wasted of everyone's, and it's a lot for this because there are a multitude of attorneys, right? It's not just one side. There are a bunch of sides. So like, there's a bunch of attorneys. Like, you would have to pay the cost of that, right? Like the money, right? So realistically, they could order him to pay the attorney's fees incurred by the parties due to his not showing up again to the deposition. It covers the cost of like the court reporter, the empty room they use, the attorney's hours wasted. Habeas tortoise, imagine. OMG. I can't. I literally, it's wild to me. It's wild. All right. So, I mean, those are the options, right? The motion to compel is basically saying to him, you show up or we're going to hold you in contempt if you don't show up. That's okay. You know what? I was late to my own stream, so it happens, It happens. Oh my God, Nightbot. They're not spamming. Why are you using emojis like people are spamming? We like emojis, Nightbot. Go away. Shut up. All right, I apologize for Nightbot. It's its first day today, and it hasn't quite figured out that we like emojis and that it's not spam, so it kind of automatically does that. So you can just ignore it if it tells you you're spamming. Just ignore it. Don't worry. I'm gonna have to like tweak it a little, No worries. I'm not gonna it's not going to take long. Well, he has to plead the fifth to all the questions. He's got to plead the fifth to all of them. Like, I'm pleading the fifth to this question. I'm pleading the fifth to this question. Like, they could make him plead the fifth to all of the questions, all of them. My cat has a short playlist. It's just the birds and the mice. Yes, definitely stay. It's hot, so stay cool with the drinks. Oh my God, that's amazing. You put a tablet for the cats to watch cat TV. I heard about cat TV. I haven't, but that's the thing. Thankfully, mine's mounted on the wall, so she jumps up, but she can't knock it over because it's mounted. Thank God. But yes, if I didn't have it mounted, I bet my cat would knock it over trying to catch mice. I'm not kidding. She probably would. I mean, I think he's being defiant and oppositional because the court, like they're saying, his attorneys are saying, well, you have a criminal case coming. You have the right to plead the fifth. No, I did not get a new microphone. You have the right to plead the fifth. Okay, cool. He does have the right to plead the fifth, but he still has to show up to the deposition and plead the fifth. He still has to do that. You know what I mean? Still has to do that. So you can't just skip the depositions. Like, that's not how that shit works, So, I mean, oh my God. I saw one of those yesterday. It's like a bird feeder that goes on the outside of a window. So the cat thinks they're like, when the birds come into the bird feeder, the cats think that they could like get the bird. I watched a video like that yesterday and it was hilarious. This is the new thing. It's going to be called a habeas tortoise. So when they do put a capias out for him, so we get capias tortoise. If they put a capias out for him, he better show up. It's the bottom line. He's going to have to show up. Bring us the sewer turtle. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what could happen. She had to pay more than $160,000 for dodging a deposition and not showing up. That's exactly what could happen. Girl, I'm hungry too. I feel you. My little just said, Mommy, can you? She ate all the soup and she still got the hacky cough. So she's like, can you order me more chicken noodle soup? Because of course, as you guys know, I don't drive, so everything has to be delivered. So I had to order her a bunch of cans of chicken noodle soup just now. It's not a good look. No. That's okay. That's okay. I saw you on the YouTubes yesterday on Brian's show. There's a method to my madness. There's a method to all of our madnesses. He's not a party, so a judge can't make Karen default or anything. No, Aidan's not. No, it has nothing to do with her. It has to do with him. TV will get a lawyer last minute and have the lawyer ask for another extension. The judge is not going to do it because they were just signed. Yeah, but he's been representing himself the whole time. So the judge is not. I promise. Somebody else said on X this morning, and I saw this, and they were like, the judge is going to give him a 4-month extension until after his criminal hearing for his deposition. Fun fact. No, he's not. No, he's not. The judge is not giving him a 4-month fucking extension. This is on a fast track. It's not happening. Not happening. TB not doing a depo when he plans on taking the fifth is just a control issue. Well, everything's a control issue with him. We know how that works, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it's closer to my mouth. I don't know. I turned it up a little. I don't know. I do need a new microphone, though, to be fair. I want an old-fashioned glass TV for my cats. LOL, that way I don't have to worry about the screen getting ruined. Thankfully, she can only reach her paws up to, like, the bottom of it, so she can't scratch it or anything. But if it was lower, she probably would. They low-key told me I was just crazy. Look who my mom is. Hey! Diller could have just filled and not, well, he could have filled it out, yeah, and not waiting until his hearing to tell the world. I agree, but the judge sets these hearings, though, to ask about which ones have happened and which ones haven't. That was his whole point. The judge's whole point of these meetings were so the attorneys could tell him publicly which depositions they still have, how many they still have, how many they've done, how many are outstanding, how many are they having a problem with anybody canceling or not showing up, so on and so forth. That's literally what this scheduled hearing was for, though. So where I think what Diller was looking for really was just to get the courts or judges like permission to like, we're going to file the motion, but is there going to be like a problem with people objecting? And then we're going to have to prepare, another one in response. Like, I think that's really what he was just looking for. Even if he pleads the fifth, Diller wants that on record. And that's exactly right. So they need it on record. He can't just be like, I'm not showing up because I plead the fifth. Okay, cool. That's publicly. He can say whatever he wants publicly, but he's not under oath, right? He can lie to his viewers until the cows come home. But when you're under oath and you lie, there can be consequences for that, right? So They need to get him on record pleading the fifth, not just, I'm going to plead the fifth. There's no reason to show up to a depot. You have to plead the fifth on the record, dude. Like that's, and the judge is not going to let him get out of doing that. I think he's trying to avoid pleading the fifth on the record again, so he can try to do what he did last time. People still argue to this day that like maybe he didn't plead the fifth the last time because his attorney said he was going to plead the fifth. No, he did in fact plead the fifth. The judge gave him the option of not doing it on camera. So what happened was they took a break. His lawyer got up there, and because the prosecution was like, well, if he's going to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, we would like him to actually invoke it, please. And so, of course, Brado was like, we don't want to do that on camera. That's horrible, blah, 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 you know, bitch wine, bitch wine. But the court was like, okay, basically we won't do it on camera, but you and your attorney got to come up here. And, you know, so that he did in fact invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. Just because he didn't do it on camera in front of everybody, he absolutely did. And I think that was on purpose so that later on he could play the sort of anybody who wasn't in the room, he could play the, well, I didn't actually plead the fifth. I just said it was gonna, right? Like he pled the fucking fifth, bro. And I think he's trying that same sort of like, oh, well, I mean, I just said it was gonna, didn't mean it was really gonna. They just fell for it, you know, game of trying to get out of saying he pled the fifth because he knows how bad that looks publicly to people. You know, the court can't make an assumption criminally when someone pleads the fifth, but we can as the public, right? And so, you know, he's very calculated. You know, it can be used by a jury in a civil trial. Invoking your Fifth Amendment in a civil trial can mean that a court or a jury can take a negative inference from you pleading the fifth. They're not allowed to do that in a criminal trial, but in a civil trial, they are in fact allowed to take a negative inference from the fact that you pled the fifth, right? And they need that on record. He's going to have to do it. Don't pick his turtle up because it'll pee on you. It will pee on you. It tries to, I've seen it almost pee on poor Leah when she picks them up out of the road. We're going to run it back so you guys can hear it. And yeah, putting it on record is what attorneys do. You know, I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. It's fine right now, but I think it's also because it's very close to my face right now. My granddaughter has 3 pet turtles. They called Mo, Larry, and Curly. That is so cute. I can't. Nightbot, chill out, man. No warnings here. Go away, Night. I'm just gonna delete when it does that. Like, I happen to like emojis. Every time someone uses emoji, the Nightbot's like, it's spamming. It's not spamming, Nightbot. Knock it off. I didn't ask you to do that. I would ask TB 5,000 questions just to waste his time. So would I. I would ask him, how's the weather? I invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege under the United States Constitution. What's your middle name? I would just ask him a bunch of questions just to waste his time and I'm just repeat that over and over and over and over. So that's the thing. I think anybody with a brain cell knows that he's not going to have the self-discipline to invoke the fifth on every question without at some point fucking snapping. Right? Chill out, Nightbot. Jesus. But I think an attorney can still file the motion. He can, but I think he was sort of looking for guidance from the court. You know what I mean? Whether if he filed it, is he going to have to also prepare like a response to anybody saying no, you know, objecting, you know? All right, so here we go. We're going to back it up a little here. The problem is I can't exactly play. I got to listen to be
Prepared today, so it hasn't been sent out.
Okay, so back it up some more,
For us to start engaging and being and start pushing the parties to turn over the discovery if we're adding 10 new parties. Then when
I'll just play it from here. I think this is before it, but I'm still listening to figure out.
that came off the
That'd be
table,
interesting.
those other parties were added to separate lawsuits. We then started to receive discovery, but we had difficulty accessing that discovery. So I do appreciate the amount of time that this case has been pending, but to suggest that we were in the driver's seat since last July,
Nightbot,
that's
shut
not
up.
the case. We've been trying to catch up and get access to all the materials, and they were significant. In fact, I can also share with you, Your Honor, that the bars didn't have access to their own videos during until we were able to get them through this discovery practice. And so there, in deference to the bars, it wasn't fair for us to force them into discovery when they didn't have access as well to all of the materials that had been outstanding because of the criminal case and were not being disclosed. So I do appreciate Attorney Rosenberg's position and understand that the Reed team feels as if they could be super diligent because they've had this case for 4 years. We've only had it in earnest since the end of 2025 into the beginning of 2026 with regard to access to all the data that needs to be digested and organize experts for.
Your Honor, I missed Attorney Diller, I think, disagrees with me, but I still don't feel the need to go back and forth when there's no motion before you unless you want me to address anything.
I'm all set.
Okay.
Attorney Diller, when are you going to file the motion relative to the witness that didn't show up?
It'll be done today, Your Honor. In full transparency, that witness has disclosed that he is willing to show up, but I will tell you I would prefer to have an order of the court so that if it's skipped again, that there is something that puts him, forces him to actually go forward with the deposition. So
You say it's going to be prepared today, so it hasn't been sent out?
It hasn't been served 9A.
Do any of the other parties object to the motion?
Well, I don't know what the motion's going to say, Your Honor. I'm happy to.
The motion is probably going to seek compelling the witness to appear. Anyone object to that?
If that's the entirety of the motion, then no.
Your Honor, on behalf of
Let's say the
Waterfall, we would not object.
On behalf of CF McCarthy's, we would not object either, Your Honor.
All right. So let's assume the motion also seeks sanctions. Are any of the other parties going to object to that?
I would say it depends what the sanctions are, there's a possibility we might not take a position on it. I can't really answer that without knowing what they're asking for.
Why would you possibly oppose a request to sanction a non-party that you have nothing to do with?
Well, I didn't say that I necessarily would, Your Honor. I said I don't know what the sanctions that they are seeking are. And so sanctions can obviously be a lot of things. And there may be an argument that the sanctions that are sought are not appropriate. I don't know. In a vacuum, I can't tell you that, yes, I would agree to whatever sanctions they ask for.
Okay, so everyone agrees that
The judge is like, what?
a witness that didn't appear, it would be appropriate for an order to issue compelling that witness to appear. Is that correct?
Correct.
Attorney Diller, did you agree with that?
yes, Your Honor.
Rosenberg, do you?
Yes.
Okay. You're having a little screen problem here, so I lost it. Here we go. Attorney Holstad, do you agree to that?
I do, Your Honor.
Attorney Daly, do you agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how about I issue an order compelling the witness to appear? When do the parties want the witness to appear for deposition?
It's Mr. Diller's witness, so.
He's currently under subpoena for a rescheduled deposition to occur on the 17th. I will share with you that he has reached out and say that he's not available on the 17th and has given other dates. The only dates that
Tell you what, Attorney Diller, you can file your motion to compel the witness to appear outside of 9A, given that all of the parties don't object to that.
Okay.
You can serve your motion for sanctions or whatever else you're looking for under 9A, and we'll wait to hear Attorney Rosenberg's perspective on potential sanctions. So file your motion today
I will, Your
relative
Honor.
to telling the witness.
And
Right.
as it relates to discovery, taking the deposition, if it has to occur outside of the discovery deadline, given our current situation, I just want to make sure that nobody's going to
It's a
object
rule.
to that.
From Ms. Reed's
But
standpoint.
yeah, we don't need to do that here.
Okay.
I'll tell you, the court's never going to object to attorneys working together to get things done that are supposed to be done.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Sure. Bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So yeah, the judge is like, what? Well, that was the judge's point. The judge was like, why would you have any reason to oppose sanctions for a client that is third party that you allegedly have nothing to do with in any of this? Like, why? And that was the judge's point. Why would you oppose any sanctions? And that's when Rosenberg's like, well, I might not. I might take no position, but I mean, I might. And then the judge is like, but why would you oppose any sanctions on him at all of any kind? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, they wouldn't have anything to do with your client. So why the fuck would you oppose them? And that was the judge's point, right? Like, judge is like, what? Like, huh? Like, not understanding exactly. Looks like the judge wants to sanction him. That's what it looks like. Sanction could be, as I said earlier, quite a few different things. I mean, 9A, to answer Casey's question, is part of the skipping a deposition subpoena, and it includes contempt of court, monetary fines, being ordered to pay all their expenses related, and court reporter fees. So, I mean, Superior Court Rule 9A, it doesn't regulate like scheduling or timing or execution of a deposition. Instead, what it does is it mandates the procedure for filing any motion related to a deposition, such as like a motion to compel, right? Or a motion for a protective order, right? So that's essentially what 9A is. It just mandates this very strict procedure that there is for filing a motion related to a deposition. So why does it seem like Dilla's brain is neutral when he's asked a question? I don't know. I sometimes am like, is he looking at another screen or like reading other things? Like, because sometimes, but also then I start to remember that on my Zoom, there's like a 10-second delay from when the person talks to the time that I actually hear it on Zoom. So it could be just that, like, even though we're hearing it right away, like the person on Zoom doesn't always, and sometimes there's like a delay from the time that they say it to the time we hear it, and so then you might get a delay for the response, you know. Yeah, there's a delay in Atlantic County, but I isn't that the 17th? But that's via Zoom, I believe now, which makes no sense to me because they wanted him in person for a reason. So I'm confused as to why they would agree to any sort of Zoom. I'm wondering if that will change. But I often wonder, is he reading something else? Is he looking at other things? Like, what is Diller's deal with that? Because it does take him quite a minute to like, I think I fixed the Nightbot issue. Looks like it was enabled to like, time out users or spamming excessive symbols or emojis or caps. So I disabled them because I don't want it timing anyone out for any reason whatsoever. So I shut them off. So I think I fixed that part of Nightbot. Okay, Nightbot's still learning, guys. Okay, still learning. Yeah, it could be a lag, but I don't know. I can't answer that. I'm not quite sure, folks. I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Casey, for your 200 joules. Jammin'. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. If you'd like to support the channel, the Nightbot will tell you periodically how to do so. I have not yet to do that today. I wanted to get right into the hearing here, but If you do want to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. We have super chats and we have memberships and we have jewels. We have more direct options for a small channel like mine, which we very well appreciate. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, and we have our Justice Chat link, which is pinned to the top of the chat right now and in the description of the video here. And you can support with credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay on the Justice Chat link, or any of the other options that we have. And you were timed out? No, I don't think you were timed out because I wouldn't be able to see you if you were timed out. I think they give a warning first before it times anybody out, but I don't think it got to time anybody out before I was able to fix it. If it did, you guys just tell me because we can't be having all that. Just give me just a little break today, guys. Nightbot's learning. It's my first time using Nightbot, all right? It is yeah, it's going to be a long one. But you were timed out? Fucking Nightbot, dude. I apologize if you were timed out. Fucking Nightbot. Goddamn thing. You have to add it as like a managing moderator for it to do what you want it to do. But right? Nightbot needs the Xanax instead. Nightbot, get your Xanax. Okay. Cut the shit. Cut the actual shit. So, fun fact. This is going to be interesting. Now my whiteboard is like almost empty here. What they said too was that they scheduled his next depot here for the 17th. So Sewer Turtle's next depot was supposed to be August 17th, but he is saying he's unavailable. He keeps saying that, but then he keeps telling everyone like publicly, well, I'm available for any day besides Monday or any day besides this day. But then when they give him a date, he's like, no, can't do that date. You know what I mean? And so the judge like, just file your motion. So what I am guessing is going to happen is the judge is going to file that fucking motion and basically tell him screw. Like, I don't care if you can't make it. You better figure it the fuck out on how you're going to make it. You know what I mean? Sorry, not sorry. The 17th is now the date of my sister's surgery. So if hopefully they don't schedule any court hearings for that date, because I will not be here and I want you guys to have someone to cover this shit. And of course I won't be here, so I can't quite cover anything on that day. So I'm hoping that they don't schedule anything for that day other than like his deposition. We won't hear about that anyway. Yeah, right. Nightbot must have joined the cult for a minute and came back. I fixed it. I deprogrammed the Nightbot. Okay. Fucking Nightbot. We can't be doing all that. I apologize, Peggy. If any of y'all got timed out because Nightbot was just being a little jerk, I figured out how to shut off the thing for like emojis. Like, we can't be doing that. Like, no, we can't be doing all that. It joined the cult for a second, and then it was like, nope, I don't like this. I don't want it. I can't. I don't want to. All right. So yesterday, Space Coast was so kind as to send me the link. Aidan did a stream. He did with someone else, and the guy named it, he'll be still killing flies on the 17th. Probably. It wouldn't shock me if he did. It wouldn't shock me, not one bit, not even a little. So he did like a podcast of some sort with some guy. I don't know why this guy platformed him. I have no idea why, but there was a lot of lying on Aidan's behalf. He seems to forget, like, listen, I want everyone to know, like, when you platform this man, if you platform him and you don't realize at that point that he's going to make you look like an epic fucking fool, like, I don't know what to tell you at that point, right? Because he's going to lie. And then later on, when all the evidence comes out, you platformed him. He sat there and lied on your stream or your channel or your podcast. And people are going to be like, why'd you platform him? Like, he was a proven pathological liar. Like, I'm just saying, you know, if you platform him, it's at some point, it's going to be proven that he fucking lied. Okay. So I don't understand why anyone at this point platforms him, knowing that they're going to look like idiots after doing it. You know, I don't get it. I get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. I just don't understand. My Nightbot gate, right? Nightbot actually does do things when you tell it to. I think it's supposed to be like, well, at least it's supposed to. So if you ask so if somebody asks what the donation options for the channel are, you're supposed to be like, you have to use like exclamation point and then write donate in the chat. Let's see if it works. And then Nightbot's supposed to give the options. I don't know if it'll actually work, but that's what it tells me. Oh, it does. Okay. Well, that's the only thing it's supposed to like actually respond to. So everything else it's not supposed to respond to. Well, I think someone can infer that, but the problem with that is at least from the sources I have, she still won't take calls or anything from him. So weird. Hello, darling. Hello. It's nice to see you. Oh God. I don't usually we get them in like the end of August. They start coming around. I have been bit more than once and it's not fun. Okay. Aidan's apparently allowed to change his mind and nobody else is. I have to show you guys this fun Twitter post here. And then I'm going to show you the lies that he told on that stream, which were a lot. There was a lot of lies. There was a lot of diabetes. He was lying all over the place. It was a lot. Yeah, I mean, that was weird to me. I don't necessarily think that maybe the attorneys probably talk, right? And that's the difference, right? Is that the attorneys talk, I think. I don't think the two people talk, but it seems like the attorneys must be, because why the fuck Rosenberg would have any problem with sanctions on Aidan is weird as hell. Even the judge found that weird. Oh, give her a hug. If you're in Salem today, just give a hug. TB use toilet brush. Right? I have a fake scheduled golf tournament, sir. That's supposed to be in September. That nobody wants tickets to. I'm gonna need you to not give me a depo that day, Your Honor. Your Hunter, please, your Hunter. All right, we have to play the Twitter Tales bumper, because if I don't, Freeze might fire shots at me and be upset.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
We call those shenanies here, Peggy. We call them shenanies on my channel. They're not shenanigans anymore. They're just shenanies. Salem, New Hampshire, or Salem, Massachusetts? Because there's two Salem. Well, there's probably more than two, but two in this area. You never know, right? He is saying he is not his attorney. Doesn't mean he's not helping him. That's true, but you shouldn't be representing another client or helping them if you're not representing them. It's unethical. You have to represent your client's best interest, not someone else's best interest. So that would be like an unethical problem. I bet he had to put a deposit down to hold in case. Well, they said, I think someone said it had to be 100. It had to be 100 golfers or he had to pay the difference. So, he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that. You will freeze me. God damn it. Don't freeze me. We've had enough buffering today. We're going to, like Grave said, you're going to have to start calling me Buffy if it doesn't stop, I love that area though. I've been fun fact, my dad grew up in Beverly, which is right next to Salem. So I spent a lot of time at like Salem Willows when I was a kid, in areas like that. So spent a lot of time there. And as an adult, I haven't spent as much time as I would like out there, because I actually would like to just go up there one day and just have like a day of it and go into little shops. And I think that would be so fun. We're going to have to plan that, girl. Next time you go, can I just come with you and we can just make a day of it after you're done? That'd be so fun. Well, it's not just so obviously you can't just believe her if she says she doesn't talk to him, but I would think that it wouldn't be in her best interest to have any conversation with him. Ooh, I love going in October. It's like the best time anyway, around Halloween, to go down there. I did it one time, but I was heavily pregnant. I did not enjoy walking around because I was heavily pregnant with my middle daughter. And so I did not get to enjoy, and a lot of the stores close early. They close at like 5 or 6. And so if you get out there like nighttime 7, a lot of them are closed. So it's kind of like you missed out, in this case, as well as her saying she had John, I do. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it wouldn't be in her best interest to. So I don't believe anyone when I say this shit, but like, you got to think about, is it in her best interest to have any conversation with him privately? No, it's not. You know what I mean? It definitely is the time to go, for sure. Right. Leave it to the attorneys is what's smart. Not that he's a smart one, you know? He will record everyone and anyone. I don't know why Nurse Kim would ever have any phone conversation with him. She could probably bet that would be recorded. So Mike yesterday put out this tweet, well, about 15 hours ago. So he said he's allowed to change his mind, but nobody else is. So what did Brian ever do to Aidan but raise money for his defense fund? And if you guys were here yesterday, Brian popped in and I had a great conversation. I love having Brian on when he just wants to pop on. Because it's great to always have like these conversations. And that was one of my points, which was, what? I want my donut cone. All right. Hashtag, I still want my donut cone. Those were in the rent them outlets. And they were like, no, we just don't have any left. And I'm like, I want my damn donut cone. All right. It looked delicious. And I'm never going to forget about my goddamn hashtag donut cone. Okay. Hashtag donut cone. It's now on my bucket list of things I want. Well, I mean, we've seen the messages, right? So we know that there was some conspirating there going on regarding like people's, addresses and all that shit. And oh, you should do this and you should write this. Like all of that exists because I have his phone extraction. So I've seen it all, right? So I can confirm that exists, right? I feel like if she had nothing, see, that's the thing, right? Most people are like, well, she didn't press charges on him for wiretapping. Why? Well, you got to ask yourself, why wouldn't you? Right? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you press charges on someone for wiretapping if, in fact, there's really nothing to hide? Well, because A, you don't want that played in court. You don't want public record of it, right? And I can tell you, neither one of them want a public record of that fucking phone call, all right? Neither one of them want that shit. And so, you got to ask yourself, why wouldn't she file on him, right? Like, why wouldn't you file for wiretapping against him? Put him in jail where he belongs so we can stop doing it to everyone else. I also like Brian. Well, that's the thing, though. You can't represent someone. Even, like, you can't give that. You cannot do that's so unethical. So it's like, if they catch that, right? If that happens, then you're in big, big trouble. You know what I mean? Big, big trouble. Like big, 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 big trouble. You cannot do that, especially if your clients have sort of like two different things, right? So one's formally paying you, one's not. Like, you have to do what's right for that client, the one that's paying you, not the one that you're on the side, like, oh, hey, right? He said he talks to his attorneys about things that they don't represent him in. But the problem with that is, like, if they represent you, like on record, you have to tell the court if someone's representing you or not. If they're not, you have to represent yourself, right? Like, you have to do all the things that an attorney is supposed to do, right? Like, oh my God, imagine if they posted the extractions of his other phones. Holy shit. What we already saw in the first one. Imagine what's in the second and the third, Well, that's what you got to ask yourself. Why didn't she? Why didn't she? Why didn't she? Because it wouldn't benefit her any. It would be a detriment. That's why. Perhaps he ran a poll and his fans requested that they be thrown off the island. You are dismissed from the island. He tipped off the court that they are working with. Well, he was dumb enough to be like, well, I might object to sanctions. That's weird. You just basically told the judge that, like, you're somehow have some sort of interest in what happens to him, right? It's suspicious. Like, and you're an idiot for saying that in front of a judge. Lawyering 101, bro. Right. It should at least raise questions in everyone's mind about why, right? That's why anytime he mentions me, he wants people to think I committed. I nearly gasped you weren't here, I don't think, that day when I played the clip, and I skipped. When I heard him say, well, she committed millions in fraud, I had to pause it right there and be like, I'm sorry, what? Millions? Like, I'm sorry, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, A, the charges were ultimately dismissed. B, you were paid $5,000 to write this fucking hit piece on someone. C, the court did investigations and investigated things, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about millions? There wasn't even millions of dollars involved in this case. What the hell are you even talking about, bro? Like,
He just talks out his ass and people believe him. So I got to that point and I was like, no, I'm skipping the rest of this because he's just sitting there shitting on Kylie for no reason whatsoever, right? Because he can't tell the truth about anything. Notice he didn't tell them that your cases were dismissed after 6 years. Notice he didn't, all he said was that you're suing him for defamation. That's it. That was the only thing he could say in that. And then he said, and I love this one, and it's not going to go well for her. And I nearly peed myself because that's how hard I wanted to fucking laugh. Like, sir, who's it not going good for? Question. Like, all of those things are false, right? There was no fraud. Like, and the lawsuit will fail is what he said. That was like, none of those things are true. None of them. Like, why lie, bro, when it's easily checked against real information to prove that that's a lie? Like, you know what I mean? It's weird. You know, weird. The judge picked up he's not liking TV. Well, I guess not, right? Yeah, no, it's from today. The hearing is from today. August 17th is the day that he's supposed to be doing the next depot. And he says he's not available for it. But it is from today. Not that it means much, but I question why Kearney just left OJO. The women around here would have went inside the house and bitched him out. Oh, I would have went in. You know, I'm from here. I'm from Massachusetts. Like, listen, I'd been knocking on the door. I'd have went in the house. I'd have been like, hey, get your fucking ass out of here, or these people are going to drive you home because I'm not fucking dealing with this, right? So in fact, y'all didn't go in the house. I'd be at the door. Like, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going the fuck home. I'm tired, or I don't feel good, or I just am not into this anymore. Like, I'm just going to go home. Does someone else want to give you a ride? Like, or you want to come with me? Like, what do you want to do? Right? Like, or if you didn't come out, like, I'm blowing up your phone and then I'm coming to the door. Right? Or I'm texting Higgins. Like, I'm doing something. I'm just not leaving. That's not, and no, not around here. Not around here. Oh my God. I heard the story about the Bitcoin thief. Oh God, imagine. Imagine. He got caught after the text of him planning to cover his tracks leaked. Imagine. There was another guy that just got like drained of all his Bitcoin recently, which I was like, wow, how the fuck? That's, you know, it was due to Bitcoin had like a failure basically in their code from like 2022 or 2021 or something like that. And someone was able to get into there and like get people's keys without the keys ever being public or in the same place or connected to online or any of that shit. You know, thank God I don't have Bitcoin, I guess. So this was Aidan's post, right? He said, I have nothing but love for LTL and Jess Machado. Okay. They've both done a lot for me. Jessica was the only media member reporting the truth about Lindsay Yutani and was the only reporter in the courtroom for my trial, live tweeting what was happening. She gave up her seat in court for me during closing arguments, which was a selfless act I will never forget. Brian has raised thousands of dollars for my legal defense fund and has always had my back. He helped my channel keep going while I was in jail. With that said, they're allowed to criticize each other openly. It's not a big deal. The end. Oh, you mean was this from today? No, this is not from today. I didn't look at the date on this. I thought you meant the hearing. The hearing was from today. This is not from today. This is a past post that Aidan made, right? Probably last year, I believe. And so Mike's point is, this is what he thought a year ago, right? And now he says BLT sucks and Ethel sucks, right? So he's allowed to change his mind on anyone, anything, anywhere. But if Mike or Brian or anyone else changes their mind on Aidan, like Jen, right? Then it's turtle derangement syndrome and everyone's crazy except the turtle. Price check on prune juice, Bob. Price check on prune juice. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about, bro? What are you actually saying? And here's a clip. I didn't see it. Brian just says facts, so I want to know what it says. So
because now I'm looking at this live and I'm like, all right, but if it was some key shit, you wouldn't have changed your voice, changed the way you talk. 1 minute saying this, 1 minute saying that, talking shit about Nan. That's a conflict of interest, my dude. You're talking shit about people I like, man. I don't think it's right to call a woman Nan. I don't even know what that fucking means, Naniel, to be honest with you, but I'm sure it means something bad. And Mikey Crawford, what the fuck did he do to you, bro? Like, what did he rat you out, bro? Does he got Higgins at your front door? Did he write a fucking report to Telly? Did Mikey Crawford do that? Really? What did he fucking do? And LTL, what did he do? I'm not simping for these guys. What the fuck did he do? Gave you a YouTube thing? The fuck did they really do, bro?
Nothing.
You're picking beefs with people that you shouldn't even pick beefs with, bro. Like, they didn't do nothing to you, man. Like,
I didn't do anything to him either, right? Like, and oftentimes they forget that before he started attacking people in his like free Karen Reed circle, he was attacking people in the circle that existed before that, right? Which included me and a bunch of other people, right? Like, this is the newer sort of group. Like, back when I first started covering this case, it was me, Mike, Brian, the Turtle. There were only a few of us, right? There was just very few of us, right? Me being one of the only women, guess who was obviously attacked first? And because I didn't lie for him and he couldn't tell his audience that he was no longer a married family man, which is what he was trying to project onto his audience. I'm just a married family guy, right? He had to come up with a reason on why I'm the devil and why I'm bad, right? And so that's what he did. And I was one of the first people that he attacked in that way for no reason. I didn't do anything to him, right? I didn't do anything to him. I was not an asshole to him of any kind. I didn't do a goddamn thing to him. I answered a question and didn't know I was supposed to lie, by the way. Didn't get the memo. Even if I had gotten a memo that was like, hey, can you lie for me? I'd be like, yeah, no, that's a you problem, not a me problem, right? I'm not taking that burden onto my back and my credibility. Like, that's the hit I would have to take. And this is what these people don't understand. When Nurse Kim lied for him, when Will lied for him, like, it's always going to blow up, dude. That's your credibility that you just took a hit. He doesn't give a fuck about your credibility, right? Now your audience knows you're willing to fucking lie. If you're afraid, like, bro, no, thank you. So I answered a question. I didn't fucking lie. And therefore I'm public enemy number one. Here's an idea. He never comes to the conclusion that his actions are the ones that led to the consequences, right? If you weren't cheating on your wife with 3 other women, there would be no question to answer, right? Like, there would be nobody to lie for you because nobody would have to lie for you if you weren't doing dumb fucking shit. It is your action that caused it. It's not everyone else's fault, right? And so it's like, why is it everyone else's fault when he attacks? It's never, you know, it's wild. You know what I mean? Like, it's wild to me. Ask him, BB, ask him. When you ask him why he doesn't answer my phone calls, why he doesn't want to answer questions, why he doesn't want to talk about his case. I mean, I want to talk about your case, Aidan. I got questions. You won't answer my phone calls. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems kind of suspect. You want everyone to talk about your case. You want everyone to do this. You want everyone to do that. But the problem with that is you won't even answer a phone call from me with a number that's not blocked. You know, it's me. My name pops up. My number pops up. We didn't block it. You don't want to answer no questions. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk to anybody that you can't gaslight and lie to. That's your fucking problem. And he knows that he can't gaslight and lie to me. You know, that's his thing. Gaslighting and lying. Hi, Holly. So if he can't gaslight and lie to you, he doesn't want to talk to you, right? And so I get JFK's point. I think this was from last night because I think JFK said he was going to, Brian said that he was going to talk about the whole thing where Aidan's like, oh, let's have JFK on, or I'll go on his show, and I think we can work together, and, you know, like, I won't trust him, but, like, we need to be a united front. Basically, he just wants a bunch of people talking about his case and saying he's innocent and claiming it's about the First Amendment when it's not, right? He's desperate at this point. Why the fuck would anyone help him at this point? I don't know. You'd have to be really fucking stupid. Not only that, but, like, how long ago did I say, like, James Jackson, for the love of God, stop fucking texting that man, bro. Stop texting him. He tried to pin your ex-girlfriend's death on you, knowing she died of her, like, natural, like, are we for real right now? What in your brain would make you go, oh, let's try to make nicey nice with a turtle. Let's throw text messages back and forth and talk to him. Like, at what point did your brain not go, wait a second, any text I send him might eventually be public? Like, what? Come on, man. Me too. He won't talk. He will not talk. He's a big scared baby, you know? Did you answer the question live or privately? What do you mean? I called him right here, live. Twice one day, one time another day. We left messages, you know? He said John Camo was a bitch for not answering his phone calls or returning them. I'm just pointing out the obvious here that if you can't even answer my calls, little old me, scary ass me, apparently I'm just a girl, so I must be super scary. I don't know. So if John Camo is a bitch for not answering you, are you not a bitch for not answering me? I'm just asking for a friend here. I'm just asking, you know, I don't get it.
Okay, but that's the other thing. They're completely separate, and I don't really understand why JFK says that, because those two things do not intermingle, nor do they have anything to do with each other. Also, I'm going to point out that if Karen Reed is found innocent, that my charges will disappear and I'm innocent too, was one of Aidan's brainwashing mantras from day one after he was charged. So if people are still repeating his brainwashing mantras, like, to me, that says that you haven't even been fully, like, decompressed from the brainwashing that happens, okay? Because Karen Reed's case and Aidan's case have nothing to do with one another, right? Her being found not guilty on these things, and mind you, she was found guilty of drinking and driving in the same case, so has nothing to do with his cases. Nothing. Whether or not she's not guilty does not make those people not witnesses, right? They're still witnesses until the end of time, right? They will always be witnesses. They're always protected on the law because they were witnesses in the case, okay? Even potential witnesses are protected under the law, okay? Potential witnesses, so that people don't harass or intimidate or try to kill, right? Witnesses. He chose to go above and beyond what you're allowed to do, especially when it comes to witnesses, regardless of whatever outcome Karen had, even if she was found guilty. It has nothing to do with whether Aidan committed witness intimidation or not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the wild, like, you're so right, Space Ghost. It has nothing to do with one another. Me and you have talked about this because it has nothing. That was one of Aidan's oldest mantras that he used to repeat to his audience. Well, if she was found innocent, he used to say that his charges would just disappear. They would just go away. And I kept telling people, like, that's not the way it works. And people are like, well, if she's found not guilty, then they're not witnesses. No, yeah, they're still witnesses. I don't know who the fuck told you that, but they're absolutely still witnesses, even if she's found not guilty. And he still committed witness intimidation, whether or not she was found not guilty. So, like, what are we doing? Like, you know, like, what the fuck are we doing here? Apparently, he has me blocked because I did not see him in Brian's chat, which is really sad because I've made no interaction really with him. I've been, like, in a couple of live streams where I've been nothing but polite and kind until someone comes at me sideways, and then I'm like, whoa, dude, calm down. Like, I'm not here to start a fucking problem. I'm here to watch just like everyone else. Like, and so the fact that he has me personally blocked is weird as fuck to me. And really what it says is, like, are you taking like recommendations from Aidan to actually block me so I can't even see you, like, in other chats? That's weird. That's weird, bro. That's weird. Because I've never had interactions that were bad there. So I don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's another thing that makes me go, huh? Like, what? You know what I mean? They're completely separate things. You know what I mean? That's right. Then why separate from James Jackson? If James Jackson asked to collab with TV, then you did too. How is that any different? Right? The reasoning just doesn't work there. You know? Well, you want to know why? I think, you know, Mike just doesn't give a shit anymore. Neither does Brian. They just don't care, like, what the trolls have to say. You know what I mean? It's absolutely a false equivalence, and I'm not going to entertain that bullshit either because it's simply false, right? I'm not going to feed my audience something that's false because I think it goes with my narrative. It's just false. Those two things have nothing to do with one another. His cases have nothing to do with the First Amendment. I really wish people would stop fucking saying that. It's not a thing. Neither would I. How could anybody forgive him? Never mind give him the time of day in text messages where you know eventually that shit's going to become public. Like, come on. Space was pointing out the absurdity of the statement because it is absurd. We've talked about it before. Maybe it is some grab to get the Turtle Riders. You know, it's the only thing that makes sense to me, really. It's like maybe a grab to get some of the Turtle Riders to come back and do super chat. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. His pupils still have a missing poster. Aidan, has anybody seen Aidan's pupils? Please make a report to our missing poster. You know, we have his missing pupils have a whole poster because we can't find them. They haven't been seen since, like, probably before 2023, but our records only go back to 2023. So, you know, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen the pupils since 2023. They are in fact missing. You know, they're gonzo. Can't find them. They're gone. You know, vanished without a trace. Deep in there. You see, they're gone. It's an unprecedented loss of sight. All right. This is a critical emergency. They're missing. His pupils are missing. Gotta find those things, dude. Probably ran away from his face. They were like, we're tired of this shit. We're outie, bro. We are outie. When I was new to the case, it always gave me pause that the true crime community didn't want to touch the case. They cover cases all the time. They saw the red flags. A lot of people saw the red flags because they were like, no, thank you. Everyone has the right to believe what they believe, but that concept just doesn't make sense to me. Well, it doesn't, and that's right. So it's like, you can't, first of all, never putting two cases together like that. Number one, common sense and say, like, that's not how that works, right? Like, if I'm found innocent on my case, does it mean that person B is going to be found innocent on their case? No. If Karen's found innocent on her case, does that mean that Aidan didn't intimidate witnesses? No. Their reasoning behind that is because if she's found innocent, then they're not witnesses. Yeah, see, the problem with that is they are witnesses, and they will always be witnesses. Even potential witnesses under the law are covered. Okay? So, no. Like, that's not only is that, but again, 5 seconds, and I mean 5 seconds of research would have told you that. And either you know it already and you're just ignoring it, or I don't know. Like, for me, it was more of a red flag that I couldn't see JFK in Brian's chat. Like, why do you have me blocked, bro? That's weird. I've never had an interaction with you. Like, that's strange to me. That's really fucking strange. Like, what, bro? Like, that one got me. That was a little strange, a little weird. You know, I don't know. It's fucking weird. Like, thank you, 1-800-FROG-BUSTERS. I appreciate your jewels and the high five. If Aidan is indeed going to jail, then Channel's looking to grab the Turtle Riders. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I have no doubt that he will probably see prison time at some point for this shit. How much is, I don't know. You know, let's listen to the rest of what was said here and we'll see.
Come on, man. It's the other people you're getting their back, bro. Like, a lot of these other motherfuckers you're getting their back that are capable of hurting you because they don't have that, because they have that in them. I don't think Mikey Crawford, Nan, and LTL, this is my personal opinion, have it in them to really try to hurt you. I think they get mad and upset, and that's what gets them mad, because they don't really want to see anything happen to you. And you're just so hard-headed that you just continue on with the assault that you cultivate and grow in your chat, and that's your power. But that shit is weak, because the people you think that are powerful in your chat, they're just old dogs, man. You know what I mean? They're just old dogs. You can't teach them new tricks. Like, the game's up, the gig's up. Yeah, the views are there, people are there, you're getting money. Okay, cool. But that power, this thing that you thought you had, this culture that you thought you had, it's not powerful no more, my man.
It's over.
And you just don't like the fact that people like Mikey and LTL are standing strong still. And you would think they would be the first to fold, and they're standing up too. So even people who you envisioned would be the first to disappear are standing, because you ain't got nothing left, bro. You're sitting there on your live stream talking shit about a guy named Randall, a guy named James Jackson, a guy named Mikey, but yet you're saying you want to come on their stream because we think you're not guilty. Well, JFK thinks you're not guilty. So my question is, there's so many other people out there, right, that want you to come on their stream, but you don't feel comfortable because what? You think that they're going to tell you the worst news? Like, hey, man, that could be intimidation. Or they think that you could be guilty, but you know JFK is stand up and real. Like, so I don't understand. Like, if you would have just kept it 100 on this.
Well, I mean, let's keep it 100, bro. If you go to the statute and read what witness intimidation entails, he broke that statute, right? If you want to keep it 100, let's keep it a buck all the time, bro. I don't really understand anybody at this point saying that he's innocent. I don't understand anybody at this point, especially with the filings that the judge has made and said at this point, 2 judges. The First Amendment is not absolute. It does not stand for you to be able to call someone and threaten them, go to their homes when they're witnesses in a murder case. Like, that is, in fact, witness intimidation. Okay? Trying to get them to change their testimony in any capacity by saying, tell the truth. Well, if they are telling the truth, you're telling them to change their testimony to fit your narrative. That is, in fact, witness intimidation. Saying that you're going to keep going and showing up and they can never live a normal life because your turtle riders are going to just photograph them everywhere, and that you're going to keep going. At one point, he said he would punch Colin Albert in the face. Like, does anybody forget all of these things? Does anybody forget all of these things? Because I sure as fuck don't, right? So when making a reference of he's not guilty, where is the actual factual basis for that? Not a single person yet at this point who was like, First Amendment, he's innocent. can come up with a single factual basis of why he's supposedly innocent, other than being like, well, it was First Amendment. Going to people's homes is not First Amendment. As Mike said, it's not petitioning activity to scream at Jen McCabe because she's not the fucking government, right? It's not petitioning the government to scream at the witnesses. They're not the government. That doesn't fly, as other judges have already said, isn't going to fly, right? It's not First Amendment protected activity. The First Amendment is not absolute. You cannot just say whatever without consequences. I don't know how anyone at this point can be like, well, we think you're innocent because you're innocent. We're going to keep it real. If you wanted to keep it real, in my opinion, you would keep it actually real and be like, well, these are the reasons why we feel like you shouldn't be found guilty, but under the law, comparing it to what you did, it's very realistic that you could be found guilty, right? Those are two very different things, all right? Two very different things. It might be broad, but it's already been upheld to be constitutional. It's the law of the land. And so I love that excuse when people bring it too. Like, you ever hear them go, well, it's overly broad. It doesn't matter if it's overly broad. A, it's been found to be constitutional. And B, it's the fucking law, bro. It is literally the law. So if I don't like the law on, having drugs, does that mean I get to be like, well, the law's shit, so fuck it, I'll do it anyway? No, it's the fucking law. So if I get caught, guess what? Guess what? I mean, innocent people get charged all the time. That's, you know what I mean? That innocent people do get charged with crimes. But he decided he was going to press play and record everything and then change his story 72 times. You cannot bring a rolling rally without a permit, by the way. Rolling rallies need a permit, which he knew ahead of time, by the way. And that's the other thing, is like, he forgets that his phone extraction exists and that a lot of us have it, which shows exactly what he did and when he did it. He's not getting out of this, okay? He isn't innocent in any capacity. Like, why don't these guys try to get his phone extraction and read it? Like, it's publicly out there. Go get it, read it, and then tell me he's innocent again still. Because if you're going to do that at that point, then I can't look at you and say that you're keeping it 100 if you're going to play the whole, oh, well, he's innocent game because, like, I don't want to start a problem with him, or he's innocent because, like, I need to keep up the appearance of, like, coming from the streets. Like, listen, I grew up in the project, bro. I get it. But at the same time, like, I wouldn't want a rapist to go free, right? This man has done more damage to innocent people's lives, and everyone on YouTube and in these YouTube streets knows it. Every creator who's ever dealt with him knows it. Pretending like we don't, it just doesn't, it flies in the face of reason at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it literally flies in the face of reason. So I don't know why people are still doing it. It doesn't make any sense.
Stream, say, hey man, I'm just going to go on the stream. We're going to talk Karen Reed and we're just going to move forward without all the insults. And like I said, I feel like you just want to come on the show to make it seem like daddy's home.
Of course he does.
Well, sir, I think you got me all wrong, sir.
Well, I mean, when you're TV friendly, like, that's what's gonna happen. That's
because now I'm looking at this live and I'm like, all right, like, if it was
gonna fucking happen, he's gonna think he's got an in there. Like, oh god, I thought Ethel, she's on Cations. Why is she?
Can
someone tell me what's happening here? I thought she was like on.
If you don't try for it,
someone bought for her. Like, why are we doing all this? Like, what?
I think if you don't try for it, that's when it'll happen.
Sound like my mother. That's what she says.
I also want to say shout out to Moons for doing a great job. And if people are going to come after her, I'm going to cut you. Leave her the fuck alone. And also, I love you, Jay Walsh.
I love you. Good night.
Bye.
We
Bye.
can hear your sangrias. Good night.
Bye. Wait, can we do a show with all wigs?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
I'm gonna wear a George Washington wig.
Of course. Yes. That will happen. I'm ordering it now. Goodbye.
What in the actual mess is that? What do people think before they press the button? What is happening here? Can someone, I can't, my brain today. I cannot. All right. You know what? I can't. We got to show all the lies. We have to show all of the lies that Aidan follows on a daily basis in his dumb little new podcast thing that he decided he was gonna
go into and be on with this guy. I don't know why this guy platformed him. I'm really confused as to why this guy platformed him at all. It is like, girl, it so is like nails on a damn. It's so fucking weird. I don't get it. All right, I'm getting this video. Gonna get this video, and while I'm grabbing this for you guys, take this down here. Do me a favor, if you haven't already, there's 188 of you across the platforms at the moment, probably because I'm later than usual, but if you can, I would love if you would just smash that like button. If you can make a donation to the channel, we would appreciate it, whether it's a super chat or a direct donation. We only get by on the kindness of all of you guys. And so we deeply appreciate any and all support, especially this month. It's going to be a tough one for my family in general. A lot of things going on. Sister surgery, grandmother surgery. My kid's still got medical shit going on. She was just in and out of the hospital the other day again. She's got upcoming surgery. So it's just going to be a tough month all around. And so I can use any and all extra support from my amazing community. There's a bunch of different ways you can donate to the channel. We have PayPal, Revolut, Chime, Cash App, and we have our Justice Chats, which work for any credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. That man who interviewed TB is his PI. Okay, so this has got to be the same PI, right? That was like under investigation for doing unethical shit. Yeah, that's real smart because that's the guy I definitely want to. Oh boy, some of the I can't. I fucking can't. It's like, bro, is this like real life right now? The truth about Turtleboy is what he calls it. Like, are you for real with that, bro? Like, this is not the truth. This is the lie, right? This is the lie. All the lies. Following just the lies everywhere. So here we go. Y'all ready? Are we ready? Can I see some ones if you're all ready? I don't see y'all talking right now. What's happening? Where'd y'all go? Are we missing? What's happening? I'm getting kind of hangry too. I should have ordered myself a burger or something when I ordered the chicken noodle soup to be delivered, cans of it, but still I need more than one. I should have thought about hey, maybe I should get myself lunch while I'm here, while I'm doing that, but I didn't because my brain, that's why. My life. I'm getting hangry. I didn't have breakfast this morning. That's my problem. That's my freaking problem.
The difference between Karen Reed and me is that I chose to be here. She didn't.
Right.
She didn't ask to get framed for murder.
Yeah.
But she was. I chose to look into this. I chose to make a big spectacle out of this. I chose to, really just make my voice heard and make sure that the story was told.
All right. Welcome back to the Covert to Overt Show. I'm your host, Mark Chiappetta. And today I got a really cool guest, Mr. Aidan Kearney, a.k.a. Turtleboy. Welcome to the show.
So I'm pretty sure that this is the same fucking guy, the PI, that was investigated for his very unethical going to a witness's house and sort of threatening them, right? So do I want to hear from a kind of guy like this? Not really, right? Do I believe a word out of his mouth? No, not fucking really, but, whatever. We'll listen to the lies for a minute. Oh, thank you, my friend. I have our first direct donation. 2 hours in, it's the first one. Jeez. What am I doing wrong today? Thank you so much. It's $25. It says show TV. Listen, he won't even answer my calls. Coward. He's a coward. He won't even answer my calls. Thank you so much. I don't want to say your real name because I like to protect everybody's privacy, but thank you. I appreciate your support. It's very well appreciated. I'm super grateful. It's Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday. Apparently I'm doing something wrong today. It's because my brain is all just overloaded with stress. I apologize, guys. I'm just not on my shit today. All right. I got to get my shit together. Right. I'm just today. I'm just
Oh, this is the one, right? Where, yeah, so I got the link from the email you sent me because I was like, oh, I don't want to go searching for it on YouTube. I'll just go click on the link Space Ghost sent me last night because I was able to watch it last night when you sent it to me. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't even realize he said cordial wrong. But he also lied a bunch. So he also forgets that we have his phone extraction. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. My little was just asking me if her soup was here yet, and it looks like the DoorDash people left it outside the door. You can order Shaw's from DoorDash, so I ordered like 4 or 5 different kinds of chicken noodle soup from DoorDash because her throat still hurts, and she's just got a virus, so there's nothing else we can do but give her cold things and things that'll make her feel better, you know? Yeah, he definitely stood out. But he also was under investigation and almost charged himself with witness intimidation because he went and literally threatened Lindsay. And I remember when this happened because she called me right after. You can't do that as a PI. You can't threaten people. You can't fucking do that, dude. You know, you cannot fucking do that. And he did, you know. Didn't the PI say that TV is more famous than other? Where? Where is he more famous? Fucking where? Look at them chunky ass cheeks, bro. Them moves are definitely a size D. You know, those are D moves. See, I'm not a big snack. I'm a snacker at night. I'm not a snacker during the day. I'm like a food person during. Actually, you know what? I want a cheese stick. That's what I want. Babe, room service guy. We'll get the room service guy to get us a cheese stick. We have popsicles. We've been giving her popsicles since yesterday. I realized after I said, "Can I have a cheese stick from the fridge?" what he was going to say, and you guys were muted, but
I'll get a response.
he said, "My cheese stick, sir." I'm just a little angry over here. Can I?
Oh, fuck, Billy, I'm probably gonna make dinner now.
That's fine. Can I just have a cheese stick? I just need a snacky snack.
I'm trying to open it for you.
Like a string cheese. We like string cheese. It's string cheese, you guys. String cheese is delicious. Thank you, babe.
Ew.
Thank you. He's lactose intolerant, so he doesn't love cheese unless it's like on pizza or something. But I'm gonna eat this while we watch movies over here. Size D movies now. Oh no, baby. She has a brand new toothbrush, so I don't think that's it. I think she just she was with my nieces and nephews and all the other kids at the birthday party, so I think my nephew was sick too, so I think they just passed it around to each other. But we just got her a brand new one. I want to say like 2 weeks ago. I also have a bunch of backups I always keep that are brand new in case we have guests or visitors, people who sleep over or whatever. So I have like a set of like individually packed brand new toothbrushes. Probably have like 10 left. So periodically we switch those out, but you're absolutely right. Especially with a sore throat, you want to make sure that you're switching your toothbrushes out so that it doesn't create that. But I'm just going to, especially after this, I'm just going to give her one of the brand new ones we have because we just got her a new one like 2 weeks ago. But you're right with that, especially with sore throats and stuff. A lot of people didn't hear about him before the Karen Reed trial, and I think that's why he can't not say Karen Reed's name, right? Because that's the only time anybody's ever paid attention to him or given him money. So, yeah, he made a big spectacle. All right, let's watch size D movies here. Lie his ass off into oblivion, shall we? Don't freeze me, please, freeze. I played the intro just for you. Does that count?
All right, thanks for having me, Mark.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking the ride, coming down. Your celebrity is high now, so I feel extremely honored to have you gracing us here in the studio.
My pleasure. It's like, it's not an easy ride getting to Abington, but
Ew.
you know, especially in the rain. But,
Especially.
This was his big, I did a podcast in Abington. My PI is honored to have me sit here in Abington in this studio of his. I'm such an amazing celebrity. See, this is the problem, okay, with why he has such an inflated ego. Because people like his PR are like, oh, movie one. Oh, Moobs, king of the Moobs. We are so honored, King Mooby, to have you here. You're just so amazing. Like, are we fucking for real? Yeah, right? That's the other thing. Like, Aidan and abetting. Aidan and abetting. Get it? Get what I did there? You're Aidan and abetting, sir. Like, that's actually a crime that you can be charged with. Just saying. Like, if that guy's willing to do all sorts of really unethical, wild shit like that, like, then why does he still have a fucking license is the question. Because I know that was also in question of some of his tactics, not just now, but previously as well. So what?
In the rain?
made it happen. We're a little late. I'm a little late, I know, but
The other
But
day.
let's face it, and we'll touch on it
played
in a
last
little while. You have faced the worst of the worst. You were incarcerated for a little while. You are now a free man. So
Not
taking,
yet.
well, not yet.
Yeah.
You're free outside the walls right now. So taking a nice casual, leisurely
Cheesesteak is
ride
the
to
best.
Abington probably feels good. You got the
Well,
windows down.
I mean, I drove by the jail on the way here. You know, you go by 95, go by Dedham, and every time you drive by there, you're like, I never want to go back there, obviously.
You're going back.
And, you know, you still remember your 2 months there vividly. It was the longest 60 days of your life. And, you know, just vow to never go back. But, you know, as long as these charges exist, I mean,
He did, in fact, vow he was never going to go back, but it sounded more like, I can't go back.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I mean, the PI should have inserted this clip here.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
There's the vow, folks. He can't go back. Can't do it. Right? Listen, not only is he shiny, but also lend me some powder. You know, like, anybody ever heard the term? Some of you are going to know this term. Powder me up. Anybody ever heard that term? Powder me up. I say that sometimes, you know, to the hubby when someone says something really fucking stupid or does something really fucking stupid. And I'm like, just powder me up. This motherfucker needs a bitch slap, right? So you just like, you know, it's like the pimp hand is strong. You know, ever seen the movie where they powder up the person's hand and they smack him in the face and they leave like a imprint of powder of the big smack on their face? So like, you know, powder me up, right? Like powder me up. This is just like stupidity right here. Right, that's unacceptable. How do you not have cheesesteaks? Cheesesteaks are amazing. I could go for a cheesesteak right now. He hasn't heard of sunscreen. 1 more hour in the sun, we'd think he's doing blackface. Listen, I feel like, I mean, what is happening in this? Is it just dark in there? Are you hitting a tanning booth on the regular? Like, what is actually happening there? You know? He can take a ride to Abington for the PI, but not the deposition. You know? I've been exploring her. Yeah, the worst of the worst. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? The guy spent 60 days in Dedham House of Corrections, bro. It's like a kiddie camp. Like, is he for realsies with that shit? Like, you have been through so much in your poor dear life. You know, your poor sad life, turtle. Your poor sad turtle life. Oh God, you went down the rabbit hole. Oh boy, how'd that go? Wimp chose to be in solitary instead of Gen Pop. Fun fact, when I had to pay the price for my crime, I was in Gen Pop with everyone else, like a normal fucking human. Well, yeah, the people I know that work there said that they kept him a little bit. I think I was told more like almost 2 weeks, but then he was in like solitary, basically, like the whole. So he didn't stay in medical the whole entire time, you know? So yeah, it's like a detox, what they do in medical first, because they take you off the Adderall They don't give Adderall there. So they detox you off the Adderall, give you something else that isn't as addictive or controlled substance. And then they put you usually in Gen Pop, but on his end, he cried that too many people might get him. You know, they might retaliate on him. So he just was so afraid, you know, get in the sun while he still can, right? Because that cell ain't gonna give you much sun, bud. He was daring people to take a lie detector test with him. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. I would be happy to take a lie detector test with him. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's fucking do. I got lots of questions they could ask you, Aidan, especially about what you did to me. Let's talk about all the lies that you told. Let's talk about how you made shit up and made mountains out of molehills. Let's do that. As a matter of fact, I would love to do that. How miserably would you fail that? Just saying. What is actually? There's so many lies here that I don't even know if I can cover them all in the whole stream. And also the ass kissing by the PI is weird as fuck. If you're someone's PI and you work for their attorney, I've never seen a PI kiss someone else's ass. It's weird as fuck. Like, stay in the cult, bud. Stay.
Out in February of 24, and it is now July of 26. We're talking
You need some subbies in there. You know, fun fact, I fought for 10 years so that people in jail could have access to Suboxone or methadone, especially if they were already on it before they went, because they are life-saving medications. So if it wasn't for me, men specifically, because it was allowed for pregnant women only, then it was allowed for women only. And then we were like, wait a second, you can't allow it for women, but not men. That's sexist. You can't do that. Right. And I worked in Bridgewater. And the problem was that I had to watch people suffer through detox without the proper medications to detox them, like methadone or Suboxone, or people who were already on those medications and who were sober, but they committed another crime or got a probation violation for moving addresses and not being at the old address and forgetting to tell them, right? Like stupid shit, right? People would be in there for 60 days for like dumb shit, right? They didn't deserve to be kicking cold turkey. You can die, and you can actually die, right? Without the proper medical treatment, okay? So I literally fought many, many, many years as long, and so many other people did too. So many other advocates and entities fought for the law to be changed and for it to be allowed for men in the state of Massachusetts to have access to that, because I was sick and tired, and so were many other people, of like being helpless to watching these people kick cold turkey and just be in so much pain, physical pain, right? Especially if they are on these medications when they're on the street. It's prescribed by a doctor. There's no reason we shouldn't be continuing those medications. They're not supposed to come off them cold turkey even with a doctor, okay? So there's no reason that we should be doing that in a jail, right? It's not humane. It's cruel and unusual punishment, which is what was argued and, of course, won, right? And it was sexist. You can't say women can have it, but men can't. It's just crazy. So, you know, I fought for his rights to go into prison and not be crying on the floor like a baby back bitch that he can't get his medications, or that he's kicking from his medications. You know what I mean? He does not get enough crap for his racism, his bigotry. You know what I mean? Like, people just skip right past all of that. And especially before Karen Reed, he was very blatant about it. Extremely blatant. He's a little more careful now, not as careful, obviously, but like it's blatant to anybody who knows, like, that's who he is, right? That's who he is. It's just weird, you know? It's fucking weird. It's weird as fuck. You're welcome. That's also true, baby. You're right about that. Some psychopaths actually can pass lie detector tests. Fun fact, when you clench your butt cheeks, it registers as on the thing. So there's like certain things that if you do, which also you can fail one if you're being completely honest, if you have like anxiety or panic, and most people are going to have anxiety over like being connected to a weird machine and a weird person asking you weird questions, right? Like, that's just anxiety ridden anyway, even if you're going to tell the truth. Like, it's weird. If you're in a weird environment, it's not normal, right? And so people who actually have told the entire truth about everything have actually failed because they clenched their butt cheeks or their blood pressure went up because they were like, because you asked an embarrassing question, you know what I mean? Like, ooh, you're talking about my sex life. Even if they answered it like correctly, the fact that you asked the question gave the anxiety, right? So then they failed for something that they were actually telling the truth about. So that's why they're not used in court, because they're not admissible, because scientifically they can't actually prove whether someone lied or not. They can actually fail people who aren't lying, and vice versa. People who are lying can get out of it by not doing certain things, not clenching your butt cheeks, remaining calm. Like, you know what I mean? There are some things. There are some things. Sharon in Arizona said Baker will turn on him soon. Baker stream overnight. Already sounded like Baker was jealous of any attention TV gives to anyone else. Baker wants TV all to himself. Weird. I don't know why any of these people want to be around this guy. It's weird. He's eventually going to shit on all of them. So I don't even know why they're feigning for any attention from him. I agree. But for Aidan, it was a joke. But in all realness, it's cruel and unusual to deny the other medication. I agree. It's cruel and unusual punishment. That's what we argued. That's what we won. I have no idea. I don't usually watch the Baker because I mean, I don't watch a lot of other things. A household to running kids and I can't catch everything and everyone. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon.
Half years later.
Yeah.
And the charges that, I had my bail revoked for still exist. And therefore the bail still exists. And as long as the bail exists, then the bail can be revoked at any point.
I'd still do it.
There's no shortage of people out there who are actively trying to get your bail revoked at all times because it's just like a sick game for some of these people.
Is he for real? First of all, we can't actively try to get your bail revoked. You, on the other hand, can commit crimes that revokes your bail. So if you mean that we are taking all of the things that you're lying about and giving them to the state to say, here he is lying again, or here, this looks like he wiretapped someone, that's a crime, well then, yes, you'd be right. We send those things to the proper authorities that they need to be sent to. That's not people actively trying to get your bail revoked. That's you being stupid enough to do shit to get your bail revoked. Once again, he passes the blame off on someone else. All these people are trying to get my bail revoked. Fun fact, nobody has the power to get your bail revoked, but the prosecutor and you. So if you just didn't commit crimes, then you can't get your bail revoked, right? That's just saying. Like, says the king also of manufacturing evidence to have other people charged with crimes. He tried to have Lindsay charged with a false crime. He had Meredith charged, right? Kylie was charged, Ashley was charged, and both of them had to fight for years to get their charges dropped. And in both instances, it was proven that Aidan manufactured evidence, lied to the fucking police. Like, are we for real right now? Says the guy that goes above and beyond to do all these things. And this idiot over here, this guy who's having him, the PI, like, you're platforming that, my guy. You're platforming a pathological liar who takes no responsibility or accountability for anything, ever. It's everyone else's fault. It's all the trolls. It's Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Couldn't possibly be that you lie and scheme and are just an evil piece of human waste. You're a fucking oxygen thief. You steal oxygen from us decent humans on planet Earth. Gross.
I was indicted last week in New Jersey, of all places.
Sure
a state,
were.
to a part of the state I've never been to, right?
Shepard says, moral of the story, take laxatives before the lie detector. Is he shorter than Turtle? I mean, I don't know. Turtle's pretty short. He's pretty short. I mean, he's literally almost like, I'd say maybe he's a half an inch taller than me, maybe an inch, like, and I'm 5'4" and a quarter, or 5'4" and a half, around there. Weird. He loves Cause. He gives all the third. He gives him information and then he posts it, and then Aidan can go, oh, it wasn't me. I didn't post it. It was some other person that follows me. I like them. They're cool. I just retweet their stuff. Like, it's the same playbook he's been running by for 10 years. You know? It's just wild. It's fucking wild. I don't know what the agency specifically is, but he's a PI for Aidan's attorney, Bradle, if that narrows it down for you. All right, sorry.
With a person I've never met, because I wrote about them 9 months ago about.
All right, okay, hold on. First lie is I am indicted for cyber harassment and stalking. For a person I've never met. Sir, do you know what cyber means? Cyber, right? That's digital. You don't have to meet them to commit that crime. That's why it's not regular stalking or harassment. That's why it's cyber stalking. So he keeps saying that to his viewers. Like, I've never met this person. You had no problem using her, threatening her, right? You had no problem doing any of those things, Aidan, regardless of where she was located. That's why the indictment is cyber, right? And not regular stalking or harassment, you fucking buffoon. I know, right? Like, how cute. I was indicted in a state I've never been to because it's cyber, you dumb fuck. Has anyone in chat taken a... I have not, but that would be fun, I feel like. But is this for realsies? Are we for realsies? Like, I don't think he legitimately ever will, but I would love to do that. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's do it, Aidan. Hook me up. Also, I want to know about the charity boxing event. I said I would do a sanctioned boxing event for charity, and I would happily fight both him and the glare. Let's do it. I'm in. It's for charity. Let's do it. However, they will not accept. So, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? He's, still a PI, you know? There seems to be a few more questions when I get home from the mall. I haven't been to a mall in a while.
Something they did to Paul O'Keefe. I wrote about her and I talked about her on my show, and I did what I always do. I make fun of them, and you know what I mean? I call them out with expose them.
Right.
And I was indicted for cyber harassment for that. And I still don't know what happened or how this came to be, but the fact that people are out there like that are constantly trying to get you jammed up while you're out on bail, like you're weak when you're out on bail, because anything, you know, they kind of got you by the balls. Like they can do, they know that you're in a position where you can't really be yourself and fight back how you normally would, because you're on bail and you got to be careful. And like everything you say and, you know, gets recorded and twisted and shared in bad faith by people who, like I said, they want to hurt you. Like these people.
Says the guy that does all of those things. I love how he projects it onto everyone else. Everyone else does all these things. I'm just an innocent little boy. I'm just an innocent turtle with moobs, guys. I'm an innocent turtle man with moobs. It's okay. It's fine. I don't do these things. These are all bad people. Evil, bad people. They do all these bad things to me. I'm just a victim. I'm a victim of the system. I'm a victim of these moobs. I'm a victim of my solidarity with myself. He was involved. He was heavily involved. And so, of course, he doesn't tell the full story about what happened in that capacity, right? He's still lying to his audience. Like, I don't know how I got charged with cyber stalking of this person I've never met. That's why it's cyber, sir. Okay. Number one. Number two, he lies through his teeth about the whole thing. Right? Everything you say gets recorded. Who's recording it, sir? You're recording it. You're recording it. You're recording all your phone calls. You're recording your live streams. Like you. I can talk to people everywhere, all over the place, and I'm not recorded. Who's recording it, sir? You fucking weirdo. This was on the 5th. So yesterday it was released, and I think he said he did it a couple days ago. Right. You're not exposing anything. He hasn't exposed a goddamn thing other than himself. I mean, the amount of lies in this, like I could pause this this is only the first 3 minutes, you guys, the first 3 fucking minutes of an hour. Like, what?
People that want to put me in jail. This is just like a game for them. They're just like, can we do it? Can we get them in there? And it's like not realizing, like, you know, I have a family. I have kids.
Stop that. Stop that. If you have a family and kids, he always invokes the kids, right? You wouldn't keep committing crimes and doing the dumb shit that you fucking do if you cared about not going to jail, right? So the whole, I have a family and I have a family and kids. Did you give a fuck about attacking my terminally ill kid? No, you sure didn't. Did you care about attacking my family, my livelihood, my ability to put food in my fridge? Nope, you sure fucking didn't. Sure didn't give a shit about me or anyone else you did it to. So you want us to feel bad for you that you have kids and you keep cyber stalking, wiretapping, like are threatening, blackmail. Like, are we for real right now? Are we for fucking real? Well, to be fair, July was only a few days ago. So he told us the day he was going down to Abington, coming back. So it was like a week ago, about a week ago that he said it. So, you know, I mean, is this for realsies? Like, I'm not quite like, is he for fucking serial? All these people are trying to put me in jail. It's not his actions that are putting him in jail. It's everyone else trying to put him in jail. He can't take accountability or responsibility for anything ever. It's everyone else. Everyone's out to get him. It's a big conspiracy. You know, it's a whole thing. It's not him, his actions, the things that he's doing. It's everyone else. They're just trying to throw him on in there. And how dare they? He has a family. He has children. Sir, if you gave a fuck about your children, maybe you wouldn't have cheated on your, you know, wife with a million women. If you gave a fuck about your kids, you wouldn't keep doing shit that would put you in jail, right? If you gave a fuck about them, maybe you would pay for your daughter's cheerleading instead of your ex-wife getting 2 jobs, okay? One very low-paying job and her job as a teacher to pay for the cheerleading because you refused to do it. You wouldn't have passed into the court documents falsified to say that you make a lot less than what you actually make to pay less child support. You fucking deplorable piece of human waste. Yeah, no, there isn't, of course, right? Is there a different jail for you, sir, because you have kids? Like, that's not the way it works, dumbass. Good point, Michelle. Good point. Good point. There's not a different jail for people who have children. Everyone in jail probably has children, sir, other than the people who are children themselves, 18, 19, maybe they don't have kids yet, but like pretty much everyone else in there has children and they committed a crime, so they got to do the time. Even people who are innocent and are in jail have kids, you know? Come on, man. Yeah, 3,000 hours of self-snitching. You did I love the calculations. 3 hours a day. That's only if he does the live stream in the morning. What if he does the live stream in the morning and then he does a 3 hour at night? So that's like 5 hours in a day too on certain days, right? So it's like, bro, that's a lot of hours of self-snitching, my guy. And he can't even keep his story straight here. I got kids. You guys are mean. You're trying to put me in jail. He was served with the new deposition date while he was streaming the other day, which is supposed to be now apparently the 17th, but he's saying to Diller that he can't make it, although they're filing that motion to compel. So I feel like they're going to compel him, you know, like he's going to have sanctions if he doesn't. Yeah, he can't look anyone in the eye in person. If you ever come across him in person and you say, oh, nice to meet you, and you shake his hand, he won't even look at you. He looks past you, he looks behind you, and what he's looking at is he's looking to see if anyone else is looking at him. He's looking to see if there's anyone else important in the room or if anybody's watching him talk to you. Like he can't even look you in the eye and talk to you and actually have a conversation. And if you try to have a conversation with him, he doesn't listen. He's not listening. He just goes, while looking around everywhere. It's like the rudest thing on planet Earth. Like if you're talking to someone, I don't need them to look me in the eye the whole time, but just by their responses, I can tell if they're, you know, listening to what I'm saying. He doesn't listen to what anyone says to him. He's literally looking beyond them, looking everywhere else to see if anybody else is looking at him, if anybody else can see him, if anybody else is like, it's sick. It's sick. The amount of attention that man needs is on a very crazy level, you know? Yes, he is. He's trying to put a lot of people in jail without proof. That's what he wanted. He wanted lots of people in jail based on speculation and innuendo, you know? Listen, that BB, it's one of the reasons why I decided during my live stream the other day to do a 50-50 for Lisa. Because financially, like I'm in the same scenario as her. Like I don't have a lot of money. I don't make a ton of money here on my streams. It's been slow lately. That's life. But I have a lot of medical going on in my family along with my own. And my sister's about to have brain surgery. And I'm going to have to help take care of her kids, my kids, her house, my house. And I don't know how I'm going to do that and run streams at the same time. If I can't run streams, I can't make money. I can't pay my bills. So I have to figure out how to, you know, do all of that. And he had the audacity to go after Lisa after her, like, you know how hard it is to reach out for help and say, I need a little extra help. Like, it is fucking hard. It is fucking so hard. You know, you're going to be criticized. You know, there's going to be shitty people who are going to be like, oh, you suck. Oh, don't you have family? No, all my family who could help me is dead. Sorry. Like, and you know, Lisa's going through cancer, right? Like, same man who was like, oh, team cancer, just because he didn't like that she was like trying to educate him and she was kind and nice about it. And like, he just can't handle anyone not agreeing with him. And so she reached out for a little bit of help on social media and he had the audacity to sit there and be like, oh, she's begging for food. Listen, groceries are a struggle even in my household on a weekly fucking basis. They're very expensive. Okay. I don't get any help. It's very fucking expensive. How dare you? Okay. I would rather on any day help someone else in the same scenario as me, even if I can't give a lot, right? I still have a platform and that was my idea, right? I had already given $10 that I could give. And I was like, I might not be able to give a lot myself, but what I can do is I can offer 50% of whatever I make on my stream to her. And that's what I did. I did a 50-50. And I decided during the stream, because it just came to me during the stream, I was like, well, I can just do a 50-50, right? Like I can just give 50% whatever I make to her to help her, right? And so we were able to come up with, I think it was 285. And then I just rounded it up to 300 and I sent 300. So like, if I have the ability to help someone else, even with my small platform, like I'm going to do it, right? Like, even if they're in like a similar or same sort of scenario that I am, like it's the right thing to fucking do. We should all be trying to help one another in this shitty, expensive world, right? And all he can think about is himself and how he's not the problem. Everyone else is the fucking problem. You have the audacity to go after a woman who's fighting cancer when she needs groceries in her house. How the fuck dare you? Meanwhile, he bought a house while begging for defense funds that he could have paid out of his own fucking pocket, but instead put $200,000 down on a house in cash. Why didn't you use that $200,000 on your lawyers instead of begging other people to pay it for you? If I had given to a defense fund and that person then went and bought a home, that's what's called a scam. You don't ask for that money unless you need it and you can't cover it yourself. You certainly are not supposed to benefit so much that you're buying a home, right? Like that's a scam. If he wasn't himself, he'd have written an entire 6-page fucking blog about how bad that is and what a scam that was. If it was anyone else on planet Earth that did that, he'd have written a blog about himself. All right? Make no mistake about that. And it's hard for me to understand how some of his turtle riders don't quite get that. If the people he surrounds himself with right now, if any of those people at some point he decides he doesn't want to deal with anymore, he gets jealous of in any capacity, he is going to drop all of their personal private information. He's going to say they're pieces of shit. They have records, criminal records, violence on their records, they're horrible, bad, horrible people. Well, he doesn't think they're horrible and bad now when they're doing his bidding, right? He thinks they're just fine and awesome right now when they're doing his bidding. But the second he gets sick of them, the second they don't lie enough, or the second he gets jealous, they're bad. They're horrible, terrible people. He would write a blog on every single one of the people he's surrounding himself with right this very fucking second.
Like it affects incarceration is a big deal. It affects a lot of people, but for some people, it's just a game, and people are just sick. And so, looking forward to the day when this is finally behind me.
Yeah, and I'll be.
People are just sick. Yeah, you are a sick puppy, sir. Right? Stay away from the shifty eyes. I agree with Michelle's grandma.
They're standing right next to you. Cyber harassment. Is that something new? That's like, when did that
No, he's been
take
doing
effect?
it for 10 years.
You know, where you can actually go online and it's kind of like, you know, your First Amendment right, cyber harassment.
Is he all right, bro? When did that take effect? Well, sir, when the law, are you supposed to be a PI? Like, these are things you should really kind of know, right? Like, when did it take effect? Well, when the law took effect in that state, sir. Okay. And New Jersey has some of the most strictest when it comes to cyber harassment. You know, it's wild. You know, it's so hard to ask for help. You know, it's so fucking hard. I try not to. I try to just say, like, hey, guys, you know, it's a slow week. I could use the extra help. Like, that's my way of saying, like, I need a little help here. Right. That's, you know what I mean? Instead of like making a whole post being like, hey, I need a little help. Like, that's my way of being like, if you can donate to the channel, like, we appreciate it because we could use the extra help. Like, you know, like, it's hard to fucking ask for it, dude. Like, and then you got a bunch of assholes doing what they do when someone does ask for it. So it's like, that's why people aren't going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why people aren't going to ask, you know? It's what you're supposed to do, right? And like, when someone says something like, oh, that was an amazing thing of you to do, and I'm like, no, it's just the right thing to do. It's not an amazing thing of me to do. It's what we should all do. It's to me, it's like common sense. And I think it's because, like, my grandparents mostly raised me, God rest their souls, and like, I guess I was taught sort of like the old way of doing things, which is like, even if you have less than someone, and I have less than a lot of people, I'm not a huge channel, and people just assume that if you're a YouTuber that you bring in all this money, all this crazy money. I don't. Anything that I get in a donation, you either see on the screen or I read to you, and that's it, right? I've gotten one direct one today, one, right? Like, you're seeing everything that I'm getting, and so it's like, I'm not a channel of 10,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 where you might make a little more, like, and that also depends channel to channel based on what you're talking about and what you're going over, blah blah blah, whatever. I don't get how people don't want to do whatever you can do, even if it's saying to someone else, like, hey, I can't help, but this person needs help. Is there anything we can do as a community, as a whole, right? Like, as a whole, like, that's, I'm happy to do that for anyone that needs that help, you know? It's just the right fucking thing to do. Like, and I do believe in karma, good karma and bad. You put bad karma in the world, that's what the fuck you get back, dude. You know what I mean? He literally is. He acts like everything is a game. Everything's a game to him. Everything's a game. You can't do a depo by Zoom. He knows that, you know? Well, of course it's a biased interview. The guy's kissing his asshole. Like it's his PI. Like if you're a PI that's working for you that you're paying your attorney for, then obviously it's got to be biased. You know what I mean? Right. The people who want to see him go to prison, and we have no control over whether he goes, right? Like, or not. Like, that's up to him and the jury, right? And the judge, and whether he keeps fucking doing dumb shit to get his bail revoked. But the people who want to see him go are the people he's hurt and lied about to hide his own shitty, bad behavior. We watch, and then there's other people who watched him commit crimes, sort of brushed over it, right? Or put it in the back of their minds. And then later on, they had no choice but to come forward and say, I was too scared to say anything before. Now I'm going to step up and say something, right? Like, he scared them into not saying anything for a long period of fucking time, you know? Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's fucking hard to ask, you know? It's hard. It's fucking hard, man. It's hard, you know? It's hard. Yeah, but they, if possible, they want you in person. They're not going to, especially Massachusetts, they're not going to allow, especially him. They're not allowing him to do anything via Zoom because he's so snaky that he could be, you know, hiding someone over here, someone over here. Like no, they're not doing that. They're not risking him recording shit and doing shit like that because he has the history of doing that. There's no chance they're taking those chances. Nope, not happening.
When did you hear about that, learn about that? Is that when they charged you?
Yeah, it's a woman who, she contacted me in January of 2025.
Yeah.
And told me that she had been in an online relationship with Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe.
Yeah.
And that he was using Karen Reed's murder trial.
What would you ever, in your mind, think it would be okay to go after a murder defendant's brother?
As a way to communicate with her on camera. And
even if you thought that he was using, which makes no sense, he was using his brother's death to communicate with a woman on camera, that doesn't even make any sense, dude. He could communicate with a woman on camera anytime he wants. He doesn't need his brother's death to do that. Like, that's just weird to even claim that or say that. But even if you thought that was the case, why would that be Turtleboy's business? And why the fuck would he ever think in his brain that it would be appropriate to go after a murder a murder victim's brother? Like, what? No decent person on planet Earth would do that shit, bro. And he, in his mind, this is how skewed his reality is. In his mind, ha ha ha, I got him. Fuck that guy, right? That's what his mind tells him. The problem with that is any decent human on planet Earth is going to go, oh, well, okay, that's a murder defendant's brother. We're not going to get into his personal life. We're not going to try to embarrass him. Like, that's weird to do, bro. He's already going through enough. He doesn't need more shit on top of it, right? In Aidan's mind, he's like, ha ha ha! How much evil can I do to another person's life? Like, it's just not fucking normal. Dude.
Send signals to her. Mm-hmm. And he's married. He's sitting next to his wife, which that to me, that's not the scandal. The scandal, it was the fact that this
says the guy, right? Oh, he's married. He's sitting next to his wife. Says the fucking guy who got caught cheating on his wife with 3 women and then made me the devil over it because I didn't lie for him, right? Says the man who's cheated on his wife fucking 500 times before that, right? Like, says the man who was sleeping on the couch because of cheating on his wife, right? Says the guy who can't keep it in his fucking pants 2 days a week. Meredith said 2 days a week. He couldn't not cheat on Meredith while not being with her only 2 days a fucking week, right? So of course he's gonna be like, well, that's not the scandal. Well, what is then? What is? And of course he right here does not tell anyone that he directed her to ask him certain things. He directed her to do this, 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 and this, or this, this, and this will happen, right? He doesn't say any of that. He forgets once again that we know all of this, and a lot of us have seen what he did, right? But he still has a problem with telling the truth about any of it. Why? You know the evidence exists. This man will lie until the cows come home. He's going to lie until he's in prison, then he's going to continue to lie. Even when all the evidence hits the interwebs, he's going to still fucking lie because that's who he is. Look at what he did with the wiretapping. Even when it was out there. Oh, it's AI. Oh, Meredith recorded. Oh, 72 things until he admitted it, right? He lied and lied and lied. And even when he was caught, he was lied again and lied again and lied again. Like he'll never admit to anything. Once the evidence is out, he just convinces his writers it's fake, it's altered, it's fucking AI, it's all this shit. And it never is. It's always real. And it's like, what more do people need to see from him to understand that the man is a pathological liar with fucking liabilities? He is using this microphone to just test a lie the days away right now.
This guy he knows he's on TV at his brother's murder trial, and he's not, and instead of thinking about the trial, he's thinking about some woman in New Jersey who he says he's in love with, and he's sending her hand signals saying, like, I'm thinking about you when I scratch my, nose with my middle finger. And so I wrote about it because she sent it to me, and he also told her that when he testified at the first trial, he was drunk. And to me, that's newsworthy. So I write about it. And
not newsworthy.
This woman loved it, and she loved what he did to Paul, but she's unstable. And somewhere along the way, she started complaining to people that
you took advantage of someone that was going through something really fucking hard, and you used them, and then you used fear to control what they did, which is often what he does. He leaves all that out. Well, and somewhere along the line, she told people that, like, she didn't like what I was doing, or like, no, you do what you always did, which is direct, you're going to do this, this, and this, or else, right? Like, or you know the consequences, or I'm going to write a blog about you, or I'm going to drag your family. Like, he makes these assertions, especially on the phone where he screams and yells at people, right? And it's not always in text. Like, yeah, so what's the scandal? What's the scandal exactly? Says the guy that cheats literally all the time. Like, I don't know why any woman would date him at this point, knowing all they know now. Like, he can't not cheat. So why the fuck would you date him?
Published this, and she didn't want me to, and she feels bad, and this and that, and then I'm the bad guy. And finally, she just started publicly attacking me, and I fired back, and I said who she was. I hadn't previously said who she was, and I called her choice words because that's what I do. And as American, you can call people nasty words. You call someone
oh, that's all you did? Of course, I'm gonna. And again, he leaves out the fact that he called the husband's law firm. He left voicemails, called the kids' schools, emailed the kids' schools, emailed the law firm, of course, threatened her, wrote shit, of course, that wasn't true, that was slanderous, did the dog whistles to get his audience to do the same thing. Like, he leaves out all that. Oh, well, I don't know why I'm being charged with cybercrime. All I did was, like, write a blog. That's it. I just wrote a blog. It's the only thing I did, so I don't understand how I'm even indicted. Like, sir, you are literally the picture and definition of unstable. You can't fucking tell the truth if someone paid you to tell the truth.
Oh, you can call somebody, and those were words I've used on many people before, and I used on her. And she attempted to get a restraining order on me, got a temporary one,
dropped it,
and then we had a 2-party hearing. And right before she was about to be cross-examined by my attorneys,
I hate this dumb narrative of his where he's like, right before she was going to be cross-examined, she decided she didn't want to go forward with it. That's not what happened. She was ready to be cross-examined that day. What happened was the attorneys were like, we can go forward with this, right? This civil matter, but we already put in the thing for the criminal stuff. So would it make sense he's going to keep doing this shit regardless of the civil order. So we can just drop the civil thing and move forward with the criminal thing to actually hold him responsible for the things that he's doing, right? So the legal strategy from her legal team was, which she has a legal team, she wasn't representing herself, which was, okay, we're going to drop the civil portion of it because we're going forward with the criminal portion of it, which is what's going to hold him accountable, right? But his narrative of it is, well, they were going to cross-examine her and she didn't want to be cross-examined, so then she dropped it. That's not even close to what happened. Not even close. Oh, absolutely. That's what happened. Her husband's law firm. Call this husband's law firm, dude. Okay? Like, what the actual fuck is wrong with you, sir? And I don't know why no one else is bringing that up, because I've talked about it several times. She's talked about it several times before. Now, I don't know, like, why it's being missed. But yeah. He keeps leaving those parts out of what he did, right? He's like, well, I wrote a blog. That's why. He knows damn well. We do. We simply do. Like, they just don't need the bullshit, you know? Magic, here's a fun fact. He also emailed and called Lindsay's children's schools. He also did the same thing to fucking Meredith. He also called Lindsay's estranged family members. He called Meredith's family members. This is what he does. Okay, he tries to do this to
people he doesn't like or no longer support him, where he contacts their family members, their exes, their kids' schools, their jobs, their spouses' jobs. These are things he's been doing for 10 years over and over and over and over. And I don't think it's talked about enough, because this isn't the first, second, third, fourth, or even fifth time he's done all of those things, right? Like, a lot of people had the two New Jersey cases mixed up, I think. They had Donna's case and Lindsay's case mixed up. Ooh. Sample? Let's see. Ooh. Well, you didn't tell me that. Hubby's making Chinese sausage. I'm starving. Oh, that's so good. Okay. That's so good. You guys. Chinese sausage is the best. Thank you, babe. Delicious. Delicious like you. Oh, so good. It's so good. I am muted. Sorry. People have asked me about like the meal trains and shit after my sister has surgery, like, because I'm gonna have to make dinner for her house and her kids, and then dinner for my house and my kids. And they're like, well, can we do like a meal train or DoorDash gift cards, which is what people usually do when someone dies or someone's sick. Like, that's the help that O'Keefe should have been getting, not fucking this clown calling Miss O'Keefe the C word and going after Paul. Like, who the fuck does that? It's weird. Who does that shit? You know, I mean, again, I offered to do the sanctioned boxing match, dude. Like, no response from Hill or the Glare. Yes, the husband's on his day off, so he's happily making what would be lunch and or dinner, and it's delicious. It's Chinese sausages, and they're delicious. You know? What do you mean? Like, I don't. You know what? I don't really know like what the ultimate goal was. I think at first she felt bad for like what he was going through, and they really just talked about that kind of stuff. And you know, like, and then you have Aidan, right? And then Aidan's like, well, I need you to say this and ask this and do this, and you know, and she's like, well, I don't feel comfortable doing that because of whatever. And at one point he's like, well, I forget what the response was. Basically, he was like basically told her like she had to, right? Like, he leaves all of that out, right? Like all of it out. All of it.
Of whom I had to shell out like tens of thousands of dollars for in New Jersey. She decided she admitted she wasn't scared of me, and she dropped the order. Little did I know, she then went and filed her own criminal complaint against me for cyber harassment. And under the New Jersey statute, it says that you can't send lewd, obscene, or other materials via the internet to someone. I didn't do anything like that.
He certainly did. See, he keeps pretending that he doesn't know what the lewd or obscene materials are. If you tell somebody that, even verbally, and say I get on my show and I say, Aidan enjoys dick all in and around his face hole, right? Loves it all in and around his mouth, right? And he deserves to have it just smacked all over his face and in and around his mouth. That's lewd. That's lewd. And if I speak directly to him and I say those things, guess what? In New Jersey, that constitutes fucking cyber harassment when you're saying weird sexual fucking shit like that. That is lewd and indecent. And it doesn't have to be in writing. Can be in writing, but it also can be verbal. He knows damn well he keeps claiming he doesn't know what was lewd and he didn't do that, but he did. He did do that, and he does know. So why
fucking lie, dude? Why fucking lie?
Sent pictures of Paul O'Keefe to me.
I'm
that
not
intimate
sure.
pictures that Paul had sent her.
Right.
And she shared them with me. I didn't send her anything like that. So we don't know what I've been indicted for. I haven't seen the grand jury docs. I have no idea what this is. I haven't talked about this person. And it's like, because I, exposed factually what they did 9 months ago and share my opinions about them, I'm under indictment now.
Isn't this an ongoing thing with people everywhere? TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, but people aren't being indicted like you are.
No. And I've done this this is how I've built my brand for the last 12 years. I call people out and when they act shitty, and
I call people out when they act shitty. He doesn't call people out when they act shitty. He makes a mockery of people dealing with hard shit, and then he just adds a bunch of bullshit that doesn't exist into the story to make it more like fucked up or sad, especially in the last 3 years. He's literally just lied through his teeth, made mountains out of molehills, twisted pretty much everything. Like, that's what he does.
say choice words about them. And, apparently some people I found out with the McAlberts, you can't do that to them. You're not allowed to do that. There's some people the First Amendment doesn't exist in their orbit.
Yeah,
as long
you
as
can't
I'm
harass
talking to them.
witnesses.
You could call her those things. You won't be in.
Do you hear how he like? No, you can't. You can't do that. If you then no, if you're the PI that you have there went and then harassed your victim, no, that would be third party harassment. Secondly, it would still be unacceptable and against the law. Like, does he really believe this shit only applies to him? If anybody else did to the witnesses what he did, they would also be charged. Like, is he all right, bro? Like, it's not just lies, shit only applies to him. Like, what fucking planet does he live?
Indicted.
Right.
But I can't because I have a YouTube show with a lot of people. So there's special rules when it comes to me.
All right. So a lot of people come up to me. They know that we have an affiliation.
There isn't special rules.
And
no one else
they
crime.
ask me certain questions, and they ask me about your past and how you.
It's his PI that works for Bradle that was almost charged himself because he went to Lindsay's house and basically fucking threatened her. So yeah, the guy's wicked ethical, wicked ethical. So, no wonder why you platformed him. Well, he is special. Yeah. Fucking special idiot, special kind of moron, because he's an idiot. It's none of his business, but he likes to think that. And I love that. Like, you built your platform on getting into other people's business and shaming other people's business. Then when someone says anything about you, he's like, oh, well, it's private. It's my private life. Sir, you shit on everyone's private life. And then you make shit up about them, right? Like, that's a fact. Okay. Like, it's a fact. And then you want to cry when anyone plays the clip of you crying on the fucking floor because it's embarrassing and it's personal.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Does anybody think if that clip was someone else he didn't like that he wouldn't play it over and over and over and over again? Like, let's be fucking honest here. I guess so, right? Like, not very smart of an investigator. I know that at one point there was a complaint against his license because of the unethical behavior. But I don't know whatever happened with that. So who knows, right? Special rules for special people. His brand is a joke. His brand is a fucking joke.
Started and how you got your nickname. So why don't we kind of go back to the beginning days?
He named it after a fountain. All right. He named it after a fucking fountain in Worcester of a boy. It's called Boy Riding Turtle. Okay. And you guys saw the lore behind that. I played it, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, maybe. The lore behind the fucking statue, which is has some evil shitty things attached to it. But that's what he named himself after. Like, of all the names you could have made, you named yourself after a boy riding a turtle that looks like he's fucking a turtle, so you named yourself Turtleboy because of that. Like, that's just weird. I'm sorry. Fucking weird. Weird.
Where you came from, I know.
Yeah.
And where the Turtleboy name came from, and then how you kind of rose the ranks. And
so I was a high school teacher in a district called Dudley Charlton Regional School District, right outside of Worcester. And I taught there I'd been a teacher for about a decade, taught 11th grade history. And in the meantime, I started a blog called AidanFromWorcester.com, in which I talked about, my opinion on sports and other pop culture topics. And I was kind of like, myself, I'm crass, I'm vulgar. I share my, authentic opinions
You're an
about
idiot.
people.
Mhm.
Well, it turns out you can't do that when you're a teacher, because
You
you
think?
can't really offend people when you're a teacher. Kids might read it. And so I'm like, well, so I got called down to the office about it. And I was kind of put on like probation, almost like you can't, no more internet postings, controversial stuff. One more thing, you're done here. And so I abandoned
So he decided he was going to do more.
aidanfromworcester.com. And I'm like, well, if I want to do
He decided he was just going to do it anonymously instead and not get caught.
this, I have to be anonymous. And so I created a brand called Turtleboy Sports. And it was named after the statue in downtown Worcester of a boy who appears to be,
That's horrible.
it's a funny statue. It looks like he's
I don't find it cute when people talk about suicide like that. My dad died of suicide, as most of you know, and I keep his ashes inside this necklace that was made for ashes. And my dad goes everywhere with me. And people just can't talk about suicide or suicide attempts without being fucking assholes. Obviously Perez needs help and support, not fucking shitty comments from people on the interwebs that don't know shit about actual struggles like that, Right? It turns out that you can't be disgusting when you're a teacher. No shit. It's almost like he discovered all these new things that he didn't know. I didn't know you couldn't be controversial and write weird shit and be a racist when you're a teacher. Like, is he for real?
having sex with a turtle. Because I'm from Worcester, like it's like the landmark in Worcester is the Turtleboy statue. And so I'm like, what more Worcester name than Turtleboy? So I'm like, I started calling myself Turtleboy Sports, and I was anonymous for several years, or at least for about a year, until I was teaching too. So I was like teaching during the day, going home and writing articles and blogs and throughout 2014. And then towards the end of 2014, I went to a game in Buffalo. And we watched and I filmed my encounter up there. And this is back when the Patriots had Brady and we would kill them. He went like 35-3 against the Bills and like just murdered them every time. And they hate Brady up there. And they're like the most vulgar fan base. And so I'm like, this is good content. And so I filmed myself up there, like, going at it with Bills fans, chirping at them throwing stuff at me, calling me choice words. And it's all in good fun, just sports. Right. And I went home and I published an article about it. And it went viral in Buffalo. Okay. And so like people on sports talk radio out there were like, who is this Turtleboy person that came here and made us look bad and all this stuff? And they hate him. They hate Tom Brady. They hate the Patriots. And now they hate me for making them look bad. And there was one guy up there who had a blog called Buffalo Bruises. His name was James.
Is he for real? Well, okay. What he's of course not telling the audience is he was making sexual and lewd motions like this and doing this behind a teenage girl because he was acting a fool like a drunken fool during the game. And they kind of turned around and asked him to like chill out, right? The people in front of him. And of course he was like doing all this shit to a fucking, I think she was 14 or 15-year-old girl. And that's why the article was written. The article wasn't written because they hate Tom Brady. It wasn't because you made them look stupid. It's because you're heckling a 14-year-old girl with fucking sexual innuendos like a fucking creep to the point where you had to be taken out of the stadium by security. Of course, he leaves all of that out, right? All of it. Doesn't tell any of that. Because, like, he can't tell you how he got fired as a teacher and walked out and had to sign an NDA and the Dudley police had to walk him out of the building, right? No. Can't tell the real story because it would make him look bad.
Prager, and he doxed me. Like he found out who I was somehow.
Oh, he doxed you? When?
I was indeed behind this, whatever. And he put it out there and he's got a picture of me on there and he's like, this scumbag works at this public high school, Shepherd Hill.
Boy.
Go contact them, put their contact info. And I'm CC'd on all these emails from all these Buffalo fans saying this guy's a scumbag. And he made some stuff up too. He's like, he went to the game and he was jerking off on like on a girl behind him, like outrageous stuff that would be like, you'd be arrested and kicked out. And so none of it's true, of course. I was at the game. I was chirping at these people.
Is he for real? He wasn't arrested, but he was kicked out. That happened. Like, is he for real right now? Does he think that like there isn't records of that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Like, you're allowed to do that at a sports game. Yeah, I was indeed behind the blog, and so the school got bombarded.
A 14-year-old girl. And of course, when the school got bombarded with emails and whatnot, and he got fucking fired, right? And he's like, I just decided not to be a teacher anymore. Yeah, right. The school was like, oh, we can get bombarded with these and you can still remain a teacher. Like, that's what he wants people to believe. That the school was bombarded about him heckling a 14-year-old girl with sexual innuendos, okay? There's pictures. And the girl told her the story. And the brother who was with her also told the story. So again, like, he forgets that all these things happened. Yeah. So he gave you the Turtleboy treatment. And that's where Aidan got the bright idea to start using those tactics on other people to get them fired and do X, Y, and Z and make their lives miserable. It's because it happened to him. So like, he needs to make everyone else's life miserable now, right? I guess that's the right. Brady would not fucking, I'm sure Brady would slap his hand away if he tried to fucking reach out and like give him a handshake, right? I'm sure that the school just loved it so much that they were willing to let you stay, and you just left as a teacher, because that's what he wants everyone to believe, is he wasn't fired at all. He just left, right? And then he leaves out the part where he was walked out of the building by the local police department from the school, right? Usually if you quit being a teacher, the cops don't come and then walk you out of the building, and like, yeah. The problem is that the school signed an NDA and he signed an NDA, so the school can't talk about it, and that's why he's so vague on not telling the details, of course, of it. So interesting, right? Interesting. Like, he just doesn't want to give. Yeah, so he was doxxed. He doesn't want to give all the details of what actually happened, because if he gives all the details of what actually happens, then he doesn't look so good, right? And he needs everyone to think he's amazing and awesome and all these bad things happen to him. He's the victim, right? He's the victim. He didn't heckle a 14-year-old girl with sexual innuendos at all at a fucking game like a creep. Leaves that out, right?
With emails. And this is a school where they had been in the news in the past, and they wanted to avoid controversy because there was a teacher, if you look her up, her name's Amber Jennings, and she was right before I got there. Hot smoke show, 30-year-old teacher had sex with a 15-year-old student.
Oh boy.
And she was arrested for it.
Ew.
And so Shepherd Hill was in the business of like avoiding media controversy at all costs. And so they don't need this.
Most schools are.
So they bring me down there, the superintendent's there, the principal there, the union's there, a Dudley police officer's there. And, they're just like, are you okay? And I'm like, been better, because I'm getting CC'd on all these emails. I see the principals on them. I'm like, I'm just waiting for the ball to drop. My students have all read this article now.
Find the article.
And it's all untrue, and I can't respond.
Right.
And so I'm like, they go, why don't you just put you on paid leave to give it some time, and we'll talk about what we can do about this. And so that I was on paid leave for like 3 weeks, and I went to Chicago, and my uncle lives there, just to get away.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I want you to think about like what you could do besides teaching. And I'm like, so he owns his own water treatment company out there. And he brought me around. He introduced me to some people he had business details with. He's like, this guy provides me with this, and we work this out. And, he's like, just trying to get me in like a business mentality. But he's like, all you wanted to do the whole time was talk about Turtleboy. He's like, that's clearly your passion. Is like, you like doing this and you're good at it, and you have a decent sized audience already. So what if you just monetized it? And I'm like, well, how do I do that? And he's like, well, you find out who's advertising in your local newspaper, and then.
Hence why his website looks like the penny saver, with 1 billion fucking ads on it, because that's how he still, quote, monetizes, with all these little pop-up ads everywhere, like a 1992 website. You mean the guy interviewing him? It's his ethically challenged PI that works for his fucking attorney.
You go to those companies because they have disposable income for this stuff, and you say, why don't you give me $300? I'll put your banner ad on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And you get 20 people like that, you're making as much as you were as a teacher.
It breaks everyone's
and so that's what I
browser.
did. I went door to door. I got local advertisers on my site. And before I did that, I had to resolve the thing with the school. And I said, like, the union came to me and they go, they're going to try to terminate you. They go, they're not convinced they could, though, because First Amendment issues, but they believe you're behind this Turtleboy blog. They don't care.
They absolutely can. You were making sexual innuendos behind a fucking 14-year-old girl. We're asked to stop several times by security and didn't. I love when he goes like, oh, I can't respond. It's not true. That 14-year-old girl and the brother both did interviews about this. The article is written. Then the girl and the brother did interviews on what he did, right? Like, again, once again, it's everyone else and nothing is true and Aidan has no responsibility to do anything wrong, right? Because a 14-year-old girl is going to lie for no reason whatsoever, right? Okay, sure. Sure.
Care about all the other stuff about like these ridiculous allegations, but you're on thin ice for social media posting. So if they think you're behind this Turtleboy blog, they could have grounds for termination.
About the female teacher.
Or they offered me a full year salary and letters of recommendation and all this stuff if I just walked away. And so
no brainer.
Yeah, I'm like, so I saw that as like a nest egg. Like this is like,
here's a year salary of 30 grand. You end your career and yeah, we'll give you a letter of recommendation. Yeah. See, the problem with that is the article is everywhere. So even a letter of recommendation is going to do nothing for him. No school is going to take him. Certainly not now, but definitely not then. Right. I mean, come on. Is he for real right now? Like, oh yeah, they offered me all these things to just walk away. Like they could have terminated him easily, just like that, just for the allegations alone. Never mind the fact that the girl did the interview, the brother did the interview. Clearly it happened, right? The security asked him to leave. Like all of those things happened. You know what I mean? I have no idea what her name is. The teacher was before him. That's what it looks like. The penny saver. Go to his fucking website. It's a penny saver. It's like boop, 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 pop-up ads from like 1992. And he still runs his website like that. Pop-up ads. Boop, 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 boop. They each pay him like a certain amount, $100, you know, 500, 400, 800, whatever, per fucking banner, per person, per fucking ad. Like, it's ridiculous. Nobody wants to go to, and that's why he charges the $15 a month or whatever it is now, 25 probably, to get no ads, right? Right. MySpace penny saver. That's what it's like. It's like a MySpace penny saver. Just pop-up ads from like 1992. Endless pop-up ads.
Yeah.
If I'm going to turn Turtleboy into, I need to eat in the
invested back into this Turtleboy project.
And so like, and just, I need to be able to pay my bills while I'm getting this company started up.
Except he didn't. His wife paid all the bills. Is not a fun fact. His fucking ex-wife foot the bill for this bullshit, right? Meanwhile, he's like, yeah, I need to turn Turtleboy into a full doxing and harassment campaign for the next 10 years of shitting on humans. Because that's a moneymaker. That's what I like to do. It's so fun. And in the clip that I showed you guys the other day, he fully enjoys just destroying other people's lives, right? That's what he did, right? I'm sure he signed and read a teacher work agreement and all that jazz. I mean, come on. His stories are fucking, he has more than Mother Goose does, okay? The man has more fucking stories than goddamn Mother Goose.
Basically, right. It is a business. So I turned it from, you know, Jay-Z once said that I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. And that's the way I view this. Is like Turtleboy.
You pay him per month and then you don't get the ads, you know?
Boy was a business, like, right? And so like, why not me? And so I started getting local advertisers and all this stuff. I quit teaching. I left that behind.
Fun fact. Then he also started getting like politicians as advertisers. And then when they didn't want to work with him anymore, he would then write hit blogs on the advertisers that no longer wanted to work with him because they found him to be a liar or a fucking fibber or just him. He is him, right? Like, and so when people started pulling out his advertisers, he would just write hit blogs on them. So who the fuck wants to then be an advertiser of his? So when they decide they no longer want to be an advertiser, they're going to deal with that, right? Like, he's not a smart businessman, now is he? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
And I was still, you know, quasi-anonymous, but people kind of knew who I was. And, you know, it's grown from there. And I keep writing, the more I would write about, I was a local guy. I was a Worcester guy first. So I would write about Worcester-centric issues. But then I would write about, you know, expand east where all the people are. And I'd write about things in the South Shore and the North Shore and in Boston. And people out there start following you. And so like the more stories I wrote, I would write 3 or 4 blogs a day. And, you know, and I would write about scumbags. Like that was the big theme. Scumbags and
says the scumbag. Have you heard about people who sold their food stamps so they could use the cash for something? Meanwhile, I'm over here just destroying people's lives and taking $5,000 to write hit pieces on people that aren't true and destroying their lives. And, I write about scumbags. I'm not a scumbag myself. I write about all the other scumbags. I have to call out all the scumbags. Me, Turtleboy. Me, scary Turtleboy. I gotta write about all the scumbags. I have the right to call out these shitty people. They're all shitty people. Says the philandering, pathological, fucking liar, narcissist, gaslighting piece of human garbage. Okay? This ethically challenged man, and also he has got a deep, deep-rooted problem with the truth, thinks that he should be judge, jury, and executioner on everyone else's problems and destroy endless people in their children's lives because, well, he is the ethical component that is good, all that is good. I mean, you can't even make this shit up, bro. Like, here's the saddest part about all this, right? I said that earlier. Like, how much was that spray tan? I said all this earlier, right? The saddest part about all of this is he actually believes that. He actually believes in his mind that he is above everyone else, and therefore he should be allowed to call out people's quote behavior, their bad behavior, their good behavior. They're just behavior. Their behavior. I put a super chat goal up, guys. Can we try to meet the super chat goal? I do count the direct donations towards the goal, but can we try to meet the super chat? I think it's 10 for $5 or more. Can we try to do that? Can we try to do that today? I definitely count the direct donations. So when those come in, I read them too.
Exposing corruption. And when you do that, it resonates with people because they don't like, as it turns out, people don't like scumbags.
Did you drop the sports from it at that
Yeah, I
point?
never really wrote about sports. It didn't sell.
Because I would hear you on with like Jerry Callahan. I think that's when I first kind of stumbled on you.
Yeah, and they never really had me on to talk about sports,
right?
Because the Kirk and Callahan show never really like. I mean, that's why it was the top-rated show because they didn't just talk sports. Like I used to call in a Felger and Maz, which is a sports show.
Yeah.
And that's why I called it Aidan from Wizard.com because I would call in there so much. But when I was on Kirk and Callahan, I would, for instance, they had me on to discuss the assassination of Ron Tarantino, an Auburn cop in 2016. And it turns out the guy who killed him should have been in jail a million times, right? And he was dating a woman whose stepfather was a judge who worked in the Westboro District Court probation office. And there's this guy isn't just some random person who killed Ron Tarantino. He's connected to powerful people. He's a scumbag. He shouldn't have been out on the streets. Ron Tarantino should be alive today. And that caught Jerry's attention. That's the first time he started following me. He had me on the first time. And then later on, they were being attacked by some guy named Bob Murchison. He's like this activist from Sherborne, a very rich town in Middlesex County.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they had made comments on their show about transgender kids in sports or something like that.
I remember.
And they took the position that it's not fair for female athletes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob Murchison lost it because he's got a transgender son or daughter. I don't even know. But he's like a very wealthy guy, and he started emailing all of WWE's
the sponsors,
all of them.
Yeah.
And got a whole bunch of them to quit.
Right.
And they were told, you can't talk about this anymore. And so finally, like, everybody knew something was up with them. They had been neutered. And then Kirk reached out to me and he told me the whole thing. And I published the story.
Also, you're here late, Ruthie. Miss Late in your pants. But you're going to have to email me because you won the comment. I gave a challenge yesterday for a $10 gift card to Amazon, an e-gift card. That if you commented and liked, you had to like and comment on the video after it wasn't live anymore yesterday, that your name would be put in for that. And Peggy won, and she wanted me to pass it off to someone else. And so I put everybody's name back in the thing. And you, my dear, were the next name that got pulled out of the picker. So you're going to email me, and then I'm going to email you back a $10 Amazon gift card for your win. I might do that same thing today as well. Just because I feel like, giveaways are fun, right? And if I can do like maybe a couple of those $10. I know it's not a lot. I'm a broke person, people. All right. It'll get bigger when I get bigger, right? When the channel gets bigger, I promise I'll do bigger giveaways. Oh, thank you, Miss Elisa. She sends $25 and says goals. So it's 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. I count direct donations. So can we get to the super chat goal? Can we see if we can do that today, people? Aw, me too. I would rather spend it on the littles or something to do with them anyway. But give it to Lisa. Look at you guys just passing it along to other people. I love it. I love it. See, this is why I love my community. I'm just saying, like, I love it, right? He loves the politics, you know? Well, that's the thing. Like, this guy is the biggest scumbag of scumbags. Why the fuck is he the judge and the jury of who's a scumbag? Also, here's a fun fact. When he writes his blogs that smell like wet socks and broken dreams, it's not like, you know, it's not all factual. He takes whatever gossip somebody inboxed him and then makes it into a blog. He doesn't check on the information. He doesn't talk to the person, which is ethically challenged, right? You need to talk to the other person who's the target of the story to find out what actually happened or their version of it. And you want to put both versions because that's the correct thing to do, right? Instead, he just writes whatever the gossip person told him. So if somebody emails him and goes, well, this is my sister's cousin, so I know all these things happened, right? It's true. It's 100% true. He writes it all as if it's true. Everything they told him. Now, we all know that there's crazy lunatic people out there who will make shit up about people because you didn't give them a ride, because you didn't let them borrow $20, because they're your weird fucking neighbor. All sorts of, because there's a crackhead next door, like all sorts of reasons why people do this shit. Okay. So you cannot go based on one person being like, it's true. I know it's true. Right. Like, but Aidan does. And a lot of times people are like, I'll pay you X amount of dollars, $500, $1,000, $5,000 to write this hit piece on this piece of shit person I don't like. And he'll just do it. He doesn't bother. So why does he get to say anybody's a scumbag? Like, he's the biggest scumbag of them all, and he thinks he has the right to call out scumbag. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. That's nonsense. It's an excuse for him to feel better about himself. Psych 101, folks. Okay? Psych 101. A man like this has to feel better about himself by going against other people. Okay? By shitting on other people. He feels good about himself for like 2 seconds. The problem is that feeling doesn't last. That high he gets from his viewers in his chat being like, you're so amazing, these people suck so bad, blah, blah. It doesn't last because people find out who he is and find out that he lied. And so a whole bunch of people leave. And so he's got to draw in a new audience fairly often, right? Instead of keeping a core audience and building a community of people, he's got to do this shit, right? Like, that's who he is. It's fucking wild as hell. Ruthie. Thank you, Ruthie. Ruthie sends a donation for the super chat towards the super chat goal. Why doesn't it tell me? Fucking Chime, goddammit. Thank you for sending a $5.90 towards the super chat goal, Ruthie. That's 2 out of 10. I count the direct donations, obviously. So that's 2 out of 10. So can we get a few more? It's been a slow day today, but I have faith in y'all, and I know people are joining. My little night bot will remind people periodically how to donate to the channel. It's definitely a help so that I don't have to always do it. But hi, girl. It's nice to see you. It's just one of those days in general. It's just been one of those days in general. You know, it's just like one of those days where you're like, should I just tuck myself into bed and stay there, you know?
Exposing Bob Murchison, and they loved it because Kirk had all been fired basically for this, you know, and Jerry was still working there. And it just exposed WEI that you guys gave into this punk, this bully, Bob Murchison, this rich and powerful guy who spends all of his day trying to silence the speech of others. And he should be outed. And that resonated with a lot of people because Kirk and Callahan was the top rated sports show in all of New England. Right. Because they talked about stuff like that.
They did.
And people liked, and that's what people wanted to hear. But this one guy sitting in his mansion in Sherborne decides, I don't think you guys should be able to say that. And so I'm going to take it away from not just you guys, but everyone, all the listeners who enjoyed it. I'm going to take that away from you. And people like that should be exposed, and you should call them mean names.
And now the station is just kind of a watered down version
It's a Bob
so
Murchison.
gross.
And look at Kirk. He's
so
thriving.
gross.
He started his own thing at Barstool.
He's on Barstool.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry started his own podcast where
Yeah.
he talks about whatever he wants to talk
Yeah.
about. I did my own brand.
I was
and we're
thinking
killing
about that. Like your start kind of reminds me of Portnoy's start in a way.
it. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it has some parallel.
Yeah. I deeply
No, it
admire Dave
doesn't.
Portnoy for everything he built. I mean, he's a local guy,
Mhm.
right?
Fun fact, Aidan desperately wanted to be Dave Portnoy. That's where he got his persona of being just who he is. Like, he thought he could do what Portnoy was doing, and he would be super famous, for doing what Portnoy was doing. And unfortunately, he failed miserably in that, right? But when people make that connection, his PI is not going to be so happy because Aidan hates that. When people remind him that he's not Portnoy, and he'll never be Portnoy, right? Like, a lot of people have. And YouTube itself, the legal department, we've actually spoken to the legal department several times, literally on the phone, right? Like, and sent them hundreds of, because they will ask you for every, link for this and a link on his channel for that and timestamps and all that shit. And it's like, bro, we've told them dozens of times, like, we'll give you all that, but it's every single video. Like, no one, Portnoy does not like him. He fucking hates him. Like, hates him. He's said quite a few things about Aidan over the years and how he pretends to basically be Portnoy. Even Portnoy knows where the line is, right? Like, come on. Oh, yeah, she was catching which way the wind blew. She wanted to be like Aidan. She even admitted at one point, Ethel did, that she was trying to, like, be like him. That's where she thought she needed to be to make all the money. And it's like, cool, you want to make blood money? Be my guest. I'm not willing to make blood money to hurt people because Aidan gives you a pat on the back for it. Fuck that.
A little bit older than me, but like literally went to University of Michigan, great school. Didn't even need to go there, as it turns out. And I didn't even know to go to college either.
Right.
Like, I could have just started this. Like, he gets out of college and his passion was speaking and being funny and talking about sports in a way people wanted to hear in the everyman style.
Mixing a little, little few hot chicks.
Yeah, some hot chick. He
and-
knows what sells.
Yeah.
He's because there's a market for that. Guys like that. And so he's hustling and he's out there. This is before blogs were real big. He started printing out newsletters.
Yeah, putting them on Barstool.
Putting them in on the train, just giving them to people for free. He would sell advertising. That's the definition of hustling. Literally rags to riches. We're talking about a guy with a Michigan degree. He could have gone on to get any number of jobs, but he didn't want a job.
You
he
can
wanted
do that
to
with
be
any
the job,
degree from anywhere. Dumbass.
And he took a chance, and that's the American spirit. And he built something that people like, that people want to buy, that people want to listen to. And he did it by being controversial and not caring. And they
that's not how he did it. He didn't do it by simply being controversial and not caring. He did it because he had a passion for certain things, including sports, right? So he focused on certain things and then expanded from there. He also knew where the line was. You can say controversial things or things people don't want to say out loud, but there's a fucking boundary to that. Aidan goes well beyond that boundary and then some, right? Which is why he'll never be Portnoy. Also, fun fact, Portnoy knows how to make business decisions and not burn every bridge he's come across, even if you don't like that person. If they are doing something, right, for you, like Brian and Mike were doing, why burn them over something? Like, what did they even do? Like, you know what I mean? Mike gave advice you didn't like. Brian didn't do anything, right? You simply can't handle advice you don't like, even in a nice way, right? Like, you can't handle any criticism. And Portnoy can take criticism and just put it in the bucket in the back and call it a day, right? Like, Aidan can't do that. He's not a smart businessman. Smart businessmen don't go after their allies because their fifis are hurt because you got a little criticism that was good advice. And it wasn't even like Mike was shitting on him and making him look bad. Like, he gave him really good advice in the kindest, nicest way possible. And what did Mike get for that? You know what I mean? Like, Aidan cannot handle even a little bit of dissent, not even a little bit, which is why he will never be Portnoy. Hashtag never be Portnoy. We should get that one trending. We should get that one trending. He will fucking lose his shit. He will lose his shit. Yes, smart businessmen apparently now cry on the floor. If you want to be as successful as Turtleboy, please do this. And cry on the floor.
Can we please go? Can we please go?
He's the know all be all of every scumbag who's a scumbag. He gets to say who's a scumbag, you know, and he knows who he should go after. And like, he's such a smart businessman that he emotionally manipulates every girlfriend and then tries to go after them with false charges and then cries.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
And possibly, maybe for entertainment purposes and satire only, possibly peed on the couch. It was wet. We don't know why it was wet. We don't know. He talks about it missing. I can't leave. I had no shoe. Fun fact, he had multiple pairs of shoes at Meredith's house. I couldn't leave. You could Uber. You could go to a hotel. You had multiple pairs of shoes there. You leave that part out, though. Like, I was missing a shoe, so I can't go anywhere. Oh, because, like, you know, the other pairs of shoes that you had there weren't good enough. Like, I don't know, your platform shoes, maybe? Like, those weren't good enough. You know? Exactly. And that's what he does to everyone. For no real reason. There's no real reason behind his insane behavior. It's because, again, he's a narcissist and they don't know how to make a friendship or be a friend. They only know how to take without giving anything, even emotionally, in return.
Came at him, right? I mean, how many people have tried to cancel Dave Portnoy over the years? And no matter how much they try to cancel him, he only grows.
Oh my God, he's literal. Is he comparing himself to Portnoy? No matter how many times they cancel him, he's not getting canceled. Aidan, you are eventually going to be fully canceled. Like, you cancel yourself, sir. Like, on a daily basis, you fucking cancel yourself.
Grows stronger. So yeah,
Come on,
I'm
bro.
not Dave Portnoy. Some people like, you want to be like Dave Portnoy?
You do.
Yeah, I want to be. Of course, I want his wealth and his success.
Yeah. He'll never get that because he doesn't know how to know where the boundaries are. Yeah, okay, we have to get hashtag you're not Portnoy. Or you'll never be Portnoy. He will fucking lose his shit on Twitter.
That's the highest
I'm starting it now.
compliment you
Right.
can give someone.
But-
When you want to be like
Right.
someone.
Retweet
But what him and
this
I
in a
do is very
second.
different.
Yeah.
Like he's more, he shies away. He didn't get into the Karen Reed thing. He stayed away from that. Whereas like I jump balls deep into that. Like that's my bread and butter. I like getting into the real
Yeah, he did
controversial
because
stuff
you're a
where Dave
psycho.
likes to more just, yeah, it's not as intense as what I do.
So that story that you just mentioned, the rich guy in the mansion, that's pretty much what spearheaded you.
Spearheaded me?
Yeah, kind of, people started to recognize you, that you wrote this story on this.
I mean, I think I was started to get, attention before that.
Were you?
Like the Ron Tarantino story in 2016, that was a pretty big story when I
Yeah.
wrote about that.
Okay.
And locally. And then in 2017 was a real big year for me because I started to expand.
Yeah.
And I hired various bloggers from different parts of the state, and we called them, like, there's this one girl, South Shore Turtle Girl. She lived down in I think Acushnet or Fairhaven, one of those towns down there, and she would write about stories in her area, and she was really funny because I'm not familiar with the area. I don't know the ins and outs of like what's going on in Plymouth and Brockton and stuff like that, whereas she did. And I hired a girl from Lawrence up there, like right near or Methuen, one of those, and we called her Merrimack Valley Turtle Girl. And then we had a girl in Somerville, and we called her North Shore Turtle Girl. And they covered stories from their areas, and they did it kind of in the Turtleboy style, exposing bad behavior. It's funny. Like some of their articles are really funny. And I exploded in 2017. I went from getting like on the website, 25,000 views a day to 100.
He exploded, guys. He had a whole, 500 views on his video. That's explosion. It's explosion, you guys. It's explosion. Okay.
1,000 views a day, and I could pay them
on your
too, 'cause
website.
we're getting paid by the click.
Right.
Like,
So you don't have.
He could pay them, but you want to know what he paid them? Like 15 to 20 bucks an hour to do endless work and be endlessly on fucking call of his demands 24/7. You couldn't pay me all the money in the world, definitely not $20 an hour, to be at his beck and call, him screaming. All of those people, by the way, quit, right? Every last one of them left and quit because of the way he treated them, as if they were constantly needed to be at his fucking beck and call and do what he wanted when he wanted them to do it, right? And he paid them shit. No, she was South Coast Turtle Girl or something like that. That wasn't her. That was a different one. But he doesn't mention her. Shocker, right? He doesn't mention her at all.
Have to go to the local companies to get your sponsorship money.
Yeah, I got rid of like that.
Yeah,
that
because
model
some of
ended-
those people might shy away from you because of the stories that you're
Well,
writing about.
that model had to end in 2016 because there was this thing called turtle boycott. And these people organized, they're like, he's mean. He's saying things about Black Lives Matter and things that are offensive. And they would just harass these advertisers to the point where they're like, I can't deal with the phone calls anymore. And I'm like, you know what? I have to have digital ads that just, you get paid per click that way. And I had that throughout 2017 and I grew. And I had tremendous success in 2017 and our Facebook following got up to 100,000, over 100,000 followers, which is a huge number back then. And my Twitter account, I think I had like 25,000 followers on Twitter. I was expanding rapidly in 2017. Like I was going places. And then it all came crashing down on November 28th of 2017.
That's my birthday.
When I got a message that my Facebook account with 112,000 followers was nuked because I'd written about this cheese hog named Didi Delgado, who was just a BLM scammer, enriching herself off of BLM.
What's a cheese hog?
I gave people funny names.
Yeah.
And so she was the cheese hog. So I called her cheese hog. And so this cheese hog, you know, just this gross, disgusting pig who was like, you know, somehow like a leader in the BLM movement was just.
So is he calling himself a cheese hog? Because he is, in fact, a disgusting pig. Just, I'm asking for a friend here.
She was forcing white women to pay her reparations. She's like, and she had like a crew of white women that every month they had to hashtag done for Didi. They would send her money to like alleviate their guilt they have for being white. And she would accept it. And that's literally how she would make money, is she would force.
Of course, I'm guessing he's not telling that full story either, right? Like that's clearly not the whole context of the story, nor do I ever believe that that would ever be the full context of the story, because he never gives the full context of anything. That's just his context.
To white women to pay her reparations. That's a hilarious story to me. And so I'm going to write about her. I exposed her, and the crazy white women that would give her reparations were like, he's racist, we're going to shut him down. And they just mass reported my Facebook page until it got removed permanently, and I couldn't get it back. And it was hard then to get my website out there because social media was the vehicle I used to get it out there. Like if it's not on social media, people aren't seeing it. And they got my Twitter account banned. And then they got me kicked off of Google AdSense. And so I couldn't monetize my website.
Fun fact, Google AdSense is what YouTube uses. So if you get kicked off of Google AdSense and you don't ever get back on, you're screwed. Yeah. Mine's the 28th and my little is the 21st. And then my two older ones are December 1st and 10th. So I'm ultimately screwed during Christmas time.
And I'm like, what am I going to do? And so I had to create a whole new web.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to cry on the floor like a baby, like this.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
He also had to create a new website because a court order said he had to. So he leaves this out, right? So I created a whole new website. Why, in fact, Aidan, did you create a new website? Maybe because maybe you had a civil lawsuit, as you've had lots of civil lawsuits. And part of that suit was that you dissolve your LLC and get rid of your website. And so he just started a different one, right? Like, but that was part of the lawsuit, which he leaves out. Why this guy, like, why is this guy platforming him? Girl, listen, we're just twinsies. We're like from like a whole different like planet. Okay. We're like soul sisters, my friend. Okay. We're soul sisters. That's what we are. We're just soul sisters. You're my sister from another mister. Okay. That's what's going on there. But he leaves all that out. He leaves the suit out, the fact that he had to dissolve an LLC out and get rid of the old website, like because of a civil suit that he lost. But of course, he doesn't want anyone to know he lost any civil suits because he always wins, right? He's never lost. He's always won, which is obviously a lie. But he leaves all that out. Leaves it all
site from scratch called tbdailynews.com, which I knew. So turtleboysports.com still exists, but I don't publish on anymore
because he's not allowed.
Because it's worth no money. I can't make money off of it. So tbdailynews.com. I'm a little bit cleaner with the headlines. I don't call people cheese hogs and fupa sloths and stuff like that anymore. But you know, I could still tell the story without the same words, you know? And so I made money that way. And I kept getting kicked off Facebook. I've had over 50 Facebook pages. Like every time I would build a new one up, they would get.
Because Facebook knows you're a fucking schemer and a fraud and a liar. Shocker.
Get it nuked. Twitter, I was banned from Twitter for 2 or 3 years until Elon purchased it and allowed people to speak freely on there. And now I have 160 whatever 1,000 followers or whatever. And YouTube was the same way. I was demonetized from YouTube for many years until last year.
Question is this a YouTube channel of how many subscribers? The backlash that he's about to get for having him on without knowing his background, unless he's a racist bigot himself. Well, he's Aidan's PI. Well, his attorney's PI. So it's like he knows, or he chooses to do what the rest of the cult does, which is just ignore everyone and be like, oh, everyone's lying. They're all trolls. But I'm not going to do any independent research about if any of them are right about any of the things they say about him. I'm just going to ignore all of it, pretend none of it happened and existed, and just choose to believe this liar that constantly manipulates and lies. I'm going to believe this guy, right? This guy. Like, bro, I can't. I fucking can't. Like,
here we had it reviewed again.
It's like, yeah, you're still amazing, Aidan. You did all these things. You're still amazing. Aidan leaves out so many pieces of the puzzle here on purpose, because parts of the stuff that ban evading, which he's been doing for years, but like pieces of the puzzle he leaves out are the parts that make him look bad. Anybody notice that? Like, all the pieces he's leaving out are all the parts that he can't sort of explain away. So he just segments into something else. Like,
and they let me be monetized for some reason. So I've overcome a lot. There has been obstacle after obstacle after obstacle in the way of, trying to silence me. And I wrote a book in 2019 called I Am Turtleboy. It's on Amazon. And it talks about all of the censorship I've had to overcome and how I've jumped this up.
As he censors pretty much anyone that gives any criticism of him. It's fucking quite amazing at how much of a hypocrite he is. It's amazing. It's quite fucking amazing at the hypocrisy and the lack of self-awareness this man has.
And this obstacle, and the theme of the book is that
all the obstacles that he put up in his own way. And also the theme of the book is, it's basically a roadmap of projection. It's him blaming everyone for all these other bad things in his life. Fun fact, he then did all of those things to other people. So basically it's a tell-all of the things that he's going to do to other people after he writes said book, right? Like, that's what the book is. The book is a projection of all the things he's done, but blaming other people for it, right? Like, that's literally what his book is.
Like, free speech isn't really free.
Came out on the 5th, and he did the interview, I think, about a week ago.
Like, if it costs you this much money to talk, if you have to hire lawyers, I'm getting sued all the time. If you are getting demonetized, if it costs you sponsorships, then it's not really free speech. It costs a lot of money to speak.
It's filtered speech.
But you got to overcome it. Like, I can't.
Sir, free speech doesn't mean like free as in like money free. You fucking fool. It's not like a 5-finger discount, sir, right? He doesn't even use the word free correctly when talking about free speech. It's like he can't grasp a basic concept. Again, this is the C's and D's get degrees guy. All right. Like, this is the C's and D's get degrees guy. All right.
Give up. Like, I'm all in. I left teaching for this. Like, I'm all in. And
I left teaching for this. No, you were walked out by the Dudley PD, sir. Stop it.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And people like you. And no matter what happens, you find a new way to overcome it. Like, I'll tell you right now, like another example of censorship recently. So, I did the Wilbur show. You were at it.
I was there.
Wilbur doesn't like.
What was the atmosphere like there?
It was wild, crazy, exciting.
Wild and crazy, which is, we did a members only stream, and I gave you guys a little bit of tea on why the Wilbur will not have him back. He wants to blame it on Justin Lalayan in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. Fun fact is, the Wilbur didn't have him back because it was so wild and crazy. And the people he brought there to watch him were like pissing on the side of the building, vaping inside the building, fighting with each other, throwing drinks at each other, screaming. Yeah, like, they were not the class of people that the Wilbur usually brings in. And so they will not host him again, right? But he keeps blaming Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her case and Justin Lalayan and someone knowing someone. Like, that's not what happened. The Hanover won't have you back because of what you did to one of their workers. And I know what happened there, right? I can't tell y'all the full story yet. I will one day. But that's funny. When I get to tell you guys about that, it's gonna be quite fucking funny. And that's karma. That is fucking karma just wrapped up in a big ass burrito and shoved down your fucking throat. That's what that is. All right. So the Hanover was like, no, sir, no. But the Hanover actually called the Wilbur and said, hey, when they were first thinking about hosting him before they found out about what he did to someone who works for them. And they looked into all that. And they called the Wilbur and they go, hey, what are the reviews that you guys had on the Turtleboy show you had there? And the Wilbur was like, don't do it. All right. We won't host him again because of all of these things that his audience did. And we're not going to have that again here. So the Hanover was like, okay, duly noted. Thank you. Right. Like, so again, he lying again. He's tested lying with his liabilities again.
Everybody loved it, right?
Loved it.
Loved it. Sold out.
And we were filming your documentary.
Yeah. And the atmosphere was just fun. Everyone had a great time.
Yeah.
Okay. And we were set to do it again in I had discussions with the owner there. And we were going to do another one in, I believe, June of this year. And so then I talked to him in February and he's like, well, we'll talk again in like 2 months. We'll pick a date.
Yeah,
and
that
I
was like,
talked to him again in 2 months and he informed me, it's not going to happen.
Nope,
because basically I had offended someone who works there.
That's not what happened. That was the Hanover that happened at, and it was because someone who worked for them. That's not what happened. So I love that, like, this is the story. I'm not sure if like they told him that just to like, easily explain away why they didn't want to have him there anymore, or if this is just a story that he's telling people. I can't be sure whether the Wilbur was like, yeah, you offended someone, so we can't have you back. But he said in one of his live streams recently that it wasn't the owner. It wasn't the owner who decided it. Like, bro, if you think an employee being, insulted overrides the fucking owner being like, no, we're having him anyway. Like, you got another thing coming. Like, are you all right, bro? Like, no, that's not a thing, right? It's not that. It is the atmosphere and the people and the way they behaved when they came to the Wilbur. They didn't treat it with respect and dignity as you should, right? They acted like fucking wild animals that were let out of a damn cage. Shocker, I know, right? Shocker.
With my support of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Because as it turns out, one of the people that works there is good friends with Justin Alain.
Right. Another case that I worked on.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, does he actually believe that, well, someone who worked there is friends with Justin Alain, so the owner won't let me do it? It wasn't the owner's fault. He wanted to have me do it. And this is what he told people on one of the live streams. I think it was like a week ago. Like, oh, well, the owner was going to, like, it's not the owner. It's like, bro, are you that fucking dense that you really believe that a employee who knows Justin Alain is going to be the reason why you can't do the Wilbur, and the owner isn't going to want to make a fucking shit ton of money simply because an employee is friends with Justin Alain? Like, are you all right, bro? Like, no. No, sir. No. Yeah, this was released yesterday. Came out yesterday. But he did the interview like a week ago when he went to fucking Abington. So, like, if he really believes that in his little deranged mind, well, he believes a lot of really fucking deranged things, but, I digress on that. But it is not because of Justin Alain. It is because his caged fucking animal viewers acted like animals. That's why. Fun fact. Call the Wilbur and ask, Aidan.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's an example then.
You think the owner's going to turn down like hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to be like, yeah, one of my employees is friends with Justin Alain, so we just can't have you? Like, no, you would tell that fucking employee, you're an employee. I don't care who you're friends with. This is my business. I need to bring in money, right? Like, and if that's going to bring in money, then I'm going to do the show. Sorry that you're friends with that person, but that doesn't have an effect on the owner's business, right? Business and pleasure are two different things. I don't care if an employee, even if the employee was a family member, oh, I'm friends with Justin Alain. Okay, cool. That's not going to stop I still have to run my business. I still have to pay my bills. I still have to bring in money, right? That's a you problem, not a me problem. Right? Like, this is my business. When you get a business, you can choose to not, have $300,000 shows or whatever it brings in if you want, right? But it's my business, right? So if he really thinks that the owner was like, sure, bud, I will happily lose hundreds of thousands of dollars because you're friends with Justin Alain, he's smoking fucking meth. He's been hanging out with Methany too much, if that's really what he thinks, okay? Just, bro, that's not why. Fun fact, again, they told the Hanover why, sir. It was because your fucking viewers acted like animals.
And so I'm just banned from the Wilbur.
Isn't it your right to
Banned.
support her?
I'm banned from the Wilbur. So why do you think you would be banned from the Wilbur? You think it's just because Justin Lane, that's why you're banned? Like, that's it? Stop it. Stop it.
And ultimately,
it is
the courts.
Yeah, they agreed with me.
Agreed with what you were saying.
Yeah, but you can't be mean. It just shows you that, like, if you offend
someone's opinion
out there, they just want to silence you.
And they're connected to someone that has a say.
And so I made a lot of money off of the Wilbur show.
Yeah.
And like I need money because I have all these legal fees and everything. So I need to be able to do shows and hustle.
Mm-hmm.
And that door is just closed. And because I have opening charges against me, like people are going to do that wherever I go, whatever theater I go to. So luckily, one door closes, you got to hustle. You got to find
another will always open.
And we are in talks with another theater, and we're hoping to have a show in the next couple of months. So stay tuned.
Awesome. So prior to leading up to the Karen Reed case, when you would get tips about these less than
Honey, he didn't get tips. Okay. He got gossip. That's not tips. That's gossip.
desirable people that wanted you to report on them, what was your procedure when it came to checking?
Notice how he talks about how he was the PI on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. He's Bradle's PI. He's Bradle's PI. The ethically challenged Bradle and the ethically challenged PI, right? Like, for fuck's sake, he doesn't, of course. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, you're so amazing, Aidan. You're so great. Please let all your viewers subscribe to my channel. I only have 1.8 thousand subscribers, and most of them came from your viewers overnight, but I need you to bring lots more in. That's why he did it. He wants Aidan subscribers, the money, the blah, 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 right? Like, because he doesn't have any, right? Like, I'm not building my shit on the back of a loser. Thank you, no thank you. If I have to make it 5 subscribers a day at a fucking time, then that's what the fuck I'm going to do. These people want to just instant. They want to go from 0 to 50,000 just like that. And that's not how it works. And when you do go from 0 to 50,000 like that off the back of someone like Aidan, you're bound to lose those and then hurt your own fucking credibility. Your own, like, have some self-respect, for the love of God. Have some fucking self-respect, people. Yes, please hit the like button. We would appreciate you hitting the like button if you can. We also have a goal up. It's 2 out of 10 right now on the super chats because I count the direct donations. So we would highly appreciate it for any and all support to the channel. We are a small channel, so all of our support and all the money that I make comes from you guys, you know? So if the donations don't come, I just don't make anything for the day. So let's try to make the super chats and or direct donations. I set it at, I think it was $5. So it all adds up. It all adds up. Every little bit adds up.
Sources and making sure it was okay for you to print.
Well, you just make sure you can't defame people. You can't make stuff up. And often it was just stuff they said online.
He does.
It's like, here's this person, what they're posting on Facebook. Here are their own words. And I would just.
You can't defame people and you can't make shit up, except that's all he does is defame people and literally make shit up. He's made shit up about Brian. He's made shit up about Mike. He's made shit up about me. He's made shit up about Jen O'Donnell. He's made shit up about all his ex-girlfriends. He has literally made shit up about every single person he's went after. So I love this. You can't defame people. You can't make shit up. Like, that's what he runs on. He's like the fucking Inquirer. Okay? The Inquirer. That's what the fuck he's like.
Criticize them that way. Or you just pull up their court records. You can go, I've learned how to research and do FOIAs and all that stuff and pull up, and here's the documents of the case, and here's the.
Does he and I love this because before this, he would pull up people's like dismissed charges and be like, they're criminals. See, these are all on their record, ignoring the fact that dismissed means they weren't found guilty of the crime, right? So you can't say they're criminals of that crime because it was dismissed. If you went to his record right now, it's ridiculous, right? And anyone now can be like, well, you're a fucking criminal. So whose court documents are you pulling up? Look at all of your court documents, right? Like, it just doesn't have the same effect, sir, when you didn't have any, documents to pull up. Now there is a fucking treasure trove of all the shit you've pulled, right? Come on.
Affidavit, and here's the evidence, and blah, blah, blah. And there's not much they can say to that. I've been sued many times before. I've never lost. Like, many people have.
I've never, did you hear it? There's the lie. I've never lost. Aidan, Fun question. Challenge for you to answer it, sir, since you're my stage 5 clinger and you watch all my shows. How, in fact, did you have to shut your LLC down then? Because you realize that, once again, those are publicly available documents if you know where to look for them, right? You do realize that, right? Like, you can look at the civil case where you were told that you had to shut your LLC down and your website, and you couldn't use it anymore. Because of the civil suit that you in fact lost, right? He thinks that like making an agreement with someone and having to agree to those terms means that he won. So he doesn't call it a loss, right? That's a lose, sir. That's not a win. You had to dissolve an LLC and not use the website, right? That's a loss, sir. You actually, in fact, have lost. Also, fun fact, there's some other cases right now that he absolutely has lost. Why isn't he telling the world that? Why is he lying? Why is he lying right here and saying he's never lost a case? That is a bold-faced lie. That's a bold-faced lie. I've never lost. Sir, what? What, sir? What the fuck are you? What? 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 Why don't you talk about the most recent one you lost, sir? Why don't we talk about that? Challenge again, Aidan. Want to talk about that? I'll be happy to have you on to talk about that most recent case that you supposedly didn't lose, right? Let's talk about that, shall we?
Sued me for defamation. Many people have attempted to get restraining orders on me based off of the words I put in my articles. None of them have succeeded because I don't defame people. I don't say things that I can't back up.
Yes,
and the same goes with this Karen Reed stuff. Like everything that I said about the McAlberts.
Name one, right?
Name
one fucking FOIA he did on his own and someone else didn't do for him. That's the thing. Meredith FOIA'd for him. He didn't FOIA for himself. He hasn't FOIA'd anything himself. He has other people do it for him, right? I would love for him to name one fucking FOIA he did himself.
Opinion based on fact or fact itself.
Okay, well, let's get into the whole Karen Reed.
Opinion or based on fact. See, there's a big difference, right? Do you hear that? He said opinion or based on fact. Well, it can't be based on fact. It's either a fact or it isn't. There's no such thing as based on fact, right? It's either a fact or it's not a fact, and it's a fucking opinion, right? Who the fuck says, well, based on fact? That would be defamation, sir, right? Like, you can't be like, well, in this affidavit, it says that you are a serial stabber of people. You just go around stabbing people all the time. And so, therefore, I say you're a serial stabber. You stab people, right? It doesn't matter what the fucking affidavit says, dude. You can't just go around calling somebody, you know, a violent person that stabs people all the time if it is not, in fact, true. That's not based on evidence. It's based on an affidavit. Anybody can put anything in an affidavit, as we know, right? I could literally write that the sky is fucking purple and sign that affidavit and send it into the judge, as Aidan and his attorneys have done many times with the ridiculous shit they have claimed. All right. They've put that in things where you're signing penalties. It doesn't make it true. Okay. Those are not facts. So don't make them facts. All right. Yeah. He had to dissolve it. He had to dissolve it. He had to dissolve an LLC. You can go and look it up yourself. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I mean. Like, why lie, bro? Why lie?
Case here and how you got involved, and I kind of know because initially you weren't really involved, and then right, or you were given materials on it, right, at one point.
Well, you know, I was alerted on. I remember so when this first happened, when John O'Keefe was killed in January of 2022. Karen Reed's arrested on February 2nd. All right. I see this in the news. That's a story I'd normally write about because, you know, police officers getting killed. Like I wrote about Michael Chestnut. Like that was a real big story in 2018. I did exposing the scumbag who killed Michael Chestnut and the judges who allowed him to remain free. And then Sean Gannon in Yarmouth.
Happened just right up the street in Weymouth.
Yeah. And that was like a couple months prior. Sean Gannon was killed in Weymouth. And it's like, this is an epidemic here of like scumbags who should be in jail, but judges are letting them go free. And it's time to expose who the judges are. That was my take on that stuff. And that's what I was doing.
Right.
And so, what were we talking about? We were
just how the whole Karen Reed came to you when you started reporting on it, when you started to maybe get a sense of there was something nefarious here.
So that's normally a story I jump all over, like a murdered cop. And, you know, I would look into the killer and expose them or whatever. And so I saw Karen Reed was arrested and I looked into her briefly and I'm like, okay, she works at Fidelity. She has no criminal record. and it appears as if this was all a tragic accident.
Mhm.
So I had no take on it, so I didn't write about it. And somebody actually asked me, there's a tape from a February 10th, 22 show that I did, and somebody asked me, are you going to write about this John O'Keefe thing, Boston police officer? And I go, well, it looks like she hit him with the car, and it looks like a tragic accident. And I kind of feel bad for her and for everyone, and I have no take on it. So it's not like she's like a career criminal where I can be like, she should have been in jail previously. Like there was nothing there. And so I just assumed what the media was telling me was true and what the police were telling me is true. This woman backed into a car. It was a tragic accident, and I forgot about it. I didn't even know she was indicted for murder because I stopped paying attention to it. And then I didn't remember the name Karen Reed. I barely remember the name John O'Keefe. And somebody messaged, I saw on April 12th of 2023, more than a year later, a blip on NBC 10. And it said, lawyers for woman accused of killing cop say new evidence exonerates her, implicates others. And I read it, and there was something about someone inside the house that she dropped him off at who Googled how I want to die in cold at 227, and that this was a Boston police officer's house. And I'm like, note to self, look more into that. And that was on April 12th, and I got busy and I didn't look into it. April 17th, and like the story didn't really blow up. No one was paying attention to it. I get a message April 17th from a guy named Brian Johnson. He's a former Duxbury cop who's been a source, is a supporter of mine and source of information. And he told me I used to work with John O'Keefe in Duxbury because John was a Duxbury cop. And something's not right here. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but it looks to me like she didn't do this, and that he was killed inside of Brian Albert's house. And Brian Albert's a hothead. He's notorious. He's a scumbag, but he's like well connected. You should look into this. Here's the court filings. And so he sent me Alan Jackson's court filing from April 12th that was reported in the media. And I really read it. It's 94 pages long. And the media wasn't getting into all the stuff. Like the stuff in there was crazy. And it was undeniable. Like that he had dog bites on him. And the guy had a dog that they've rehomed. The dog's just missing. Or that John's iPhone data shows him going up and down 3 flights of stairs.
He knew the entire time where the dog was, by the way. So again, lying. He knew the dog was in Vermont. So did the legal defense team. He knew if he had looked at the data, he would have and he didn't bother. He didn't bother to put any timelines together, right? Which all of the teams, all the lawyers then had to do, right? In the long term, which would show that the stairs that were moving up and down were when Karen and John were still in the car before they even arrived out front of Fairview, which eventually was resolved during either trial 1 or 2, when the timelines were put together. They realized that it was during the time they were still moving, right? And not even at Fairview yet. So again, these are things that he still to this day spits out, that her team isn't even saying are things, because they have a timeline. They have digital footprints of timelines that show where they were at what time and whatnot. And he's too stupid or just wants to double down enough to think people are stupid enough to not bother to look at it, right? Again, he also told everyone for 6 months that the taillight was found on top of the snow, that obviously it was planted because it was found on top of the snow. It was only after the videos that we got of them finding it under the fucking snow, because they videotaped it, right? It was only after we got those that he stopped saying it, but he never corrected it. So people to this day still are like, oh yeah, who followed him for that long. We're like, well, the taillight was found on top of the snow. It wasn't. No taillight was found on top of the snow. That is what he told people. The taillight was all found on top of the snow that night. So obviously it was planted. That was his thing. Then he said Proctor planted it. Then he had to take that back because Proctor never went to the scene that day, right? So he's like, well, it's an unknown cop that planted it then. Guys, okay, if you go back that far, you'll see where he stops saying certain things, but he never corrects them. He never goes, okay, guys, that was false. That wasn't right, right? Because then that would be admitting he was wrong and he was just reporting everything and anything and not checking on it, right? So just saying, hey, this was yesterday. It was released yesterday. He did the interview about a week ago. Every time I say that, I think of that song. About a week ago. But he did it about a week ago, but it came out yesterday. Right? His barber must hate him. Like, what is going on there? Like, is he trying to do like the whole like 90s sort of like bigger in the front thing? Like, what's happening? You know? I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm not understanding what he's doing there. You know? Yeah, we are all DB my fucking ass. I'm behind on my tea. They were witnesses for case that is subject of the action here. I'm not following what you mean. Classic. Oh, the Wilbur? Yeah, no shit. Assuming taillight was there, it's possible that Proctor also planted additional taillight pieces to show he wouldn't skate. But my point is like he told everybody there was taillight on top of the snow and that Proctor must have planted it that night. Like they found it that night on the snow. That isn't even close to true, right? They took videos of them using the snowblower and then the CERT team shoveling, and when they found the first pieces. So like he never corrected that, right? He went with what someone told him. He spit it out to thousands of people. And then when it was proven wrong, he just didn't say it again, right? He never corrected it, never bothered to, because that would be admitting he was wrong, which he refuses to do. You know? Just refuses.
Right after the time that Karen allegedly dropped him off at the house, right? And that this woman Googled how long to die in cold and she deleted it.
There's another one, right? The house long to die in cold Google search has been literally proven 17 times over, including from the guy Richard Green, who originally found it, that it wasn't the time of a Google search. It was what time a tab was opened in the background. It was not the time for the search itself. The search did not occur until after 6:30 in the morning, right? And she didn't delete it. After so many like phone calls, for instance, your call log might only hold 100 calls. When the 101st person calls, your phone takes that 100th one, the bottom one, and it is a like deletion of the system. It doesn't delete, but the system puts it in the background, right? There was no user deletions. There was system deletions, like automatic things that happen, like when the 101st person calls, that 100th call goes in the background. So it only saves so many things per thing, right? And then it puts it in the background. That's what's called like a system deletion. It's not actually deleted, it just puts it in the background. Not a user deletion, right? So it's, for me, it's like, why the fuck is he still repeating things that have been debunked 72 times over, including by the people who made the software themselves, including by the guy who supposedly found it, who had to apologize literally on the stand for any aggravation it caused because he didn't read it correctly, didn't have certifications in reading that software, which is why he called them for help on the phone, but then he never responded to the call when they called him back, right? So it's like, why are we doing that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Why are we doing that? Like, why are we doing that? Like, because he, and not for nothing, but his PI who's platforming him right now, like, if he platforms him and Aidan repeats more defamation, this guy can be held liable for that because you are on full notice that he's defaming people and being charged with, well, not charged, but like, being charged with the witness intimidation, but he's being sued for the defamation. And so if you platform it and you put it out there like that, knowing all of those things, like you can then be held liable too. So it's awfully fucking stupid to allow him to just do this shit, bro. Like it's not smart.
And that the lead detective,
not smart,
right,
guys,
has known the people who have been involved, who like that homeowner and his family has known them dating back decades to the point where his sisters at his sister's wedding, Colin Albert was 7 years old and he was the ring bearer.
He was the ring
and he was inside the house and they were hiding that.
And this is Michael Proctor you're talking.
This is Mike.
Fun fact though, Colin Albert was gone before Karen and John arrived out front. So like no one was hiding it. It wasn't relevant. He wasn't there when Karen and John arrived out front. And being a ring bearer at like fucking 8 or 10, like I'm not going to remember all those people just because I offered my kid to be someone's ring bearer. Like what the fuck? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. It's Bradle's PI. So it's Aidan's PI. Okay. The ethically challenged Bradle, So it's Aidan's PI that has made a new YouTube channel and did this interview with Aidan. You can't make this shit up. It's so wild. You know, it's so wild. Yeah, I'm late too. I was late to my own stream. It's okay. It's okay. There was no conflict of interest. Aidan loves to be like, well, I couldn't cover the Kelsey case because it was a conflict of interest. What was the conflict of interest? Well, my lawyer's on you're not a lawyer. There's no conflict there, you weirdo. You
Michael Proctor. So Michael Proctor, the lead detective, knows the people who own the home. He knows their family. He doesn't interview any.
His sister knew someone. Like he himself didn't. It was like his sister that knew someone. Like again, he was on call. He wasn't like, hey, sign me up for this case, guys. Like he was on call. You know what I mean? Like,
them.
Yeah,
he doesn't treat them as suspects.
Like,
he blames it on Karen Reed. And then the real hook for me.
Yeah, he just pointed the finger and was like, yeah, this bitch. That's not what, again, like, I can't. Yeah, a PI. Yep. I'm so serious. Like, again, I can't even take this serious because, like, he's spitting out things that just not only don't go by what would happen, right? They're not logical, right? But things that have already been debunked. Like, I honestly hope the guy gets sued. Like, you platformed this. You knew he was being sued for saying shit like this and that it's already been proven false. So why platform him? Why?
Was that?
Why do that?
In the affidavit, it shows that
PI?
Karen Reed's car.
Also, fun one, Duck Duck. This PI of his was the one who threatened Lindsay and then almost got charged himself and was investigated for his own license because of his own unethical behavior. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from the ethically challenged PI who works for the ethically challenged fucking attorney. Like, come on. Bro.
Was towed at 5:30.
That.
And from her dad's house in Abington. I mean, not Abington, Dighton. And that's like 45 minutes from Canton.
Mm-hmm.
And that the taillight was found at the scene at 5:45. So if the car's towed at 5:30 and the state police find taillight at 5:45, then it can't be planted, can it?
Right.
Except in the affidavit, it shows actually the car was towed at 4:12. And there's ring camera footage showing the car being put on the tow truck bed at 4:12. So they lied about what time it was towed. And that gave them plenty of time to take the vehicle. If they wanted to break it, put taillight there.
Mm-hmm.
And they found taillight there that the Canton police did not find 11 hours prior when they first discovered John's body in the exact same spot. So I could go on and on.
So
about
this thing just smelled like shit to you.
It smelled like absolute shit. And I was convinced from the moment I read the filings, you know.
Fun fact, it wasn't also found in the exact same spot. So let's just, just saying, just saying. Also, once again, I was convinced once I read the filings. Well, see, the problem with that is again, the lawyers can put whatever they want in filings, including the state, right? It's the evidence that matters. I don't give a fuck what's in the filings. What's the evidence show? So his notion to jump to whatever conclusion based on filings alone, like, that should give anyone pause. You shouldn't want that from someone. You shouldn't. You simply shouldn't.
Why? There was no disputing any of it. It's data. The data is the data, and it's.
Did he just say some of the data wasn't disputed? Is that real life? Like, what is he talking about?
So it's like, I'm open to hear the alternative side, but guess what?
No,
they don't want to talk. None of them. They just wait till what comes out in court. How about you show me now? How about we see right now?
Sir, it was shown to you. You went like this. You did. I can.
Now, what you have, and you have nothing. You can't dispute any of these facts.
So who did you reach out to? Did you reach out to Karen Reed's legal team at that point?
I didn't. I was connected to them. So I had this woman who's gone off the deep end. Her name's Jen Altman. She's a little unstable now, but she was a supporter of mine for many years. And she reached out to me and said, I thought, I read the court filings, right? And I made a post on Facebook and Twitter that got a lot of attention saying, holy shit, I might be sitting on the story of a century here. Like, a Boston cop was murdered allegedly by the girlfriend, but it looks like she was framed. Another Boston cop did it. And I put it out there, and that post got a lot of attention. And Jen Altman had been, for like 6 days prior, when the story first came out in the NBC 10, she had been commenting online saying, I think this woman's innocent. Like, this doesn't make sense. And a woman reached out to her who was friends with Karen Reed named Natalie. And Natalie was like, hey, thank you for saying those things. I'm friends with Karen. We went to college together. Thank you for saying those things. And when I made the post 4 days later saying, I'm looking into the story.
Of course he did, because he's not friends with her anymore, right? Like, if he was friends with her, she'd be amazing and awesome. You know what I mean? Like, amazing and awesome is what she would be if, in fact, you know, she was still his friend. Remember that. Like, you know, all the people around him are totally stable and normal. You know, violent crimes on their records, you know, living in their friend's mom's basements, tuna cans, totally normal. Faking his the purple lemonade, faking his qualifications as a personal trainer and his certifications. Yeah, these are all good people. They're all decent, you know, They're all great. They're amazing. He loves Cause EG, you know, loves them. It's amazing. All these people are awesome that he surrounds himself with, you know. The second that they don't agree with him, though, he's going to write a blog and say they're, you know, unstable. They're unstable. All his same words: unstable, crazy, mentally ill, not well, obsessed, like all the same shit he's called me and everyone else. A scammer, a grifter, like all the same shit he calls everyone. You know what I mean? Like, it's always the same fucking nonsense over and over and over. I agree. He is the unstable one in this equation.
That's when Jen is like, tells me like, hey, I've been talking to some woman who knows Karen Reed.
Hungry.
You want me to, and she started a group chat with the three of us. Say, this is Natalie, this is Aidan. He writes Turtleboy. He's interested in writing about this. And it's my understanding from my conversations with Karen Reed since then that she didn't even know who I was. She didn't.
My conversations with Karen Reed since then. Since when, sir? She hasn't talked to you since, like, you know, your epic meltdown on the spaces and whatnot. You know, you had the epic meltdown and whatnot. Yeah. So you mean before she dumped you? So sad.
John knew who I was, as it turns out, because in John's cell phone data, it shows him and Julie Albert texting about me in 2021. And Julie Albert.
So what?
Albert tells John
Not everybody
O'Keefe
knew you
that
were a
her
scumbag
biggest
in
fear in life
2021.
is being featured on Turtleboy.
Like,
And how'd that work out for her?
Yeah.
And so, but Karen Reed apparently had not, because she never reached out to me. She never, I mean, she wanted this story told and she never thought to reach out to Turtleboy. And so Jen Altman connects me with Natalie, and I'm already writing the story.
Everyone
and
should
Natalie
run
kind
for
of
him
helps
like
fill
he's
in
the-
some
like,
details about like, I'm like, do you have pictures of what Jen, I didn't have pictures of a lot of these people. I didn't know what they looked like. I was just reading the
Doesn't
court
matter what they
filing.
look like.
And she would send me pictures. She would clarify things. It was confusing. I would get names wrong. I would get dates wrong. And I kind of ran up, do I have this right? It took me hours to.
It's his job, though, to figure all that out, right? Like, that's what a journalist does. They figure all that out on their own, right? Based on actual evidence, not this person's got to tell me all the things, right? Like, because then you have to confirm that that person is right. Right? So he's essentially admitting that he was spoon-fed things and he just regurgitated it out. Yeah, that's definitely journalisms. That's all the journalisms you want these days, you know?
Write the first story. I was up till
Regurgitated.
3:30 a.m. and I had sent Natalie my final draft. I'm like, can you make sure everything's right in here so I don't like defame anyone? And she.
That's not why. Listen, he's such a fucking, bro, he's such a liar. I have the phone extraction. That is not what he said. That is not, he didn't give a fuck about defaming anyone. That's not what happened at all. As a matter of fact, he's like, is there edits? Right? Karen sends edits back. Like, bro, like, I can't. Like, you realize that a lot of us have your phone extraction and know the exact things that were said, right? Like, I mean, why are we lying again? And I mean, diabetes has no cure.
Corrected a couple things. I didn't realize at the time
Most Americans
that it
don't
was
know who
basically
he
I was
is.
speaking
He
to
thinks
Karen,
everyone
like
does.
she was just the messenger. Natalie was relaying things between me and Karen. And so I publish it on 3:30 on April 18th, and I go to bed and I wake up and my website's just mobbed with traffic like I've never seen before.
And I'm sure the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is starting to panic.
Oh yeah, I mean we've seen their messages in Discovery. Like
Weird.
Jennifer McCabe is asking the DA's office, "Are you going to do anything about this?
Well,
You know,
yeah. because
are you
it's
going to
witness
say something
intimidation.
about this Google
Can't do
search that it's not real?"
Yeah, silence this guy.
Thank you for admitting that she said to the DA's office, are you going to say something about this Google search that isn't real and didn't happen at fucking 2:30 in the morning that he's claiming happened? That's the thing. Like, that's the shit. When you have someone saying something that's not real or isn't true, right? It changes the whole aspect of something. Okay. And so, yeah, I'd be reaching out to, as any of you would, right? If somebody was doing that to you, you would be reaching out to the DA and saying, hey, are you guys going to correct this? Because this is false and you have the records, so you know that. So, like, are you going to fix this? Are you going to do something about this? Because what the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, what I think anyone, including myself, I'd be like, yeah, you're going to maybe do something about the false information that's being pushed, maybe, especially since you have the records to prove that's not true. Like, can you want to maybe do something? Yeah.
Right. Well, and just like, can you say I'm innocent?
Right.
Like,
right.
can you?
Well, I mean, once again, if someone's calling me a murderer and I'm not a murderer, yeah, since I handed over all the things that I have to prove that I'm not a murderer, I would also call the DA's office and be like, how do you protect witnesses? How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you do that if you can't do anything? Right? Like, that's the whole, like, I think our state utterly failed in protecting witnesses in any aspect of this case and many other cases that he was involved, including a juror in the Chesna case. Okay. There have to be protections, because if someone like Aidan is allowed to shame a juror for their vote in the Chesna case, right? And shit on a juror and have people attack the juror, like, then our system can't work, right? Based on his opinion. Or our system can't work like that. There's a reason why these laws exist for witness intimidation. It's to keep people safe, and so that shit like that doesn't happen. You know, like our system failed in many fucking areas, like, and it continues to fail in many areas. And like, other than trying to change the laws, which I've been trying to do for 2 years quietly, I'm not sure there's much more you can do other than throw out all of the people doing it. And it's like, you can't throw them all out because not all of them are known.
Do something like, and they didn't have an expert. They hadn't hired Jessica Hyde or Ian Whiffen yet. So they had no way to dispute this Google search for all.
Yeah, of course they do. They still had technical experts, just because they hadn't hired those experts. They still have experts in that field at the state police barracks that do that, right? Like, that they still have those people. They still have those people. Like, they still do have experts that confirm the information. Yes, they did. Like, once again, Aidan just spewing shit that he thinks he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't.
All they knew is legitimate, because it says right there. I've never heard of a Celebrate report being wrong before.
Right.
The Celebrate report wasn't wrong. Richard Green read it wrong, and he assumed that meant it was the Google search time, when in fact it was the tab time. And it's a fun fact that he was not certified in Celebrate to even read it, right? That's half the problem.
And so they didn't, and they put out some generic statement on April 20th saying, just wait till court. We're going to disprove this. How did they know they were going to disprove it? They hadn't hired an expert yet. And so that's when I thought for sure, when I wrote this story, when I hit publish, I'm like, they're dropping the charges within a week. They have no choice now. This is,
I wrote a blog.
They're not evil, right? They're not like this. Too many people see this now. They can't continue to do this in front of our faces. And they just hit the gas pedal.
Right. Instead, they did the opposite.
Right. And that's when I realized, holy shit, we're in a battle here.
Yeah.
Like, this is.
Do you ever notice this is the only thing you can talk about? Like, you got nothing else, Aidan? Like, nothing else you've ever done? Like, nothing? Just this is it.
Is it going to be a war?
This is it, bud.
This is evil. What these people, they are doubling down. And why are they doing this?
This is evil. They're doubling down on false information. Where have I heard someone doubling or tripling down on false information or lying before? Oh, you. You, sir. You. That would be you. Oh, okay.
Galbert's, like, how
you're horrible.
Connected are these people that they get this sort of special treatment from Michael Morrissey? And then I found out
it's not special treatment, okay? Witnesses have to be protected. That's the other thing. It's not special treatment. Witnesses and potential witnesses and jurors, right, are supposed to be protected and insulated. They're fucking supposed to be in every state in the fucking country. In every fucking state. Like, come on, dude. That'll forever only be his peak. Notice that's the only thing he talks about. You know? It was Karen's expert it was Richard Green that contacted Celebrate and got Whiffen involved because he didn't know what he was reading or looking at. So Whiffen called him back And he never responded to Whiffen calling him back, therefore leading to the fucking error in him reading it because he was not certified to read Celebrate. He didn't know what the fuck he was looking at. He just assumed like a dumbass. You don't assume. So it alerted them to the fact that someone else who wasn't certified in knowing what this meant could make that same mistake he did and cause so much harm to someone. So they fixed it so that no one could ever read it wrong ever again.
Federal government was investigating the investigation itself, and that Michael Morrissey was potentially a target in all this, and the state police were clearly a target.
See, he says that Michael Morrissey was potentially a target. The problem is they never said who the target was, ever. Not ever. Yeah, he had already written the blogs. Well, that might be it too. Might be the reason why he didn't call him back. But then, I mean, how more embarrassing is it when you have to get on the stand and then be like, I apologize. You know what I mean? Like, that's more embarrassing to me than actually calling him back and then calling the lawyers and being like, oops, mistake, my bad, sorry. Like, that's less embarrassing than getting on the stand and having to apologize. You know what I mean? Like, it's
in all this.
Weird.
And so
weird.
That's unheard of before. And like, in my mind, I'm thinking.
No, that is accurate. It's not an if it's accurate. It is accurate. Why would she sue Celebrate? Celebrate didn't do anything wrong. Someone read their data wrong. You can't sue Celebrate for someone who wasn't certified in their data reading it wrong. You know what I mean? You can't sue Celebrate for that. Celebrate then, after this happened, went in and changed the way it looks so that no one could ever try to say that it's for a Google search ever again. A DB wall file is not for a Google search. A DB wall file is for a tab that you either opened or closed into the background of your phone. It is not for a specific time of a search done, right? And so what they did was they went into their software and they made it so that no one could ever possibly read it wrong ever again and mistaken it for a Google search. I mean, I would have never anticipated someone would read it wrong, but they did, right? Like, I don't think Celebrate could have anticipated that, right? So it was, the data was correct, but when you have somebody who doesn't know what they're reading the data, and you're not certified in reading the data, then you misread it. And that's what happened is he misread a tab for a Google search. The data was correct. That's what time she moved a tab or opened the tab, either put into the background or opened up a tab. It is not what time she did the search at. They have times for those. It's different. It's not the same data set. Like a DB wall file is never a Google search. It wasn't a common error. He was the only one who made it. But he made such a large error that affected someone in a large way that they had to change it, right? Like, if one person reads your data incorrectly and it affects someone's life like that, you have a duty as a company to change it. I don't know of a single other person that ever read that data incorrectly like that. Not ever. Not one.
Well, they're going to arrest these people at some point. They have to. Like, the feds are investigating this. The feds don't shoot and miss, as Kearney once said.
Except they arrested absolutely nobody, and that investigation has been closed forever. And they were allowed to read onto the record that the witnesses had been cleared by the FBI. So all of those things are true and happened. Fun fact, he leaves out.
But as it turns out, they convened a grand jury. They brought these people in. They treated them as suspects, according to Gretchen Voss's latest hit piece.
I think what he testified to is it could end up being an error that people make, a common error, because I have never heard of a single other person. Ian Whiffen only put that blog out on it when Richard Green claimed that search, and then it became public. Then he made a blog all about how that's not what it is, right? Because like he worked with Celebrate, knew how to read the data, right? Not a single other person has been like, oh, a DB WAV file is definitely a Google search. That's what it is. Like Richard Green was untrained in Celebrate and read it incorrectly. He got on the stand. He had to apologize. That's fucking embarrassing, right? Like, I'd be embarrassed if I was him.
She interviews Colin Albert and Brian Albert.
I was gonna ask you about the Boston Magazine hit piece.
Yeah, let's talk.
Tell me about it. So recently I saw the story. And I kind of said, wow.
I mean, Gretchen Voss is just a trash bag loser who masquerades as a journalist, right?
Says the trash bag loser that masquerades as a journalist. Well, no, because the data wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if, like, there's no record of Green ever reading it, celebrate data with a DB wall file before as a Google search. So I don't think so. But if there was a previous conviction where he misread it, then yeah, it should be challenged and would be challenged. But I don't know of one where not a lot of people use the guy, to be honest. Like, they look up his background, they don't really use the guy. You know what I mean? Like, that he's not very well used in that field. You know what I mean? They use bigger entities for digital forensics than him, you know? So
she met me in June of 2023 when this was getting big. She interviewed me and she for a story, and then she published this, and she was like, she came to the rolling rally. She was all in. She believed Karen was innocent. And then David Traub bought her a burger, the PR guy from the Norfolk DA's office, and like fed her a bunch of lies. And she started talking to this person named Kate Peter, who is obsessed with me and hates me.
That's not what happened. Gretchen did investigations, right? She went and looked for documents, evidence, right? Unlike this guy. And so it's like, why don't you attack the substance of what she said in the article, Aidan? Because he can't. He knows that I have his extraction. He knows many other people have his extraction, right? All of the things that she said were in the extraction are in there. It's a fact. You can't hide behind it. You can't deny it. It's a fact. Yeah, he went back to McNasty's. Like, it's a fact. So all the things Gretchen wrote in the article are like about what's in this extraction, like those are all there. I have it. Like, it's there. It's not deniable. You can't deny that it's there. It's there, and that's what it says. Like, it's confirmed, right? Like, why not attack the substance of the article, Aidan, instead of attacking the person? And that's because he's got no argument for the article. That's why there's no, what is he going to say? What is he going to argue? He's going to argue, you know, like, come on.
Me and starts trying to convince her I'm a bad person.
Well aware of who she is.
Yeah, she's a little crazy, that one. And so Gretchen Voss's piece in September is very negative towards me and attempts to paint me as like a bad person. This is before I'm arrested.
Oh,
and
attempts to paint me as a bad person. Fun fact, you are a bad person. Yeah, it's not because of his commentary on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. It is not because of mean words or insults. It is simply because his audience acted like a pack of rabid fucking animals, and the Wilbur actually told the Hanover, like, don't do it because we're never having them back. Like, so fun fact.
It kind of like started to sway public opinion that like maybe Karen Reed is actually there was no dispute Karen Reed was innocent before Gretchen Voss's article came out.
Yes, there was.
And so whatever. And so after the article comes out, I slammed her. I'm like, I called her out on it, and she began not liking me, and she became very close with the McAlberts. You're not supposed to.
He says you're not, he's about to say you're not supposed to be close. And first of all, she's not close with them. That's not a thing. Like, that's not a thing. She's talked to them, and just like she's talked to you, Aidan. Right? Like, you're not supposed to be close with the person who's you're writing about, says the guy who got all his information from the defendant in the case.
An unbiased reporter should not be close.
Seems like a lot of people flip.
So he cuts him off there because he realizes where Aidan's going with this. We're not going to talk about that, Aidan, because you were close with Karen. So I'm going to people get like, sir, you just said exactly what you did. So it's not okay, but it's okay for you. Oh, got it.
Flop.
They do.
During this
they
whole
do. Oh, there's a lot of that. We call that Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Yeah. And so,
right.
So she, starts.
Okay.
I was told through Lindsay Gattani told me that she did mushrooms. Gretchen did mushrooms with Kate Peter.
Is that the young lady?
I have no idea if she did shrooms, nor would I care if she did. Like, they're actually starting to use hallucinogenics for things like anxiety and PTSD, which I'm interested to see where that goes. I don't think I would ever probably take a hallucinogenic for my PTSD, but I'm interested. It's supposed to be like microdoses, but I'm interested to see like where that goes, like where they bring that, because someone who suffers from CPTSD, it's like one of those things that like, there isn't really a medication to fix. So I'm definitely been sort of following the scientific stuff they've been doing with like microdoses of like hallucinogenics for anxiety and
whatever, and PTSD. Yeah, heavily edited. Yeah, he was a hot. He was we're not gonna say
Lady
that.
that tried to have me
That's how we
arrested.
met.
I'm not gonna say
That's
that.
how we met through Lindsay Catani.
We met through the young lady that tried to have me
And
arrested.
believe it or
but-
not, her and I have become cordial.
Really?
Yes, we have.
I heard that.
Yes.
And I was somewhat shocked, and I almost
I mean, crossed what line? I mean, if they're friends in real life, like what line? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not necessarily think that again, and I don't know if any of that's true. That's just what Aidan claims, and who fucking, you know what I mean? Like, he claims a lot of shit that isn't true. So I don't tend to believe shit that comes out of his mouth, especially since I know so much of the shit he's lied about. But you know what I mean? Like, what she does on her free time. Right. I'm pretty sure that probably didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't tend to take what Aidan said to be true, but yeah, I feel like that really wouldn't have much to do with anything. I mean, as much as fucking Aidan's constant fucking usage of Adderall, you know, is a line, probably, you know. And also, I don't know where Lindsay heard that from. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird thing. Like, again, Aidan's not attacking the report itself. Notice that, right? He doesn't attack anything that's said in it. He's got nothing to attack because he knows that we have the extraction. We'll just put those pieces out. A lot of them are already out. We'll just put the whole thing out. Like, there's no use in denying any of it. It's all there in black and white, right? Like, there's no use, right? Listen, I don't think I could. I'm not even a weed smoker, you know? My husband's been trying to get me to just smoke a blunt and get rid of anxiety for fucking 12 years. I'm not even a weed smoker. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So I don't think I could do hallucinogens. Again, unless they were like those microdoses that they're starting to do. I'm interested to see where that goes, you know? Yeah, he said cordial. He said cordial. I can't believe he just said that. Space Coast was saying earlier that he said that, and I was like, I didn't catch it the first time I watched this. He said fucking cordial. Like, sir, it's cordial. Cordial? Yeah, it's cordial, sir. It's cordial. It's cordial. Like, sir, it's cordial, you fucking buffoon.
reached out to you and said, you know, buyer beware.
Oh, believe me, we're not kumbaya walking
Right.
into the sunset together or anything like that. But you know, in my opinion, she was never the enemy. Like, she was somebody who was used.
She was a pawn.
The more we learned about it, the more we learned that, like, they literally used
pillow
her.
talk.
Yeah, they brought her
for pillow talk.
Yeah,
to
that's
try-
what do you got on him? You know,
Yeah.
what has he told you?
Yeah.
You know, and
Except that's not what happened. So they didn't bring her anywhere. She contacted them. So if he's really going to claim that, like, they somehow used Lindsay and went to her to get information, that's not what happened. She called them. She went to them. So if that's really what he's been trying to feed Lindsay this whole time, like, oh, don't worry, I'm not the one who attacked you. It was all these extra third parties that I had no control over. I didn't tell them to do it. They just did it. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Girl, I have been looking for those studies. Like, I just feel like there are some things, like, that they probably are catching on to there that might be beneficial to people, right? So I keep an eye out for any new, like, scientific studies they have on it, because I know they've been sort of delving into it more with microdosing and things. I've heard about the microdosing for THC for autism, too. My nephew he was prescribed THC, no, not THC. What's the other one? CBD for his refractory epilepsy, and it actually has helped. Fun fact. Yeah, they're playing footsie. Yeah, I listen, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, listen, the civil suit, I guess signing and like an NDA and making the civil suit go away means you flip. I don't know. But people forget that I was around for all that, and I know the things that did happen and the things that fucking didn't happen, and the way that things are being framed right now, it's just not a thing. Okay, it's not a thing. A third parties did not attack her because he didn't ask them to. He asked them to do these things to her. Like, the believing that is fucking believing that, you know, we're all in the Born Identity movie. Okay? Like, this isn't real life and we're all in the Born Identity. Like, that's not a thing. Believing that she was somehow used by them when in fact she contacted them is fucking bonkers. That's bonkers. Like, that's not what happened at all. That's literally not even close to what happened. They didn't go to her and go, hey, girl, give us information on this guy here. She went to them. Okay? So fun
They
fact, my
realized she
favorite-
was in
it's
an
my
emotional
favorite-
state that was upset with me.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we can manipulate this.
Yeah.
Oh, so because she was in an emotional state where she was upset with you, they could manipulate that. That's not what happened. That's not even close to what happened. So if that's what people are claiming, that would be out and out fucking false. That's not what happened.
We got
at
her,
all.
you know, and they
Not even
convinced
close.
her, oh, he's a bad guy, this and that. And
Okay, I'm just gonna ask, how can they convince her that you're a bad guy if she's calling them and saying he's a bad guy? Wouldn't that have already been her figuring that out before she went to them? I'm confused. Like, in order for them to convince her, they would have to go to her and then be like, he's bad, tell us all the things. And she went to them and said, he's a bad guy, these are the things he did, I'm afraid, help me. So make it make sense.
And the more that I learned as time came out, the more it
That's a
became clear
lot.
they were using her. They brought her to court.
My nephew has not a ton of aggressive behavior, but a little bit of aggressive behavior. Not on any meds yet, but he's only 6. But the CBD, I know for at least epilepsy work. I don't know about the THC portion of it, but I do think that there are some breakthroughs and that kind of stuff that can really help. You know, it really can.
3 days after I got out of jail, in order to have me, they didn't know her.
Right.
And as we've seen now through the evidence, they recruited her to do that. Paul O'Keefe and Kate Peter recruited her to do that. And they're like,
Here's another fun fact. She called Kate, and again, I'm not friends with Kate, right? So I'm just going to tell you what I know. Kate didn't reach out to her. She reached out to Kate. So how does that make sense, right? If you know the facts, none of what he's saying makes sense. None of that makes sense at all. Because nobody recruited her. Nobody went to her and went, do this, do that, do this, do that. None of that happened. None of that happened. None of it. None
like,
of it.
hey, we want you there. They, you know, they want you there. And she's like, me?
Well, they knew you're.
Oh, he's talking about the hearing. Okay, he's talking about the court hearing. Yeah, that was a clusterfuck for me. They thought she wanted to go. She thought they wanted her to go. So there was a miscommunication in the middle somewhere. But, I mean, that, yes, like, they thought she wanted to go and she thought they wanted her to go. So, I mean, yeah, somewhere in the middle there, miscommunication happened where one side thought the other person asked to go and the other person thought they asked her to go. So, yes, I thought he was talking about, like, in general, they recruited her. Like, no, the fuck, they did not.
Her weakness.
No, they did not.
Well, I had to
No,
leave if she
they did
came.
not.
Yeah.
And so like, and so like, it forced them to expel.
Public school's not equipped to deal with kids, even with disabilities. I mean, they weren't even equipped to deal with my kid and her disability. I know her disease is rare. It's terminal. It's less than 200 people on planet Earth have it, but she's not, like, it's all physical, right? Instead of mental, right? So they couldn't even, weren't even equipped to deal with her. You know what I mean? I just don't think I don't think fucking public school is equipped to really deal with anybody but a 100% normally functioning without any disabilities, physically or mentally, kid. And even then, I don't think they do a fucking great job. And if I had the capacity to sort of homeschool, I feel like I would at this
I
point.
mean, so obviously I hated her for that.
Right.
You know, but after a while, like the more evidence came out, it's like, okay, so she's just kind of a pawn in this whole thing.
Nope.
And eventually she started making posts online that were really negative towards Brian Tully, towards Kate Peter. And I'm like, she wants to talk.
That's because she thought Brian Tully, and this is the truth, she thought that Brian Tully must have something to do with her phone extraction being put out there. Even though I tried to explain to her that Brian Tully has no control over the phone extraction. He takes it, he gives it to the prosecutor. What the prosecutor does with it, that's on the prosecution. It's on the state, right? The cop just brings it from the thing and gives it to them. What they do with it, they're supposed to redact it. The prosecutor's office is supposed to redact all of the things that, like, are private, or all of the things that don't have anything to do with the case. They're not supposed to just hand the whole thing over. The prosecution did. But for some reason, and my guess is Grant convinced her that Brian Tully was in some grand scheme conspiracy to leak it on purpose, right? Like, which just doesn't, it's not logical. It's not logical at all.
Like it became very obvious. See, she wants to flip back, if you will. And so I reached out to her And it was a very
Everyone can thank Grant and his fucking wild grand conspiracies with no fucking truth to them whatsoever for that.
awkward conversation
You
first.
get her to go on record and say that I never intimidated her.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that whole thing, it's
You're a
just
liar.
like that morning.
See? I'm going to go on record and say I never intimidated her. You threatened her, my guy. You threatened her. That's intimidating her. That's why you almost were arrested for that. Notice he says that. That's the same PI, as I said earlier. That's the guy. That's the ethically challenged PI.
Like we play that all the time about how I could have done that differently. And like,
but you don't do it.
if
You do
I
the
had
same thing to
just,
Meredith.
she had a
Makes sense.
restraining order on me, so I couldn't reach out to her. But I'm like, if I could have
use
just
third
got to
party.
her and talked to her.
Well, it's not a violation of a restraining order when your
When you
attorney
do it.
sends
Yeah.
me to do it.
But I feel like that. I feel like she expected me to reach out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? When I send some guy, I send Mark Geppetta to go do it.
Yeah.
And she's like, who's this showing up at my doorstep? And it made it worse.
And I had a
as it
guy
turns
on my
out.
right hand shoulder. I had another investigator with me
Yeah.
as a witness.
Yeah, exactly. And
Right.
so
Doesn't matter if you're a witness, dude. You cannot go to someone's door, even as a private investigator, and say, well, we'll make a deal with you. You testify for him and we'll, tell him to stop, right? Like that. That's witness intimidation, whether you're a fucking private investigator or not, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
So
in
2-on-1.
hindsight, that kind of like intimidated her. Like that made her be like, okay,
It's third-party harassment, and you can't fucking give an and or to someone you have a restraining order on. So why the fuck is your attorney sending a PI to someone who has a restraining order on you? That was the first mistake. No one on planet Earth does that shit, bro.
if I had just reached out to her myself, which I couldn't do because of the order.
Right.
I feel like I could have
did.
talked to her.
It was Aidan that shared the extraction, but her thing was she thought Brian Tully was the one that, like, in a conspiracy, didn't redact all the things and like leaked it out and like gave it to his attorneys so that his attorneys could give it to him and he could leak it. Right? That was the grand conspiracy that Grant came up with. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The state police don't redact anything. That's the fucking DA's office's job. It's their job to do that. Okay? It's their job to do that. It's the damn DA's office. That's their job. Their job is to redact it. Mello didn't do any of that. He just took the file and handed it over to Aidan's attorney without redacting anything, without fucking taking anything out, without being like, okay, this part's not relevant because it's like pictures of her kids. Like, he just handed the whole thing over to Aidan's attorney, and of course, Aidan's attorney hands the whole thing over to him. Aidan then takes it and gives it to Jason Broyles and begs him for fucking 8 months to release the whole thing, right? Because he can't, because he's got a restraining order on him, and he needs a third party to do it, and then deny that he gave it to them, which is common sense because they're the only ones who have it, right? So everyone knows where it fucking came from was Aidan, right? Like, he's such a scumbag and a liar. Like, it's his private investigator that works for Bradel, the ethically challenged private investigator who went to Lindsay's house and then was investigated for witness intimidation. Yeah, it's that guy. That's who the interviewer is. Like, yeah, we should definitely listen to what these guys say. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's third-party harassment. No lawyer sends their PI to go to a victim's house who has a restraining order on you. Are you fucking mental, dude? Like, come on, dude. Such a scumbag. He's such a scumbag when he can't stop lying for 10
But that was obviously too risky and against
too risky. Yeah.
against our legal advice.
Yeah, you got to follow your legal advice,
Yeah.
And so, because of that, her and I were enemies there. And after she started making postings, I'm like, you know what? This person would be more valuable as an ally, I guess.
Which is why he sent third parties to try to talk to me and Julie Ginto, and we told them, both of us told them to kick rocks and flip-flops. I was like, there's no chance in hell I would ever not only help him, but nothing that I have to offer is going to help him. It's going to sink his fucking battleship. So I don't care if he's willing to take down everything he wrote about me. What does that tell you, though? Like, you're willing to take down bullshit. That's what it tells you. I said he can keep it up, and he can go fuck himself. And I don't think he was used to hearing the go fuck yourself part. Usually I think people make deals and they're like, okay, yeah, take it down and I'll work with you. And I was like, yeah, no, go fuck yourself. And Julie was like, yeah, fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck your actual self. But that's what he does. He sends a third party to try to talk you into working with him instead of against him, and he'll stop attacking and he'll take the blog down and he'll do these, like, and that's worked for him for 10 years, which is why he kept doing it, right? Like, it's also blackmail, sir. You fucking idiot. I mean, they're just all scumbags, right? Like, yeah, I got to follow legal advice, says the guy who never shuts his mouth or follows legal advice. Got it. Sure. Duly noted.
100%.
Than as an enemy.
Duly
All
noted.
right.
And she's been behind enemy lines. She knows all the dirty nasty, and
Right.
she's given us all this information now about what they've done. Like on March 6, 2024, she showed me her text with Jennifer McCabe.
Oh, wow.
Did you know they followed us? They stalked us?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah. So I don't know if you remember this, but we went to the Medfield police to
Okay. They didn't stalk you. Okay. The Medfield police were already calling her about you trying to have her charged with false charges. And so they sat there to see if you would show up with your fucking one phone that you keep in the car and one that you bring with all the things taken out that you said. And you, in fact, did show up there, right? They didn't stalk you. They didn't fucking follow you around the town like they went to the Medfield police where you had already been to see if you were going to keep coming back and come back as you always do to harass them until they file false charges on someone. Fun fact, you can actually do that. In this state, you can do that and do your own PI work. You don't actually even have to hire a PI if you so choose. Yeah, an asset. With what? What credibility at this point? You can't change your story 5 times and then be credible. That's not how it works, you know? Everything is transactional to him. What really makes me sad is, like, he will have no problem just shitting on her when this is all over. At all. Again, over and over and over again. Like, why make the stupid decision to A, change your story when other people were there and know what happened? Like, that just makes you look like a liar. And B, like, the credibility issue alone, like, nobody could ever use her as a witness. Like, nobody. Literally no one. And it's like, I know all the shit that he did to her, right? Like, and it was horrific and it was horrible. There is no chance in hell I am allowing someone like that to come back into my life in any capacity. And I'm sure as fuck not going to, like, twist what actually happened to help him so he'll leave me alone. Fuck that.
file a report against her.
We did. I was with you.
Yes. And then we went to the Dedham police to file another report against her. So they knew we were coming because Brian told,
they were following us.
Brian told Jennifer.
So me, the PI, didn't recognize the surveillance on us?
You didn't know we were being tracked.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And so they
So you're not really good at your job now, bud, are you? Thank you for admitting you're very not good at your job. You didn't even know you were fucking someone was watching from the side of the road, watching you walk into a police station. Like, come on. Like, I mean, thank you for admitting you're very bad at your job, sir.
According to the messages which Lindsay has now shared with us.
Well, that's the thing, right? Nobody's saying she's a fucking saint, but she didn't deserve what he did, right? I don't think anyone deserves what he did. But this whole, like, you know, she's a saint thing, like, that's, no one's a saint. No, I'm not a saint. You're not a saint. No one is a saint. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a thing, right? And obviously, if she's changing her story now to help him, like, we all know that that's not true. So, like, that's a problem, right? Like, everyone knows what happened. We watched it all go down, dude. Like what I don't know. Honestly, I blame a lot of this on Grant's wild conspiracies and then, like, hammering these wild conspiracies into her head that, like, never happened and have no truth to them whatsoever. And it's like, he's very clearly not well.
Jen McCabe on March 6th tells her, Brian Tolley told us that he's going to Medfield police and then Dedham police. We're going to follow him around. And they wear disguises. They're like, they take a picture where they all have hats on and sunglasses. And they're like, we're going to pick you up. Why are you picking her up?
Right.
You know, like, what does she have to do with any of this?
You were filing false charges on her. What do you mean? What does she have to do with any of this? You were trying to file false charges on her. And fun fact, when she went into the police station to be questioned on all of this, she just showed them her phone. And the cops were, like, gobsmacked because he, of course, did not show them all of the messages. He took out the messages he didn't want them to see so that he couldn't give full context of what happened. And when they saw the full messages, they were like, well, what the fuck? Like, this is not what he showed us or what he claimed at all. Like, no shit, Sherlock. This is a pattern of his. You should have figured that out a long ago. No, listen, I've met Grant in person. I had a personal relationship with him. I can't agree with that. Sorry. I can't agree with that. He knows exactly what the fuck.
And you're picking her up to stalk me. And meanwhile, both of you have orders against me. You're both allegedly scared of me. And, like, Jen McCabe.
I'm going to be, again, perfectly honest with you. It wasn't him that got her to convert. It was Grant's wild conspiracies of everybody out to get her and everybody working against her. That's what it was. Like, except that wasn't happening. At least from the people who were closer, like me or my friends, who were like,
What, bro? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not a thing.
You're like intimidated by me, yet you're following me around. You're using my ex to follow me around. And
If you're publicly posting where you're going, bro, like, what did you expect was going to, oh my God, I can't.
Do surveillance on me, and they took pictures of us leaving the Medfield Police Department, and they literally followed us.
I hope they got my good side.
I don't know.
So yes, he was Aidan's PI. And he was Kelsey Fitzsimmons' PI. So he's Bradle's PI.
But they had us all. They were in the parking lot at the Dedham Police Department, and her texts show this. And so this is.
You don't want a refund, do you?
No, but this is like evidence.
I'd ask for a fucking refund. Like, you're very not good at your job. If, like, what a horrible private investigator.
Can show.
Yeah, exactly.
What private investigator's like, yes, I volunteer to go to a victim's house that has a restraining order on you and tell them that if they work with us, we will do X, Y, and Z. Like, that's an ultimatum. That's intimidation of a witness. And I don't know any PI that would do that.
And I wouldn't have this evidence if I didn't make amends with her, if you will.
Yeah.
Murder. I said that we're going to let the public know what they've done. They don't get to just be anonymous.
You did call them murderers a million times.
And act like they've done nothing wrong. And that was the purpose of the rolling rally, was to draw attention to the government providing cover.
Except the problem with the rolling rally is you were not petitioning the government going by private citizens' homes. That's not petitioning the government, sir. Learning what petitioning the government means. Literally, there is literally a conspiracy in this water bottle that I'm drinking. It's a psyop, right? I want you guys to see what the label says, and that's what Grant would say. This is a fucking psyop. The label on my bottle is a psyop. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. Like, no basis in fact or reality. None. Zero. Right? None of no one named that exists. You know? Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
For these people.
And this subsequently is what led to your charges at Norfolk Superior Court.
That's right.
Do you have any regrets about any of that and how that happened, or would have you done it any differently?
I mean,
this was put out yesterday. It happened like a week ago. I don't know. And last week it happened. He did this interview, but it was put out yesterday. Yeah, lawsuits, court dates, police calls, prison, all those things. We're getting to the end here, guys. So do me a favor, smash the like button. We've been here 5 hours. It's a long one. I wanted to get through this. I don't know if I'm going to make it through all of it because I'm fucking starving right now. We're going to try. If you can, give it a like. If you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. We have Super Chats. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a Justice Chat link at the top. It's pinned to the top of chat there. It's in the description of the video. That works for Apple Pay, credit, debit. Yes, he did. Yes, he was Aidan's PI. He was Kelsey Fitzsimmons' PI. He's Bradle's PI. So any cases that Bradle works on, that's the guy that he fucking uses. Like, you can't do that shit. You can't do that shit. He worked on Aidan's cases as a PI. That's what he just said. I didn't know we were being tailed because he was with Aidan, trying to file those false charges, right? Like, here's the thing. If you're the PI, right? Don't you say, okay, let me see your phone? Don't you look at all the things and go, okay, well, we can't really go to the cops with this because you say right here that you saw the camera and winked at it and told her she could record you at any time. And like, so there's nothing that you consented, sir. Like, you looked right at it and you winked at it, like, and you tell her this, and then you tell her, like, we can't go, like, as a PI, don't you think you have like the duty to, like, I don't know, investigate, like, make sure, like, so you're saying you went to the police station with him for these false charges he was trying to file that never made it anywhere, by the way, because she handed her phone over and they were like, yeah, that's not what he told us, right? And you didn't know that they were watching you? Like, I mean, you're bad at your job. The fuck? Yes, request a refund, Was microdots the witness? I would fucking hope not. That credibility shot too. So,
but I mean, that's a good question. Would I have done it any differently? I would not have canceled the rolling rally because it's legal. I mean, it's like, I'm not going to give up my.
It's not legal. You cannot do a rolling rally past witnesses' homes to their private residences, also with no permit. A rolling rally needs a permit. Fun fact, it needs a permit. And he knew that ahead of time, by the way. And you cannot go. That's not redress of the government. Those are private citizens and they're witnesses, right? So no, you can't do that. It's not for your rights. You don't have the right to do that. That's the difference, right? You can argue until the cows come home you have the right to do that, but you don't. That's why you were charged.
It's perfectly legal
It's not legal.
to do that.
It is not. They're witnesses.
In hindsight, now that I've known what they're using against me, maybe I wouldn't have sworn as much because that's what they're just trying to do. Is
Did you have any fun names?
Does he really think it's about the swearing? Is he for real with that? Like, I wouldn't have sworn as much because that's what they're using. Is it like, is he okay? Like, are you plugged in, sir? Are you brand new out of the box? Like, it's not the swearing that's the problem. It's the going past the witnesses' homes and stopping at their homes and screaming into the fucking bullhorn. Like, they're witnesses. Right. He's the first person to run to the police. Remember that.
That day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I called these people every nasty word in the book, but you play that in front of a grand jury and they're like, well, this guy's an asshole.
Right.
They're like, but they don't.
It's a little taken out of context when you're in front of a grand jury.
Right. And so, like, maybe if I had been all wearing a suit and prim and proper.
I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I've heard it in court. And I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah. But it's like, it's all legal.
Yeah.
But
he's
he's
stupid as fuck. It's not all legal, right? Yeah, he's an idiot. Like, stop doing interviews. Like, what lawyer told you to do this? Like, what fucking, are your lawyers that incompetent that they were like, yeah, green light, go ahead, Aidan, do this interview. Sure. They're going to use this. And they have every right to. The fuck is wrong with you? Like, so if you're talking about you have to listen to your lawyers, why did you do this interview? Your lawyers okayed this interview? Is that what you're saying? Is that your lawyers are incompetent that they okayed you to do this interview? Okie dokie. This will go over well in court. And the
reasons their mind. It makes them think this guy's a bad guy.
Right.
Listen to the words he's using. Look, he's calling women the C word. He's doing this. This is a bad person. And
even if he clips it, like, Aidan's not taking the fucking stand. Make no mistake. No matter how many times he's like, he's not taking the stand. He's not taking the fucking stand, dude. He'll be begging for a fucking plea deal. He's not taking any stand.
And then the grand jurors are like, well, yeah, we can't have that. And they're not familiar with that. The First Amendment allows me to say these.
They're not familiar. Again, like, it doesn't allow you to go by witnesses' homes and to their kids' sporting events. Like, the grand jurors don't know that I'm allowed to say these things. They just don't. They're not familiar. Like, imagine saying that out loud and actually believing it. Like, are we for real? Like, oh yeah, she was just a mistress before. Now it's an ex. Now it's what's good for him on that day. Yes, he needed the PI to accompany him to the police station. He was very scared. He's a very scared little boy. And he needed to try to get more false charges, Yeah, that is part of their training. So, like, he's bad at his job. Well, we already knew that when he went to a victim's house who has a restraining order on his client.
These things, etc.
You don't do that.
And so they just poison him that way. So if I would do anything differently, I guess I would just clean the language up a bit. Just so they couldn't use that against him.
Does he think that, like, if he screamed in a bullhorn and called them murderers and just didn't swear that they still wouldn't charge him? Like, is he that fucking dense, dude? I mean, I just think he's completely given up because I don't know in what capacity any attorney would be like, yeah, sure, go do this interview. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful idea. Like, But you can't tell him not to talk online because they'll say that we're taking his First Amendment away. No, it's because you're giving them the ammo. Exactly. And that's why your legal team would tell you to shut the fuck up. Well, that's the other thing. He keeps forgetting that you need a permit to do that. And so the city will say, okay, what is the purposes of this rolling rally, right? Oh, the purposes is if we're gonna, go around town with signs of our local election people. Cool, great, fucking stamp. There you go. There's your permit. Have a nice day. Oh, we're gonna go by witnesses' homes that we believe committed murder and we're gonna scream bullhorns to them. Denied. That's not a thing. You can't do that. That's sorry. Right? Like, he knew damn well he needed a fucking permit for that. Fun fact, he knew ahead of time. So he can't even say, like, later on that, like, oh, he didn't know he needed a permit because he said a billion times privately, like, he knew he needed a permit. He just wasn't going to get one. He was going to keep it secret until, like, that day, and then he was going to tell people where to meet him. He knew what he was doing was wrong. That's the bottom line. I learned that this is the dude that hit him from the cops overnight, which is another, like, you could be charged for that, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, he seems to forget their witnesses, right? He keeps forgetting their witnesses. You cannot do that because they're witnesses, you idiot. Even if you didn't swear, you still would have been charged because they're witnesses. We ever see Adam in a matching pullover, barefoot, feet on the couch, getting interviewed by Brado's paralegal, right? Oh my God. Ew, gross. You mean crazy kookier than fucking Cocoa Puffs Courtney? Fucking swim fan Courtney? No, thank you. Guess TV never got that call from Trump and Rogan, says this is backup Timu sit-down interview. This is the best he's going to get to a documentary that isn't a fucking mockumentary, guys. All right? He's in his glory. He's like, this is great. My PI that doesn't even know we're being followed. You know? This guy's great. He's going to tell all the people how amazing I am. In Aidan's mind, this went swimmingly, right? He sounds amazing. Everything's great and amazing. The interview's great. It's amazing. There's no problems with any of it. It's all fucking awesome. Right? Wonder where? It's just quite amazing at the lack of self-awareness here. You know, it's quite funny. I'm gonna let this play for a second. I really get a conspiracy, Pete. I'll be right back. If you'd like to donate to the channel, I'm gonna put that information up, and the donation options for the debit, credit, and Apple Pay is pinned to the top of the chat and the description of the video. I'll be right back. Yeah, I can hear it, but I gotta pee.
It rated R to PG-13.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like maybe that's it, but like the acts of what I did, the protesting, I wouldn't have done that differently because that's what made this an international phenomenon was me. Nobody's ever held a protest on the courthouse stairs outside of a pretrial hearing. I did in favor of a woman who was charged and indicted with second-degree murder of a Boston police officer. That's who I went to bat for. And that gets the attention of Court TV. Then they had me on in August of 2023. And then more and more people start talking about it because there's literally footage of a man with a bullhorn on the courthouse stairs helping, there to advocate for a murder defendant. And that's what made this. And it grew and it grew and it grew and it grew. And the more people read about this case, the more they sided with me. They didn't need me to tell them Karen Reed was innocent. I just pointed them to the facts, and they look at the facts and they're like, holy crap, this guy's onto something.
Yeah.
And that's why it turned into such a big thing.
Do you think that, because it's 2026, traditional media to the type of media person you are, it seems like people struggled with you as a reporter. And I know you had a hard time getting media credentials, getting into court. It's because they didn't view you as a media person, a reporter, the old school ones.
Yeah.
It seems like that old school mentality. Do you think it kind of changed the whole landscape on that?
Yeah. I mean, independent journalism is where most people get their real news now. Like mainstream media was not telling the story of Karen Reed. So I did.
Yeah.
And so have other independent, like Justice Served and all these other YouTube channels that have kind of propped up as a result of this. Melanie Little, people like that are doing that. That's more popular than anything else because they're showing what everyone else isn't showing.
Yeah.
And so they can act, they don't want to legitimize me because that's their worst nightmare is that they can just be replaced by a turtle. And but it's the fact of the matter is I am credentialed. I have broken a number of stories that they haven't. My track record speaks for itself. I might be rough around the edges, but you can't deny the work that I've done and the effect that this has had.
You don't have some editor in your ear.
Where is the work? Where's the work? Regurgitating what someone puts to you. If 50 people send you gossip and then you print that, that's not work. That's regurgitation, right? Did you look at any of it? Did you confirm any of it? Did you pull documents to confirm it? Right? Real documents, not just like, oh, an affidavit said this or that side said this and this side said this, so this one's true. Like that's not confirming it, right? Like, is he for realsies with this? Like, you have to have ethics and integrity to even be an independent journalist, in my opinion. Okay. What the fuck did he do that was work? Someone please enlighten me. Because as we all know now, and as he has already admitted several times, the entire story was fed to him by the defense and the defense team. He didn't check a single fucking thing. Not a single goddamn fucking thing. So where's the journalisming? Felony Little is the person you're going to shout out? Felony Little. The lady who hasn't practiced civil law in over a decade and doesn't know criminal law at all. Like, listen, half the shit she says about criminal law makes me want to fucking cringe. It's so bad. Like, what are you talking about, lady? Like, what? That's not even a thing, right? She doesn't even check state to state that, like, the law in this state's different. She just regurgitates whatever Aidan says and goes with it, right? It's the same lady who said the belt and the hat was missing. It was never missing, right? As we know now, right? Never missing. Same lady who said that the fucking recording of Aidan recording Karen was AI. It's It's AI. It's not real. The picture of Karen and Alan Jackson that Aidan then later admitted was real. Oh, that's also AI, not real. She just regurgitates whatever Aidan says. How the fuck? Who? What? Are we for real? Right? No Will, no Nurse Kim, no Jimmy, no Broken Baker. Just justice served. That's it. And felony little. None of you guys matter. Okay, you're doing all the work, but you don't matter. You know? Ooh, grilled cheese, Tim? Listen, grilled cheese with bacon, Tim, is my favorite grilled cheese sandwich. It's delicioso, okay? I love myself a grilled cheese with bacon on it. It's my favorite kind of grilled cheese. I freaking love grilled cheese and bacon. So my hubby made Chinese sausages and rice and vegetables, and I will be eating that when I'm done here. My stomach is eating itself at the moment. I'm trying to get through this for you guys. He's a recorder, not a reporter, unless it happens to him. Exactly. Well, he had credentials for that trial. I don't know if he still has them, and he couldn't get them for many, many years. They denied him. They were like, nope. You're not actually a fucking journalist. And they should have kept denying him because he's not. And Bradle was like, man, I'll sue you if you don't give them to him. So they gave them to him, and I don't know why. You know. Yes, it was Felony Little who peddled the missing belt and the hat. It was. And there was no retraction. There's never going to be a retraction. You're never going to see a retraction from her on that. Thank you, babe. This is what's for Din Din. This is what we got for dinner. I don't know if I can show you guys. It's Chinese sausages and rice and veggies because this is delicious. And a lot of people put it on like a bun or whatever, but I like it in rice with veggies. It's freaking delicious. But some of the YouTubers don't have trouble getting a media pass. Well, in Massachusetts, you can't just get a media pass if you come here for a trial. You have to apply to the SJC many months ahead of time and get approved. You can't just apply for a media pass and walk in that day or bring one from a different state and be like, yep, I'm media. Actually, the DUI joke guy, the Larry guy, printed out something that said media pass and walked into the court and got kicked out. He's also a fucking clown. None of his content, the only content that guy can do is Turtleboy and Karen Reed. Because it's the only things people watch of his. Also, fun fact about that guy is he often would offer his services to people in states that he can't even practice in and convince them that he could then, you know, hit on his own, not pro hoc vice, but on his own, represent them, which he cannot do, right? It's amazing the shit that these sketchy ass fucking people will do. Yeah, misinformation little. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? It's just wild to me. AI wiretap call was real journalism. She called nobody to confirm it. Of course she didn't, because she just regurgitates what he says. I agree with you, Mike. I agree with you. He ran up curb and left tire marks for a new homeowner without permission. Yeah, rude one. It was more so Micro could make movie. Well, pretty much. I also blame her, especially since the jury asked for him to be removed. The jury asked for him to be removed because they felt intimidated. And she didn't remove them. Like, that's a problem. You screamed Tim and jolted up like he did something wrong. Listen, not you. Not this Tim. Rose's son Tim. I have to give you guys different names. We're gonna have to have Space Coast Tim and Rose's Tim, you know? Big Tim and Little Tim. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be a big Tim and I'm gonna start yelling at you and using your fake middle name. Tim Space Coast Mickey! You did something bad. The fact that you're still listening right now, I just love you for that. You're a fucking MVP, my friend. You are the goddamn MVP. Absolutely. I make you a sandwich. I know. That sounds delicious, but this is also going to be delicious. I'm going to play a little bit more of this, and I'm going to try to scarf down a few bites of my dinner because it smells fucking amazing, and my stomach's like, eat.
Telling you what to write or not to write.
Nope.
Or who you're going to offend.
Nope.
Or who's on whoever's payroll.
Yep, exactly. And I won't be censored. And that's what they hate, is that they can't control me like they can control others. And that's what made this, you know, such a big story, is that I said things that everyone was thinking, but that the mainstream media was afraid to say. Mm-hmm. And that's what made it such a big story.
So for those watching this, where are you at this point, which is July 29th, 2026, when it comes to your cases in Norfolk Superior Court?
So right now, we had a motion to dismiss hearing 9 days ago. The judge has not ruled on that. not really optimistic about it, but you kind of have to be, but you're prepared. You move ahead with your plans that you assume you're going to lose that. You're not like being like, well, he's going to dismiss it and I'm done tomorrow. I assume I'm going to lose. That way you can't set yourself up for disappointment and that I'm going to trial. I'm in trial mode.
How many original charges were there?
Originally, there were 9 felony accounts for witness intimidation. 3 of them against Michael Proctor, Julie Albert, and Yuri Buchanan have been dropped. There were 3 conspiracy to commit witness intimidation charges against Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor, and Jennifer McCabe that have been dismissed. And there was a picketing charge against Michael Proctor that was dismissed. So what's left over is 6 felony witness intimidation charges and 4 misdemeanor picketing charges.
And that's what you're prepared to go to trial.
That's what I'm
And
prepared
that's going to be sometime at the end of the year.
December 7th is scheduled for jury selection. We have motions in limine that are supposed to be heard. I believe November 18th, because there will be a lot of motions in limine for this one about what's going to be allowed and what isn't allowed. The venue is uncertain whether or not it's going to be held because the judge that's been assigned to this case is in Suffolk Superior, which is in downtown Boston, which sucks to get to. Dedham is much more accessible.
Right.
And
Now, there is a political change coming up as well when it comes to the district attorney.
That's
It's an election year.
It is an
Does
election
that
year.
play a factor in this?
We'll see. Time will tell. We are assuming it won't. And
The answer to that is no. It does not play any political factor because the DA does not actually, the new one does not take office until January of 2027. And they wouldn't be allowed to just meddle in his cases, especially if it was Deitch. That's not how this works. And he damn well fucking knows that. So him being like, we'll see, we're assuming it's not. No, the answer is no. And he knows that.
moving forward with our defense to be ready for this, but
and that's in November, I would say, right? That election.
The general is in November, but for all intents and purposes, the election is September 1st because that's the Democratic primary.
Okay.
Whoever wins the Democratic primary is going to win. I don't even think there is a Republican running.
Okay.
So there are 7 candidates right now. And the establishment candidate is Greg Conner. He's the one that with all the Morrissey endorsements. He's basically viewed as like Morrissey's pawn. He worked for Morrissey. And we can assume that if he gets elected, it's going to be business as usual.
Right.
And the problem right now is there are 6 other challengers who, in my opinion, are likely to split the vote. And the leading candidate among them all is a man by the name of Adam Deitch. And Adam Deitch was the U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney.
He's not the leading candidate. I don't know why Aidan's saying that. That's actually not true. He's not actually the leading candidate of all the rest. So there's that.
Attorney assigned to the grand jury that investigated the McAlberts and the Norfolk DA's office. And according to Brian Albert and Colin Albert, they were grilled by this guy, and they used the federal government. Deitch used my articles and my tweets and confronted Colin Albert with them. According to Colin,
the problem with that is none of his tweets or articles were factual. So I don't know a U.S. attorney that would be using things that they didn't check to see if it was factual or not from a blog from a guy that's problematic. That's hugely problematic. It would be problematic in any case, you know? He's not smart. Dude's an actual fucking idiot. This is the C's and D's get degrees guy, Mike, all right? Give him some credit. He's the C's and D's get degrees guy. He also might have a size D moves at the moment, all right?
Albert, no other sources were used, and they accused these people of being murderers, essentially. And so Adam Deitch and them seem to be getting their news from, they consider me a legitimate source of information. And Adam Deitch, we all know that
they might have seen you as a legitimate source of information until you just regurgitated things that were said without any real truth to it, right? It was filmed in Abington. I don't know if they rented a space or whatever. It's very weird looking. He didn't have that color yesterday. Well, maybe it's just my computer color. I don't know, but that's what it looks like on my pewters. On my pewter, yeah. It's always we, us, them, we, they, us, we. Right, you're a pawn. That was you were a pawn. That's it. A lot of people have said they would vote for her or are voting for her. So it's like, here's the thing: if you take a poll of 300 people,
from one area, and all those people sort of know each other or whatever, and most of them say, oh, Adam Beach, you can't then go and be like, oh yeah, he's the front runner. Yeah, that's not how that works. You got to pull a hell of a lot more people than that to get an idea of who the fuck a front runner would be of the rest of the 6 candidates. And I don't think he's got a snowball's chance in hell of winning, and he's ethically challenged, in my opinion. I don't want somebody like that in the DA's office. He's very elusive. He won't answer questions. He wouldn't even go on Mike's show, okay? Of all the shows on planet Earth, he'll only go on Emily C's show, okay, right? So anything adjacent to Aidan or Karen, he'll go on, but he won't even go on Mike's show. And I think it's because Mike would ask some hard questions, I think, and I think Mike would ask some fair questions, and he don't want to answer those hard or fair questions that he knows he's going to have to give answers to and not talk around. Like when people are like, you can look at the Turtleboy case, he's like, I'll take a look at it. He wouldn't even be allowed to take a look at it. That would be unethical, right? Like, and I think Perkins, Joanna Perkins, actually, I gave her so much credit for saying that out loud, because I was saying it, but no one else was fucking saying it, right? I give her so much credit for being just upfront and honest and being like, he's playing word games because he wouldn't be allowed to do any of that. Like, so I don't know why he's dancing around the fact that, like, oh, I'll look at this and I'll take a look at that, and giving anybody any idea that he could do X, Y, or Z, because he can't. You know what I mean? He can't.
It ended with no indictments, and he decided to quit his job as a U.S. attorney, sell his condo in East Boston, and move to Norfolk County just to run for DA. And so whatever he saw at that grand jury greatly upset him. And
Yeah, because most people leave the U.S. Attorney's office for a lower job at the DA's office. That was another thing. Like, most people do not leave the DA's office. I mean, the U.S. Attorney's office, which is a very cushy job. That's like a dream job, okay? And go run for DA, which you might not even win. My sources say that Deitch was pushed out of the U.S. Attorney's office for his ethical challenges. I don't want somebody like that in a DA's office. Sorry. You know, no thanks. No fucking thanks. If they elect, they do deserve what they get. Thank God I don't live in Norfolk County anymore, but a lot of my friends live in Norfolk County still. You know what I mean? But looks like it was recorded in a sewer. Well, he is a sewer turtle, you know? I don't know. Well, that's the other thing, is he's not a reliable source, as we all know, you know? A pass-through source used like toilet paper by reading her attorneys. They wipe their ass with you, Aidan. They don't like you, all right? She's just not that into you, bro. She's just not that into you. He keeps sort of like dancing around this, like, well, we're not on rainbows and unicorns, but like this idea that like Karen is speaking to him. Like, that's just not true. You know? When I ask a question, but how many views does this interview have? Oh, good question. He's got 1.89K subscribers, and that's not how many he had yesterday. So he's getting all the Turtleboy people to subscribe. It has 6.6 thousand views. Follow and look at this is okay. I can't. All right, look at this is the guy's. Fuck. This is what he puts in the description. Follow and support Turtleboy. Then gives all his links. Follow our socials. I can't. I literally cannot. I just fucking can't. I can't. I literally can't. I mean, it's weird. It's fucking weird, that's for sure. And the guy's ethically challenged already from an ethically challenged attorney, in my opinion. So yeah.
I think he's it seems like he's almost haunted by the fact that no indictments happened. Because I mean, you don't leave your cushy job to go and run for DA in a county.
So you're watching this election, really?
Oh, very, very close. And obviously,
he must have heard me say that one of a million times I've said that. See, this is how you know he's a stage 5 stalker, right? Because he'll just repeat things that I say, like word for word. You don't leave your cushy U.S. attorney's job to go and run for fucking DA. It's a red flag. And if he has sources as good as my sources, then he would know he was pushed out. He was pushed out. Leah Foley was like, no, thank you, sir. No fucking thank you. No. No. We do not know. It's viral, all right.
obviously we don't want to create any sort of conflict with Adam Deitch, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to align myself with him, or I would never give money to him. I would vote for him if I lived in Norfolk County, just because I think he represents change and anti-corruption. But it's one of those things. If he does win, and you're too associated with him, well, then he might have to conflict himself out.
No, he would have to conflict himself out, period. End of story. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Number one. Number two, you don't live in Norfolk County, thank fucking God. And number three, you're talking about change. Are you for real? Like, is that what? And you think he's gonna get rid of corruption? He is the corruption. That's why they pushed him out of the U.S. Attorney's office. Like, he was doing very unethical, weird shit that you wouldn't normally do. That's called corruption, sir. You fucking buffoon.
So you gotta be very careful.
How are you preparing yourself, for the worst case scenario here? And
Bubba?
have there
Don't drop
been
the soap.
any, last minute plea offers here? Or is that something you would ever entertain?
No, I'm not preparing the answer to that is I'm not preparing myself for it at all. If that happened, it would be a complete shock. I'm fully confident that when I take the stand and I explain why I do what I do, and all of the evidence is shown in court, there is no jury on earth that would ever convict me of witness intimidation. They will see the same thing I do. They underestimated my passion when they arrested me and they charged me with this, that I don't bend. And I'm not going to give, Karen Reed inspired me to be like this.
Let me get this straight. You're now blaming Karen Reed for when you go to prison and you didn't bend? I can't. I feel like Mike would have asked the real questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, man. I don't think Deech wants to answer them. She did an interview with Channel 5 the other day, and she added K to the end of some words. Is she a Betsy Bunny? I don't know. It's weird. Some people are like, is that a Fall River accent? I'm like, no, it's not. I don't live in Fall River. I live in the South Coast, but it's not. People from Fall River don't sound like that, okay? That's not a thing, all right? I don't know. It's some weird thing weird people do, but it's not a fucking Fall River thing. It's not part of any accent. I don't know. You know? Right. Unless you want more corruption and less transparency, Deech makes no sense. You know? He probably did. He probably was like, you can only ask these things, you know? For he might want to get prepared. Because Bubba ain't going to wait. Don't drop the soap, bitch. We'll send you soap on a rope from commissary. See if they got soap on a rope. All right? Just saying. I don't know. What do you mean? He's so credible. He's so credible. You should always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I was always taught that. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Okay? Yeah, we don't want conflict. I don't want that. Why would we want that? Well, that's the thing, right? If Deech had evidence, they would have filed charges because the FBI doesn't file charges if they don't. Like, common sense is they get convictions on 90-something% of the cases, and it's all close to 100% of the cases that they investigate. For them to investigate and close a case means they didn't have shit. And as a matter of fact, the FBI allowed the witnesses' attorneys to say in open court they were cleared. And I can tell you that their attorneys and got calls after all of that apologizing. What the fuck does that tell you, bro? Okay? Apologizing. What does that tell you? He didn't get charges because there's no charges to get. You know? He might want to learn how to do the bridge real quick. You know? Wrong. You're wrong. I feel like he would throw everyone under the bus. Anybody and everyone. He would throw people under the bus that didn't belong under the bus. He'd be like, yeah, and this, my neighbor over here, you know? This guy, he did all these things I told him to do, and then he did all these things I didn't tell him to do, and now he's trying to pin it on me, and you guys are trying to pin it. So these things you said I did, it was my neighbor, bro. It was my neighbor, right? Like, he's just trying to get rid of the neighbor who's complaining about his endless fucking rants about flies during the day. He's like calling the cops, like, dude, this guy's screaming about flies. I think he's having a mental breakdown. He's like, I don't like that neighbor. He called the cops on me about me screaming about flies. I'm gonna set him up, right? Says the guy who's tried to set up several people. Right? That is corruption. Aidan is the corruption. When you try to have people set up for false charges in the way that Aidan has several fucking times, dude, to hide his own bad behavior, that's corruption. Okay? He is the damn corruption. He is never taking that stand. He would be destroyed on cross-examination. He has never, ever, read my lips, ever taking that fucking stand. Ever. Was it on a rope? It's, I mean, I've done short time in Framingham, but we didn't have soap on a rope. You just got soap. He should probably get some soap on a rope, though. But they don't usually investigate cases like that they like and go that far as they went with these to a grand jury. Okay, so when they investigate a case and they bring it to the grand jury, do you know what the percentage is once they get it to a grand jury of how much convictions they get? This went to a grand jury, right? This wasn't just like, oh, they investigated and then they decided they didn't have anything there, which still doesn't happen a ton of time, right? Still doesn't. They will literally find something, even something minute, to make their case because they don't want to look stupid. So, and that's just the way it is with the feds. Corruption, yes, but it's the fucking feds. That's how they operate. So, like, this went all the way to a damn grand jury, right? Okay. Do you know how many cases that they bring to a grand jury that they don't get charges on? Not a lot. Not a lot. Yeah, it was the print shop. They printed the signs. They told me where to go. They gave me the bullhorn. Your Honor, it's their fault. They gave me the bullhorn. They shouldn't have given me the bullhorn. They didn't want me to say they were murderers. They shouldn't give me the bullhorn. It's the bullhorn's fault. Call the company of the bullhorn. They gave it to me for free. Yeah, listen, I will pop this whole fucking, I will make 17 loads of popcorn and invite everyone to my house. Okay, for a giant party if he takes a stand, because that'll be so fucking comical. Okay? I would pay money to see that because I know that there's zero chance he's going to get on that stand. He knows how many lies he's already told. And so he cannot have other people knowing all the lies he told. Therefore, he's not getting on that fucking stand. He would be destroyed and he knows it. He knows it.
Almost like she never bended. There was no plea offer to Karen Reed because they knew better.
Right.
Right. And there's no plea offer to me and there's not going to be a plea offer to me. And we will fight this to the bitter end and we will win because I am passionate about this. I am passionate about justice.
Does he realize a lot of criminals are passionate about being found not guilty? They're still found guilty. So you go right ahead and be passionate about not wanting to go to jail, sir, but that's not going to keep you out of prison. Sorry, not so. Passion ain't going to keep you out of prison, bud.
For John O'Keefe, it keeps me up at night knowing that the people who murdered him are still out there and that they want to continue to come at me and sue me and have me charged with intimidating them. And if you want to put me.
Okay, he just said it again, right? He's being charged with defamation of calling them murderers. He just did it again. He just defamed them again, right there. And convert to overt here, Mark Chopin, or whatever the fuck his name is, the PI, he can now be sued and held liable for having Aidan on this and defaming people. He could have edited this out. He chose not to, right? You edit that part out. You chose to allow the defamation in your stream. You could edit it, right? It would have shown that at some point you were trying to make sure that like everything's on the up and up, right? But you didn't edit that part out. Yeah, his words were, if all of this isn't true, then you would fucking sue me. Why haven't you sued me? And then they sued him. He begged to be sued. Remember this. He said, if they're not actually murderers, then they could sue me for defamation. This would be out and out defamation. And they could sue me. Why haven't they sued me? And then they sued him. So yeah, he doesn't seem to know how trials work, Freeze. He's not really understanding quite how trials work. They don't give a fuck about your passion, sir. Okay? They care if you committed the crime. All right? Like, they care if you committed the crime, what the evidence is. They don't give a fuck about your passion of staying out of jail. Okay? Oh, that probably was planned in advance. Who fucking knows? Yeah, he begged. He begged to be sued. Sue me, sue me, sue me, sue me. And then they sued, and then now he's crying about it. And then this dumbass allows him to continue to defame the witnesses by saying this statement and calling them murderers again. And when he gets sued and he gets added to that list that Attorney Maddie puts him on of all the people that are going to be sued, I don't want to hear you cry about it, sir. I don't want to hear you cry about it. Sorry. Make my day, I dare you. Sue me. That's what he said, right? Sue me. Sue me, sue me, sue me. You got, right? You got what you asked for, sir. Right? Plenty of passionate people in general are arrested. Passionate drug addicts are arrested all the time for possessing drugs. They're very passionate about their drugs, Aidan. Okay? They're very passionate about it. When I was an addict, I didn't give a fuck about whether I lived or died. All right? I didn't give a shit because I just didn't care at that point. Like, my life was just a mess and I didn't care. Like I was in so much internal pain, I just didn't care, right? I was probably passionate about not getting caught, but guess what? It happens, right? So I don't think the passion kept me out of trouble, bud. Like, it is like a bad Belle Biv DeVoe song. Sue me, baby.
Me on the stand and have tell 12 strangers on a jury, you know, why I did this and why I believed that, you know, what I was doing was
They don't care
fighting
why.
for justice and exposing.
See, he keeps thinking that like the jury's gonna care why he did this. That's not the question. The question in front of them isn't why you did it, Aidan. The question is, did you, you fucking idiot? So yeah, go ahead and explain to a jury why you did it. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter why you did. It's if you did at all. So yeah, go ahead and explain to them why you did it while admitting you did it, you fucking idiot. You are so bright. Let me tell you, you're just the brightest star in the sky, sir.
Corruption. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. What, I know you're probably too humble of a guy to admit this, but if it wasn't for
Did this fucking
Turtleboy,
buffoon
the
just call him
Turtleboy-
humble? Sir, did you just call Aidan humble? That motherfucker needs a whole humble world. Not a humble pie, not a slice of humble pie, but a whole, that guy has never been humble a day in his motherfucking life. He hasn't even let the 60 days he had in jail humble him, sir. I would like to know what crack you're smoking. What kind of meth might you be on, sir? What kind of medications, maybe for entertainment and satire purposes only? I would literally like to know what the fuck is wrong with you that you would ever call that man humble. I mean, if it's not drugs, I'd be shocked. Like, what in your brain cells would ever make you think that's got it? I mean, is this satire? I mean, we do satire for entertainment purposes only, right? Right now, like me asking whether you're on drugs, this is satire. This is entertainment purposes only. But like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what? Did you? I don't even words. I'm wordless. Did you just call Turtleboy fucking humble, bro? Like, what kind of crackpot bullshit nonsense are you? What the fuck are you doing? What? I can't. I just can't. I can't. I just can't. I can't. Oh, they're gonna love him. They're just gonna love him. They're gonna love him so much. They're just gonna eat him up. He's so cute. Him and his size D moves. Oh, the purple Kool-Aid. The pink banana. I mean, the purple pink lemonade. Well, he faked his credentials. And stole somebody else's credential numbers while taking people as a personal trainer and a peptide specialist or whatever the fuck. So he faked the certificates, and then Meredith caught him, and then he used people's pictures from Reddit about their journey and then posted them as if they were his clients. And then one of the people was like, oh, you worked with me? That's news to me because I never worked with you. And so Meredith found all this out and like then, you know, did actual research, you know, like things that Aidan doesn't know how to do, and found all this out. And then he nuked all of his socials and hasn't said whoop, much of a peep since because he got caught scamming and lying. So that happened, you know? I mean, but again, Aidan surrounds himself with like up and up people, right? Like these amazing people that will just, they're so on the up and up. They're very smart. They're super intelligent, you know? Right. It doesn't matter why you did shit. I explained this the other day. You can cry all you want that you did it because that's what you really believed. You did it because blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter why you chose to do it. It's did you do it? And if you explain to them why you did it, you're admitting that you did it. You fucking idiot. I can't. And that's the other thing. He doesn't get an open floor to like spew his other side. He thinks he's just going to be able to like get on the stand and just like tell a story like Mother Goose. Although, again, he does have more stories than Mother Goose. But no, you can't just get up there and tell stories like fucking Mother Goose, buddy. Okay? They ask you a question, you answer the question. That's how it works. That's it. There's no narrative spinning happening there, right? Then you get, you know, recrossed. Like, he's not getting on the fucking stand, dude. He's just not. He's just not. He didn't need to go a long time ago. He's a vile piece of shit, that one. Just a vile piece of human waste, some of these people, you know? He maybe he's expecting open mic day on the witness stand. You know, he thinks he's gonna be able to tell a whole song, a whole "Woe is me." I'm the victim. It's me. Hi, I'm the victim. It's me. That's what he wants to get up there and say. He wants to tell me, I'm Turtleboy. I'm the victim. Me, the victim. Me.
Movement. it could be a different tune, for Karen Reed. So what's your relationship like with her now?
Well, not according to Karen Reed. I mean, Karen Reed and I are not.
I mean, he's said his intent like a bunch of times. So no, not really. Witness intimidation itself, like the charge itself, like you can just have a reckless disregard. So you don't have to intend to, but a reckless disregard of also counts. But he's also said his intent dozens of times, so that's not really going to help him. Girl, I choked on my dinner. All right? I literally fucking choked. Like, did this guy just say, what fucking kind of methany? Are you hanging out with methany on a daily, buddy? Did you just call him humble? Like, what is happening right now? Do I live in an alternate universe? Is this all just a joke? Is Ashton Kutcher going to pop out of the bushes to tell me I'm being punked? The fuck is happening?
I mean, that's the funny part about this deal is that we're not friends. I have not spoken to her in 9 months. We had a major falling out that was kind of publicized, a personal falling out, and we don't talk to each other. And we had a very different view afterwards when, the dust settled and everything. And it's kind of been widely publicized. It's no secret. So I'm not sharing anything that people don't know. But like, she viewed what I did as complimentary, but didn't really have much of an effect. Like that, like you didn't, you're not the reason, like you didn't really do much. Like that's kind of the take I got from it is that,
right.
And the last time we spoke, she was yelling at me and telling me that, I don't,
It's not the first time a woman's yelled at you.
No, it's not. But she told me I should be thanking her, that she made me who I am. And
I mean, that's kind of true. Listen, you guys know I'm not a Karen Reed fan, but like, bro, no one was watching you. Nobody really cared about you before that. So like, she did make you, bro. Like that would be taking humble pie and being like, okay, in a way she did, like her case did, like he can't even, you talk about humble, Mr. PI dumbass. Do you think this would be the perfect opportunity to be humble? Wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. He was not being sarcastic. He was being so dead serious when he said he was humble. He was being fucking serial. He should. Right.
I know it. And I'm like, pardon? And
right?
Yeah, that's kind of a twisted viewpoint.
Yeah, so I guess we just have.
He's telling them everything. Aidan's telling them everything. This is such a good idea. This is all going to be used in his case. He's such a fool.
A difference of opinion about the effect that I had on this case, etc. Because in my opinion, I'm like, the crowds outside, they weren't there because of your charm and personality. They were there because I told the story about what was happening to you. And she kind of views it as, you're making money off of my tragedy. And, it's like, but, and you were a liability at times. And I almost got jammed up with conspiracy to commit witness intimidation charges against you because you told Lindsay about me and our conversations and you talked and you had a big mouth. And I do have a big mouth, but the big mouth is why the crowds were outside.
But just like Lindsay.
If the big mouth is why the crowds were outside,
where are those crowds for you, Aidan? I'm just wondering if you're the reason that those crowds were out there, and half of it wasn't crowds on demand because we know they hired crowds on demand. That's like, in the files, like we already know that. But if you're the reason that the crowds were out there, Aidan, where are those crowds for you that you beg for every fucking court case? Why are there only 5 middle-aged women and 2 elderly men that show up? Where are the crowds, sir? Where, if they're for you, where the fuck are they? Did they get lost on the way to the courthouse? Did you not give them correct directions? Are they pocket people? Do you add water to them and they grow? Like, are they microscopic? Are they miniature? I have questions. I have lots of questions. Do they appear when you narrate that they're there and then disappear when people's eyes are on them? I did not yet. No, I didn't. I'm just wondering, like, where are these people? I have questions. Yes, he did. He certainly did. Right? That you fed the beast, man. You fed it. Don't feed the fucking idiot. Like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like where the fuck are the crowds, Aidan? I mean, he begs for these crowds. Yeah, microscopic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, just where all the microscopic people? Like, are they in his pocket? Like, do you add water and they grow? Like, where are the crowds, sir? Like, I want to know. Like, I'm confused.
Gattani, there's always hope that maybe you guys kind of.
Yeah, I don't have anything
crowds right
personal
there.
against Karen
You don't
Reed.
see them?
It's just because we have a difference.
Because Aidan would be like, yeah, you guys, there was the biggest crowd I've ever seen right there. It's just right there behind me. You guys don't see it? You see that? You see this little line right here? That's someone's leg. They're just wearing black, so you can't see them. See this other line? Yep, that's another leg. They're wearing, these people are all wearing black pants and black shirts because we told them to like wear dark colors, and then we didn't realize it would fade into the background. So this is actually a huge group of people behind me right now, you guys. Like, that's what it is. Like, that is literally what he would do, is narrate what he wants you to hear and what he wants you to see, because that's what he does. And he would actually convince some of his turtle riders that there's an actual crowd standing beside him and that those lines are actually legs. Even though all of us can see with our 2 fucking eyeballs that the lines are the curtain. But nope, he would tell them they're legs. You know? There's a Tom CPU, there's a Erica Walsh, there's a Tom PPU, there's a Dina, there's a Chrissy Mello, they're all there. They're there. They're all there, right there.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I found them. I found the crowds. There they are. They're right there behind you. They're doing the super chat dance. They're doing it. I think I got a super chat. Although I do think I earned a super chat or a donation because that was fucking fun.
Viewpoint. I mean, Karen Reed and I are forever bonded together by this experience, whether or not she likes it and whether or not I like it. Right. Like
You're just lucky you have no kids together.
Yeah.
And there's no child support.
Well, this brought us together. Like me like her tragedy became mine. Like, I didn't expect to be arrested for going to bat for Karen Reed, but I was. Right. They didn't come after me because I was exposing anyone else in the past. They came after me when I started defending her and looking for justice for John O'Keefe. And so her and I, have together done more to expose what happened to John O'Keefe than the district attorney's office ever has.
Right.
And so personality conflicts aside, we're forever. That's how it's.
Super chat. You'd never play the super chat song again. I don't usually play it, but it was like totally deserved to be in there. It goes with them. That's what they were doing, a whole that was at a they were getting, Erica Walsh was getting in, and Dina was like, yeah, bitches. Like, that's his whole crowd. What you mean? Oh, you're just missing a Tom PPU who's like, oh, you hit me. Oh, you hit me. Oh, assault. Oh, assault's a whole new dance. Oh, assault. Oh, assault. Like, that's the only person you're missing in that. Like, that's it. That's all. You're just missing an assault guy. Guy screaming assault in the background. Like, that's it. Like, what the fuck? I can't. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Mo. I appreciate it. So embarrassing. Jesus.
It's going to go down in the history books.
Well, you and I are going to be forever connected because I kind of did the perp
important.
walk with you.
Yes.
Because I surrendered you.
You did surrender me. That's true. That was the first time I met you.
I could teach you.
Right.
On my birthday.
I'm not gonna.
On your birthday.
On my birthday.
First time I met you.
Yes.
Christmas weekend.
Yes. And,
I had to hand you over to the authorities.
Well, because Tim and I, the plan was, we spoke all through Christmas.
Yes.
Go to the courthouse.
Yes.
Get in and out.
Yeah.
And before cameras get there, nothing. So we get there at 9 a.m. Brian Tully's standing on the court upstairs. He's waiting for me.
Brian Tully's waiting for him to get himself in there and surrender, right? Like, he's waiting for him to surrender. He's going to be arrested. So, the PI walks him in there to surrender himself. And Aidan's like, I'm going to jail, guys. I'm going to jail. I'm going to need all the stage 5 clingers and all their size C moves at the courthouse immediately. I need support. Support, they say? You want us to give you, we will be right there, Turtleboy. We'll give you all the support. They're standing behind Tully and they're like,
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Listen, my sister used to have grand mal seizures, and I'm wondering if one of these people are seizing the fuck out over there. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, I will crowdfund dance lessons for all of them. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It came with the clip. All right. I had someone make me the clip of the thing, and like that's just what they use. So like, listen, Julie asked for it. I played it because Julie does us a great service of being, boots on the ground during some of the hearings that we aren't always able to get at by ourselves. And so we deeply appreciate Julie's sacrifice to go for us and get us all the tea, right? We appreciate that. So I had to play it. Julie wanted it. I had to play it. How to play it. Julie asked for it.
Yes, I
to
remember.
do that. And so Tim is like, change of plans.
Yeah.
You're going to meet with Mark. You're going to turn yourself in to the Medfield police. They're going to book you. They're going to bring it down here. We're going to be ready to go and blah, blah, blah. And obviously it did not go the way that we wanted it to go because I had my bail revoked on that day and I went to jail on my birthday of all days.
I visited you. I
love that
either
for him. On your
that day
birthday,
or the
bitch.
next day I came in and visited you, and
weirdo.
It was kind of a somber.
It was rough.
Day.
You saw me early on. Early on, it was at the roughest point.
Yeah, but that warm hug you gave me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yo, I didn't give you a hug. I'm macho. Don't feel my moobs, Mark. Just don't look at my moobs. My eyes are up here.
Yeah.
It meant a lot to me.
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah.
So you said you're forever connected to this case. You kind of are until you have a big fat not guilty, and then it's kind of over criminally. Then you got to deal with all the civil bullshit that's going on, which I'm sure will work itself out.
Very expensive though. That's the thing. It's like they're trying to drain me of my resources.
Right.
And I look forward to the day when I can make money and keep it, as opposed to make money and pay for the Bradle kid college expense fund. Basically.
You got a new house, I think.
I did, and that was before I got sued. So.
What? I got a new house, but I was still asking for everybody to pay for my defense fund for my criminal stuff. So I just bought a house. I said, fuck it. I can just grift off them. They'll pay for it. Like.
I didn't realize.
Athol? Where's Athol? Are you guys not getting along? Listen, I love all of you. I love all of you. You have to get along, okay? Because I love you all. You're all my peoples. Right? Babe will not be happy, Aidan. You didn't mention Willie Babe yet. You did not mention Willie Babe yet. Willie Babe. Babe. Marlboro Cowboy Babe. Babe. Aidan doesn't like fucking physical contact because he's a goddamn weirdo. I only knew one person from Athol ever in life. Just one person. And they weren't from there. They just lived there. Yeah, I'm serious. My eyes are up here. Don't look at my moobs. Don't look at my size C moobs. He's like, Mark, don't hug me. My moob. Why are you staring at my moobs? But your eyes are up here. Because the PI's name is Mark. He's like, I gave you that hug. He's like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Just staring at my moobs. Don't look at my moobs.
Get sued.
You got a homestead on it?
I do have a homestead.
All right,
on
good.
it. Oh, we took. My realtor's all over that.
All right.
My realtor, who I met through the Kearney case, a lovely woman by the name of Lindsay Higgins, who was John O'Keefe's ex-boyfriend,
Soap on a rope.
who
Yeah,
used to
I told
go
him
to
to get soap on a rope.
who stood by Karen Reed, and that's how I met her. She's a great
Keep
gal.
it in the family.
Yeah.
So what's the future hold for Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy? I know there's entertainment.
Mark, I'll tell you about the future. The future looks grim, okay? Netflix is going to drop a banger. It's going to show the world who Aidan is. It's not going to be super great for him, okay? It's not going to be super great for him, okay? And then the future after that is going to be prison, right? And then paying out people from different lawsuits. And so, his future looks more like a cardboard box fighting off the flies and birds and screaming, get the fuck out, bird! Get the fuck out, bird! Get the fuck out! Get down, fly! It's a bleak future. Oh, I gotta scroll all the way up. Why do I gotta scroll all the way up? Wait, is this the one about Worcester? Is that
Things
I'm
in the
confused.
future,
Is that the whole
possible
I mean, what's
movie, possible documentary. What's going on with
Well,
that?
you introduced me to a fella by the name of Jeff Caligari.
Well, I wasn't trying to take any credit. I was just like,
but you did, and it's
all right.
Wait, back it up. Who was John? Wait, I don't know. We'll go back a little. John's ex-boyfriend? What was John's ex-boyfriend? Where? Hold on.
Keep it as opposed to make money and pay for, the Bradle kid college expense fund, basically.
You got a new house, I think?
I did. And that was before I got sued. So I didn't realize I was going to get sued.
You got a
And then I
homestead
bought
on it?
I do have a homestead
All right,
on
good.
it. Oh, we took, my realtor's all over that.
All right.
My realtor who I met through the Kearney case, lovely woman by the name of Lindsay Higgins, who was
Okay.
John O'Keefe's ex-boyfriend, who used to go to Kearney.
Lindsay Higgins was someone who dated John O'Keefe. I think that's what you're referring to, Mo. Lindsay Higgins was someone who dated John O'Keefe a long time ago. And so she's a realtor. She was the realtor who got Aidan his house. I don't know. Is he also a security guard? I don't know. I'm not sure. Is he? Is he? Yeah, it wasn't boyfriend, obviously. But yeah, that's who that is. You know what I mean? Listen, you guys. Okay, y'all need to chill. All right, listen. If there's someone you don't prefer talking to in the chat, block each other, and then y'all don't have to see each other. But I actually enjoyed all of you, and I don't think the comment was that bad. We're just talking about Worcester. Listen, I can shit on the place I'm from all day long. It's right next to Boston. Quincy is a fucking shithole, and it's now gentrified to all hell. Fun fact: they used to take people to Taunton State Hospital, and they would pay you to bring someone there and leave them there. They would give you like $50 for you to bring a person who was mentally unwell and leave them at Taunton State Hospital. So people used to just like bring people to Taunton State Hospital and drop them off and get the $50 per person. I kid you not. Like, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. No, nobody here really loves the turtle, so I don't think that's it. Yeah, I don't think that's it. I'm not thinking that's it.
Who stood by Karen Reed, and that's how I met her. She's a great
Keep
gal.
it in the family.
Bankruptcy.
So what's
bankruptcy?
the future hold for
He ain't getting on the stand.
Aidan
He ain't getting
Kearney,
on the stand.
Turtleboy? I know there's entertainment
not getting on
things in the future, possible movie, possible documentary. What's going on with
Well,
that?
you introduced me.
I don't know exactly what the things are for Homestead, but I do know that there's ways around that the court can basically force you to like fucking, what are they gonna, like, if you have no more money to pay for no more lawyers and no more anything, what are you gonna have? You have no choice but to sell your fucking home, bro. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, at some point. And then there's also forfeitures in different ways. So it's like, if you put that into a homestead to try to save it from civil suits in case you got civilly sued because you knew you were going to be civilly sued, like, the court has ways of clawing back what they want. You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens. You know what I mean?
To a fellow by the name of Jeff Caligari.
Well, I wasn't trying to take any credit. I was just like,
but you did, and it's
All right.
important. And we went to dinner in the North End, and he was, I already had a deal with someone else at the time that was set to expire, and
I have friends and family. My grandmother lives in Florida. My grandmother lives in Spring Hill. My brother lives in Spring Hill. He used to live near Tampa, but he lives in Spring Hill now. And then I have cousins. I haven't seen them in a really long time because they moved down there when I was little. And I've only seen them sporadically here or there, but they live in Pinellas Park. So I have some family all over Florida, all different areas of Florida. I would love to visit Florida again. That's one of my happy places.
just seemed like a go-getter. And he's like, I was unhappy with the way things were. There wasn't much progress with the other deal. And he's like, he's a Boston guy, which meant a lot to me, because this is a Boston story.
and his cousin rode with
John O'Keefe, right?
Yes.
Yes. And so he had a personal connection to the story. And Jeff has just seemed like a great guy. And, I've known him for a couple of years now. He's really invested in this. And he's on my side in this, and he's on Karen Reed's side. Like, he wants, because he knows the truth. Jeff knows the truth.
Right.
And so he's not presenting this documentary as some sort of like, well, maybe it's not a.
Okay. Fun fact. Yes. I love that word. Jeff cannot sell the documentary. Nobody wants to buy the Turtleboy documentary because everyone knows he's a fucking liar, and there's more than enough evidence to prove that he's just a fake fraud liar. And so poor Jeff from Compelling Pictures did this whole documentary thinking it was going to be a great documentary about how amazing Turtleboy is, and I didn't realize no one was going to buy it, A, because of the fucking liability, B, because he's an actual piece of shit, and C, because who the fuck would want to watch something that is not accurate, right? Like, so the only way that poor Jeff from Compelling Pictures is getting any money back for that documentary that he paid Aidan and other people for is if he makes it real.
AKA a fucking mockumentary, and gets the facts. That is the only fucking way that documentary is ever seen in the goddamn light of day.
Who done it?
Right.
It's Karen Reed was framed for murder.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And that's the angle that the doc is going in, and the movie as well. And so we hope to have a doc out within the next year and the movie out within 2.
Yeah, and there's been recent reportings in the media that Matt Damon's jumping on with Karen Reed, and I've always said, even if I didn't know you, I've always said that your story is way more interesting than her movie. Like yours is the rise of this history teacher and all that you've done, you know, in the media and fighting people and fighting against the man. So to me, if I was someone watching it, I'd be much more entertained than hers is going to be like a courtroom drama. Like what else is there?
It can't.
You know,
well, the difference between
I stopped the Nightbot from being able to kick anybody. I think it was just YouTube probably glitched her out. But I stopped the Nightbot from being able to kick anybody out or time anybody out. I fixed that earlier. Right? I'm sorry, but I think a mockumentary would be quite fucking funny. Right? It's not, the documentary isn't that into you, bro. You know, like 21 ways to get rid of a boyfriend. Isn't that the movie? Isn't that what it's called? Or something along those lines. 21 ways to not sell a documentary. Here's a number 1 way not to sell it. Put Turtleboy in it and pretend he is a hero. You know, like that. I love the tech stuff. Not everyone does. Some people find it boring, but I'm a weirdo and I'm a nerd, so I like the tech stuff, you know. It's totally not going to happen. He is wishing on a fucking prayer. He is wishing on a damn prayer, right? Like, he is just, poor fool. It has to make me laugh because he's such a fucking clown. It's, okay, so you're going to love this. You're going to love this. It's his PI. It's his attorney's PI, which is also his PI, which was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' PI. It's the PI that was almost charged with witness intimidation for going to Lindsay's house while Aidan had a order. Well, she had an order on Aidan, and then being like, well, if you work for us, we'll do this, this, or that. Like, basically tried to, like, intimidate her into, like, doing what they wanted. Now, I don't know any attorney that's going to send a PI to a victim's house when my client has an order on them. That is just stupidity. Pure and utter fucking stupidity. Okay? Just stupidity. So, he's literally Aidan's PI. Like, he buffed this up like, I did a podcast, guys. I did a podcast. Okay, so your PI started a YouTube channel like several days ago. You did a podcast, and this guy's just like stroking your ego. He called you humble, bro. Like, no one on planet Earth thinks you're fucking humble. Like, not even your family. Stop it. Nobody cares about fucking the TV story because there is no TV story other than the fact that he's a liar. That's it. That's the story. He has diabetes, right? How to lose a documentary in 10 days. Such bullshit, dude. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening because no one on planet Earth believes that he's a good human. You know? He's a liar, and it can be proven that he's just a pathological liar, you know, and especially after he wired up Karen, like, that's just not happening. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, it's not happening. You know? I use Nuck and Futz and Tig Old Biddies. Nuck and Futz and I usually use those with my husband, but you're Nuck and Futz. Check out them Tig Old Biddies. We used to do that back when we were much younger, so it's a running joke in this household. Don't be Nuck and Futz. Also, don't look at me in that tone of face. Don't look at me in that tone of face and get off my road. Means get off my road. Get off the fucking road. You don't know how to drive. Get off my road. Don't look at me in that tone of face. How to lose a documentary in 10 days. That's what I mean. He failed at being a teacher, and he's also failed at being a journalist. So there's that. You know? No hints for you. You are fine. Wait, no, they didn't. There was only one. This was for the dance. This was only for the dance. These were for the super chat dance. That's what those were for, the super chat dance. I've only even gotten 3 today. I didn't even get 5. I didn't get 5. Don't look at me in that tone of voice. Yes, that's what we use this one.
Karen Reed and me is that I chose to
tone of face. Especially my eldest, who's blind, loves to say that one. And I'm like, you can't see my face. She says, don't look at me in that tone of face, because you can tell when I'm like giving the not impressed face. You know? They wanted the dance. They just wanted the super chat dance. Or not want the super chat dance.
You know, like she didn't ask to get framed for murder, but she was. I chose to look into this. I chose to make a big spectacle out of this. I chose to, really just make my voice heard and make sure that the story was told. I didn't need,
Yes, don't look at me in the
they didn't know
toilet
who I was for this. They didn't have to frame me for this. Whereas with her, they had to frame her because there's a dead guy, that needs justice. And so somebody had to go down for that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think my story is a little bit more interesting.
Look at his face. I think my story is interesting. All the lies I told are super interesting, guys. My moves, these are interesting, right, guys? They're interesting. They're interesting right there. Look at his moves. They're very interesting. They're super interesting things. The dick nose, very interesting. Dinosaur arms are all interesting. I do too, because I have to thank everyone. You know what I mean? He thinks his story is interesting. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a weird name. It's weird. I don't think I didn't see anybody where. I don't think there was any mods in here at the time, to be honest, and I'm like trying to do 3 things at once, so I'm not catching every single comment. I'm like trying to do all the things. Because Rose was booted by the fucking YouTuber, by the YouTube itself.
I think her story.
I'm a little biased as well.
Yeah, I mean.
So last question before we wrap up.
He is orange.
And
Last question.
the person I was going to say now has a conflict because I just mentioned his name. Who would you want to play Turtleboy in your movie?
Oh my God.
I've always said Jeremy Renner.
Oh, really?
Ew. Jeremy Renner is not playing you. Stop it. He lives in a fantasy world. Jeremy Renner doesn't even look like you. Doesn't even look like you. Let's get the other guy that looks like JLR. That really bothered him. Let's get that guy back. Can we get that guy back? Let's get that guy back. That one really bothered Aidan. He did not love that. Did not love it. Did not love it. Did not love it. Pocket people. Oh, you're behind? Yeah, pocket people. I mean, where the fuck are they? Where the fuck?
I was going to say Matt Damon, but he might be a little too old.
Well, yeah, I don't want to.
And now is a conflict. But Jeremy
I
Renner.
don't know how old Jeremy Renner is, but I just loved him in The Town.
All right,
like, that's like one of
I
my
can see
favorite
Jeremy Renner
movies of all time. And he's a short blonde guy.
And who's going to play your private investigator?
You don't get a part in the movie, you loser. You're not important. Like, he's not even important enough. Nobody will buy the documentary. You think somebody's giving you a portion? Buddy, listen, I'm involved in all this nonsense too, and I don't want to fuck a part. Keep it. Keep it. I don't want some weirdo playing me. No, thank you. I'm good.
Danny DeVito?
Only if you get Nelly Furtado. I'm told I look like Nelly Furtado. If you get Nelly Furtado to play me, I'm in.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Who you think should. I don't know.
With his drawn-on eyebrows and his orange skin, he actually kind of looks like a Oompa Loompa. He does do drawn-on eyebrows. He is fucking orange right now. Like, just saying. All the crowd supporters are wearing camouflage. They're all wearing camouflage. Got a whole support system there, guys. There's a ton of a crowd. All right? Yeah, it is. What? You're fine. What is the matter? You are fine. There's nothing wrong with you. You're totally fine. And it's over. This is it. That was the end of it. You're fine. I don't see anybody saying anything. I know I haven't been through all the comments because I have to scroll up into oblivion, but I don't see anybody saying anything. I feel like he has a poster of Trump above his bed. Who knows? He probably has posters of all sorts of weird characters. Imagine, To be fair, I think the guy needs Sexaholics Anonymous, so I don't even want to know what kind of posters he's got in his house, all right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Right? Jeremy Renner doesn't have moobs, sir. All right? He doesn't need to be in the size C moob section. All right? Entertainment purposes only. Annie was so nice to tell you where to go, sir. Okay? And she was like helping you for the size C moob section.
Yes, of course, sir. Our size C moob bras are right over here.
Right over there. And you can get your size C. I think you're a size D moob now. I think you're a size D move now. I'm not sure. You're moving on up. He needs more than Jesus. You need soap on a rope, a brain cell, a size D move bra. He needs to take his pocket crowd out and clean them once in a while. Right? Judgment recovery. Lien would have to be satisfied first if he got a second loan or tried to sell it if he ever did, the judgment can be enforced up to 20 years. Yeah, I as far as I understand, like they can still put a lien. That doesn't stop it from getting a lien. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it doesn't stop it from getting a lien. You know? That expired St. Tropez reduced bin at the back of the pharmacies. I hate that shit. I tried it one time. I got it in like BoxyCharm or something, and it was literally orange. And I was like, never again. I tried it like on my arm first. I was like, this is not coming off. Like I was like, nope. It came with like a mitt. I was like, nope, nope, nope. Yes. Weird, right? I know. I have merch mugs, but mine says sipping on turtle tears. Yeah, mine's the sipping on turtle tears mug. Sipping on a turtle tears. This one's gonna come in quite handy. You know, it's for my hot coffee. Pee Wee Herman. Oh my God! Imagine the fucking meltdown he would have if Pee Wee Herman played him. I mean, he had a pretty big meltdown on the JLR guy that looked like JLR, not him. He was not happy about that. He was very not happy. He's like, "This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is not cool."
Jason Statham.
Oh, there you go.
how's
There- that works.
All
That
right.
works. That works. Yes.
Yeah, mine is the British accent.
Yeah, it's not happening.
All right. On that note, awesome interview. I appreciate you coming in.
Horrible.
Yeah.
And
Pleasure.
We'll be in touch.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me. I told, several hundred lies in the course of an hour, but, it's acceptable because I'm the turtle and I can just tell several hundred lies. Yeah, he got very upset about it. He was not happy about that. I don't know. James Jackson reached out to him. I guess JFK talked about it on a show. I did not watch. I played a clip earlier. But I don't know. I guess he probably addresses it more on his show, I'm guessing. The fact that they think they get A-list love. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. It's amazing. Joe Pesci is my vote. The guy from Big Bang Theory. He would cry. I think he would cry. He would fucking cry. He would cry. He wants a character that is going to exude like man, like testosterone. And I don't think there's any character that's going to exude testosterone because he does not exude. I mean, look at all the estrogen in his moves, bro. All right. I'm just saying. Right? I mean, his relentless gaslighting is fucking a lot, dude. It is a lot. The fluffer man. The fluffer man, that's for sure. All right, let me get the fuck out of here. I gotta go. I gotta go right now. I got shit to do, and then I got other shit to do, and I'm tired. So, I love your stinking faces. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. So I will see y'all mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. All of the contact information for me is in the description of the video. All the ways to donate are in the description of the video. If you're catching me on the replay, amazing. Do me a favor, comment on the stream and like the stream, and maybe you will be the next person to win a $10 gift card to Amazon. But you have to comment and like. You have to comment and like when the video is not live anymore. So make sure you do that. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later. Bye.